want to level up and try to get this class along
before we played the D&D's podcast thing with you.
No, before I grab this chest, but yes, that too, yes.
Josh.
Okay, all right. I'll pull up the tier list. All right, welcome.
Hi.
To the Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition fighter subclass tier list. If this is your first time here, we're rating, basically holistically looking at the class, how it performs. We're considering the mechanics of it, how good it is in combat, because most of D&D is combat. We are looking at largely at the sort of first fourth of the amount of levels. We're looking at the full feature set, but most people don't, when they play D&D, reach past level 7, 8. So those features we tend to rate more heavily. So even if, you know, a class is like level 17, you become unable to die and you can kill anybody just by looking at them. That might factor in less just because it's who's really going to realistically reach that unless you're starting at a higher level or unless you've been playing forever. We've reached level 20 a lot of times, but that's because we're freaks and we don't pay attention to the XP curve.
Mm-hmm.
We also go based on or was it the equivalent XP? So it scales with the number of enemies.
Yeah. I'll also turn the Vampire Survivors music off so that it doesn't just act as BGM, even though BGM is kind of nice. But yeah, that's basically it. That's how we look at Dan. Is okay. Before we begin, is there a reason why Scout is like first?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll do it first anyway.
Yeah,
Do we get all the stuff out of the way? Do we get all the stuff out of the way?
I think so, other than mentioning that hello, Tyler is here.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
They've always been alphabetical, but then Scout was just first for some reason. I have no idea. Wait, you can just rearrange it, Josh.
Yeah, they might. They just left the room in a hurry. Hopefully they didn't hear.
Is it because they started the kettle?
It might be
that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Alternatively, they might have heard screams coming from the garage. Although he's not using the thing anymore, so I don't know why.
Horror house.
It's not a horror house. It's just Steven.
Horror house. Good.
It's fine. Ish.
Uh-huh.
I'll be back in 1 second. I have to set the trash can back up so nobody throws anything away.
Oh, they're fixing trash cans.
Oh, the trash can doesn't have a bag in it.
Oh. Fair. Well, good time to remember.
Yeah. So for hydration today, I have a sarsaparilla.
Nice. Tyler, tell me about your credentials. Because we were debating this. How many fighters have you played, if any?
I've played one, I think. My only credentials is that I'm a martial player.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think more Tyler cares a lot about DPS and not much else.
DPS, martial. I am a main tank in Overwatch. You just walk in and be the front line. That's me.
Well,
I played, I think, 0 fighters, so I'm actually even less qualified from that standpoint.
I'm trying to remember. I definitely played a fighter, but I do not remember which subclass it was. It was a while ago.
Have you played a fighter?
at least 2.
Okay, and then Josh has played
Many.
a lot. A whole lot.
Yeah, but how many of those were NPCs?
That's not good at all. Josh has played several fighters and several campaigns as well.
It's
And
true.
not just like ones that we were in, Dan. Like they've played with. I know, like in Kevin's campaign in high school, they initially played a fighter.
Josh enjoys the no think attack.
Spells, Whomst, Cavalier.
I take the dodge action. Cavalier, if I remember, it's garbage. But we'll see.
There's a Psi Knight and a Psi Warrior.
Yeah. There was actually 3 Psi ones. 2 of them were unique. One of them was a rework of an old one, so the old one is not there.
Is
Hello. I'm
Probably.
making tea and it's kind of annoying, but
You could look
Tyler
at the
is
wiki.
what I would affectionately refer to as a size queen when it comes to playing video games.
Okay.
Okay, goodbye. I don't know what this means.
I don't know what to think about
Oh.
They want big damage. What else would you mean? Of course.
Oh, okay. Now I know what it means.
There's no other meanings to be garnered from this. Nothing. Definitely not.
I think it's not. No.
Do you agree? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna say no.
Okay, perfect. All right, accepted. Big number, good.
Big number goes good.
Big
Yes.
number, very good.
Big numbers are incredibly satisfying.
Oh, that's the perfect description of Tyler, Evan. If the W key's small, then Tyler don't want it.
Wow.
All right.
That is exactly. I played Overwatch with him. Yes.
Heck yeah. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Have you ever played Frontline Widowmaker before? Because I have, and it sometimes worked. It's concerning.
Okay, let's talk about Scout. So, this.
Can you change the Discord?
stream? Yes.
Just drag Scout over to the bottom, or to alphabetical.
Now we can start.
We can just start with it. It's already over here.
Why?
I don't want to start with Arcane Archer.
Fine.
Actually, should we start with Champion then?
No.
No, we have to work our way to
I want to
it.
like savor.
We have to
destroy-
earn it.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
more
so-
subclasses than I thought. Wow.
Scouts, the archetypal, interestingly, okay, Scout excels at finding safe passes through dangerous regions. They favor light armor and ranged weapons, but are comfortable using heavier gear when faced with intense fighting, which is funny because fighters in general just have all the proficiency, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, yes, this is from Unearthed Arcana 12, Kits of Old, so this is an older one. I remember seeing this. Anyway. When you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in 3 of the following skills of your choice: acrobatics, athletics, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, stealth, or survival. You can choose to gain proficiency with thieves' tools in place of one skill choice. And then also at 3rd level, you get superiority dice. Yeah, that's a Tyler problem.
Well, I'm on push to talk.
No, I know. Just in general, it's there's 3 of us in the same room.
Oh yeah, I'm currently trying to rearrange my mic so it's pointed away from everyone else.
For what it's worth, you don't really pick up on my mic.
As long as you're using push to talk, you're good, Tyler. Do it.
Don't try to be quiet.
No, be as loud as possible.
We need you to talk.
We need you to pick up on every single mic at once.
I'm gonna talk. I'm just gonna, hello.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the ASMR version of the
Some
Subclass
ASMR
tier list.
D&D.
Would you like to hear some calming sounds of teacups clinking against
Combat
plates?
superiority.
Okay, all right.
In today's ASMR session of D&D subclass ranking.
So you get superiority dice, and you can use them on these 3 abilities. You can expend superiority dice to gain survival superiority when you make a check that allows you to apply your proficiency bonus in athletics, nature, perception, stealth, or survival. You can expend 1 superiority die to bolster the check. Add half the number rolled on the superiority die, rounding up to your check. You can apply this bonus after making the check, but before learning if it was successful. And then you get precision attack, which is you can expend 1 superiority die to add it to the attack roll. Etc., etc. And then evasion, if you're hit by an attack while wearing light or medium armor, you can expend 1 superiority die as a reaction, adding the number rolled to your AC. If the attack still hits you, you take half damage from it. Wow, what?
That's really good.
That's nasty. Holy. Okay, all right. Also at 3rd level, oh my god. You are particularly familiar with one type of natural environment and adept at traveling and surviving in such regions. Choose one type of favored terrain: Arctic, coast, desert, forest, grassland, mountain, swamp, or the Underdark. When you make an intelligence or wisdom check related to your favored terrain, your proficiency bonus is doubled if you are using a skill that you're proficient in. And then it gives you all of the ranger stuff that nobody cares about. Difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel. Group can't become lost except by magic. When you're engaged in, in another activity, such as foraging, navigating, or tracking, you remain alert to danger. If you travel alone, you can move stealthily at a normal pace, and when you forage, you can find twice as much food as you normally would. While tracking, you learn creatures, you learn their exact number, size, and how long ago they passed through the area, and then you can get one more favored terrain at 7th and 15th level. So then you get, at 10th level, your combat superiority dice turn into d10s, and then at 18th, they turn into d12s, and then at 15th level, when you roll initiative and have no superiority dice remaining, you regain 1 superiority die. This is a very straightforward class.
It's very front-loaded, too.
It's also very front-loaded. You get, like, everything at 3rd level, which is, like, actually kind of big.
Kind of good, big for multi-classes.
You get 3 free proficiencies.
That's like, wait, 3?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you gain proficiency in 3 of the following skills: acrobatics, athletics, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, stealth, or survival. So you get 3 proficiencies, 4 superiority dice.
And you can get thieves tools on a fighter if you want.
You can get thieves tools on a fighter, and you can take natural explorer. This is weird because this is like I was gonna say you are basically a fighter rogue ranger, and
yeah.
and a
My bard.
I guess rogue falls into that. But the superiority dice in yourself feels like bardic inspiring yourself.
I guess so. You just hype yourself up. You're like, I can do this. I can win.
Oh. I think of that as just Battlemaster, but I guess that's true.
Yeah, I thought this would be more akin to Battlemaster, but it's actually I think you're right. It feels more like a bard subclass where you use your bardic inspiration dice to give yourself effects.
It feels explicitly like that one that Sean played.
Which one?
Oh, the melee one.
Oh, the sword bard? Yeah, kind of. But this one works because you're actually a melee-focused class, and your your main class features carry you in terms of melee ability.
Yeah.
I actually feel bad rating this because how it rates depends heavily on how we rate Battlemaster.
I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's true, actually.
I think they're pretty different.
I think they're really different, despite having the same like technical like name for their resource.
You simultaneously use it for different things, but also like having seen a lot of people play Battlemasters, half of the times that you use your superiority dice is, oh, I'm gonna miss this attack. Hold on, let me add a D8 to it.
Maybe,
Yeah, but
like,
this one gets
but the thing is that like
the AC one.
Yeah, I was saying you have an AC option that also gives you half damage, which is like pretty good. And then also you have what's it called? As a Battlemaster, you have DPS options, right? The D8 you can add to certain attacks to give them damage, which is actually, I would say, in general, probably more of a DPS increase in the long run. I would think. I'm not a professor on that actually. I don't know what the
accuracy is almost always the biggest DPS increase.
I guess you're right. But I mean, you're looking at like, but you are looking at like, what's it called? I think they're fairly comparable in like the generalist kind of function, just because like no, I guess you're right. No,
I don't think so.
I think accuracy is better. You're actually right.
I think the only one that can compare is the knockdown one, because if you get that one first, then you have advantage on your next attacks, which gives you accuracy.
Yeah.
Because like, yeah, just like adding another D8 or D10 to your damage, like, oh good, you add like 5 damage.
Yeah, but that's like five that you could
to
go
a
from
hit
your
is
strength,
like 10 damage.
and then on top of your damage dice. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's more just that Battlemaster also gets precision attack, word for word. It's the same exact thing. So
yeah,
that's neat.
Yeah, I mean that's
best feature of it.
honestly like
Except, you're correct. Scout's evasion is really good. It's better than parry, which is what Battlemasters get.
Oh yeah. Wait.
What I mean, I want to compare it to their stuff. Is my problem.
Well, this is way better. How many superiority die does Battlemaster get? This one gets 4, then 5, then 6.
I think they get the same amount. I think Battlemaster is also 4, 5, 6. They could get more.
Who has a book on them?
Let's see.
I got my book out.
Yeah, how many superiority
4 superiority dice, and then
5, then 6, at 7, then 15.
So the same.
Yes, 4, 5, 6. Yep, exact same. So, I don't know. I feel like you have less options, but also at the same time weirdly more options, because your in combat functionality is somewhat reduced compared to the variety that you can take from the Battle Master, but at the same time you have basically like you have the stripped down version, right? You have all the stuff you need because you have the ability to make yourself hit better, which is always really good, and then you have the ability to make yourself less likely to get hit, and then when you do get hit, you take half damage, which is really good. And then you also get you actually get decent amount of utility for a non-magical class, because like so here's a weird thing about D&D in general, which is that utility, about 80% of it I would say comes from magic, and then 20% is just skills, and that's like pretty much 19%. Okay, how about this?
Well, no. There's a pretty decent amount of utility, just in like skills and stuff. I would say.
I mean, we can break it down, but like, at the end of the day, like, applying a skill is like the kind of only way that a non-magical class has access to utility, whereas a magical class has access to an entire suite of tools.
But I like getting lots of skills. I think a lot of people.
I think this is
like
good for a fighter. Fighters don't normally get a lot of skills.
I do think that superiority die to bolster a check is deceptively awful because it's half the number rolled.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. I would never use this.
I'm actually pretty disappointed in that one. Like ostensibly you get bonuses to skills, but it really, really hurts.
I mean, it's like you're
At
basically
most you're gonna get a 4.
Right, you're basically popping a resource of which you have only 4, right? And you gain them back all on a short or long rest, which is nice. Fighters exceedingly good at multiple combats, but at the same time, basically like it's about the effectiveness of a bless spell, and bless applies for a lot longer and is a first level spell slot.
That's a good way of putting it.
It's more niche too, and it's like more resource intensive in a way.
Yeah, so I don't value that one that much. Precision attack is good, although Battle Master also gets it, but Scout's evasion is quite nice.
I mean, you say
reaction, it's only one attack.
I wouldn't.
But
Okay, but
it's really good.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that precision attack is worse for having been shared with Battle Master, though.
No, that's the one you want to take. If you were going to take any maneuver from Battle Master, it would probably. Be
Yeah, Scout's evasion is really good too, but it's basically parry, but combined with Rogue's evasion, which is, or actually no, it's Rogue's uncanny dodge, which is funny actually when in terms of terminology. But yeah, I would say that this is a really good feature set, especially early on, because you get basically all of us at 3rd level, and then you don't really actually get anything else. It's
Nothing
super
else, really.
front loaded.
However, if you look at Battle Master, they also get nothing else.
Yeah, Battle Masters are pretty
And
lackluster.
They don't get the bonus proficiencies, and they don't get Scout's evasion. I think this is directly better than Battle Master.
This really might be, honestly.
You lose a tiny bit of fun in having some weird maneuvers, but in terms of power level, this is solidly better.
It's definitely more broad, which is weird. In combat, I think it might be better. I would say I'd put it on par just because while there's niche things that Battlemaster gets, having stuff like Disarming Strike can be incredibly powerful.
Sure, yeah.
That's just the one that I spotted. Other than knocking things prone, always useful. Menacing attack if you want to tank. Oh no, that's a frightened one. I'm wrong.
With a terrible DC.
Attack, right?
Yeah, the DC's rough. What?
Goading attack is the tanking one.
That's the one.
Yeah, there's definitely some utility, in combat utility that Battlemaster has that no other class really gets like the broad access to that Battlemaster does, which is why even though they really don't get a lot of features past their initial feature set, the fact that you get access to more of them, I know you have some issues with the fact that you just don't get all of them, Dan, but I think in general it's pretty safe to say like
I never had that issue with Battlemaster, actually.
Oh really?
No, they get a decent number of choices.
Okay.
I have that issue with stuff like Sorcerer, where you get 2 choices.
Yeah. Okay. Sorcerer is pretty painful.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to it next time.
But yeah. So I would say in general, like you get pretty much the the core abilities that you would want from that, and you miss a lot of the more niche stuff, which is like, you know, honestly all right, because that differentiates your class in a way that is meaningful. But this gets a lot of, okay, for one, the fact that you just get 3 third level abilities, even though one of them is very very dependent on whether your game is about any of this crap, because I know a lot of games aren't really, but some games are, right? But it's part of the reason that Rangers always feel like kind of a dead class, even though like they have some utility, is that they get shit like this that just like, I don't know. There's a lot of games where it just doesn't matter, and a lot of people don't want to.
Even in a game where it does matter, it ends up being kind of a non-feature because it's more interesting to just go through that terrain normally, like a
I mean, you kind of the feature is designed to remove
a part of the game. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's all it does.
Remove a DM's freedom. Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
It's like if you were playing like an MMO like WoW, but instead of a big world where you can encounter mobs and like pick up loot and stuff, everything is instanced, then you just teleport between.
You just
fast travel. Wait a minute, hold on,
Yeah.
it's Dungeons and Dragons, Neverwinter Nights.
Just looking at Battlemaster again, at 15th level, they know 9 maneuvers. That's plenty.
Oh yeah, that is plenty.
See, that's what a class should be giving you in options.
Also, I like that Battlemasters are one of the most interesting fighters, in that they are the only fighters that are future proofed.
Because you can just add more maneuvers.
You can add more maneuvers. In the same way that casters get more spells.
Lol.
Which is actually like not nothing for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've probably spent enough time on this. Should we just rank it? I think
this is solid.
I think this is a solidly above average fighter.
I would say so. This to me feels like kind of it's weird because obviously we don't have the context of the rest of them. I'm tempted to put it in like high A or low B.
I was thinking A based on just my feeling, because there's no reference point, really.
I was between A and B as well, so it's...
Okay, let's go A.
We can move it. A sounds good.
I mean, like, fighter, utility, and like even if you didn't have natural explorer, you already have enough like 3rd level features for like a normal subclass.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is pretty solid, especially if you're playing a game where this kind of stuff matters. If you perhaps don't have a lot of skill monkeys, you want to be the skill monkey as a fighter. It's very like lore appropriate if you want to go in that direction. Okay, let's talk about Arcane Archer, huh?
An archer class for a fighter.
Tyler, are you not familiar?
I don't think I am. No.
Oh no.
Dan, what was your big complaint about sorcery? Can you remind us? Can you stream what it is that you? Well, no. Let's read through
okay, all right.
through it and just keep that thought in the back of our minds.
Okay, all right. So, an Arcane Archer studies a unique elven method of archery that weaves magic into attacks to produce supernatural effects. That's all you need to know. At 3rd level, you learn magical theory, or some of the secrets of nature, typical for practitioners of this elven martial tradition. You choose to gain proficiency in either the Arcana or the Nature skill, and you choose to learn either the Prestidigitation or Druidcraft cantrip. It's pretty cool. At 3rd level, you gain Arcane Shot. You learn to unleash special magical effects with some of your shots. When you gain this feature, you learn 2 Arcane Shot options of your choice. See the shot options below. We'll look at them. Once per turn, when you fire an arrow from a short bow or longbow as part of the attack action, you can apply one of your Arcane Shot options to that arrow. You decide to use the option when the arrow hits, unless the option doesn't involve an attack roll. You have 2 uses of this ability, and you regain all expended uses of it when you finish a short or long rest. You gain an additional Arcane Shot option of your choice when you reach certain levels in this class, 7, 10, 15, and 18. Each option also improves when you become an 18th level fighter. Okay. At 7th level, you gain the ability to infuse arrows with magic. This just makes it so that you ignore resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. In my opinion, all fighters should get this for all weapons, but that's just my hot take. At 7th level, you get Curving Shot. Also, you learn how to redirect an errant arrow toward a new target. When you make an attack roll with a magic arrow and you miss, you can use a bonus action to reroll the attack roll against a different target within 60 feet of the original target. Pretty cool.
It's really funny, actually.
Starting at 15th level, you say great. Starting at 15th level, your magical archery is available whenever battle starts. If you roll initiative and have no uses of arcane shot remaining, you regain 1 use of it. And then here are the different kinds of arrows you get. They're so fucking weird.
Wow.
If the option requires a saving throw, your arcane shot save DC equals 8 plus proficiency bonus plus intelligence modifier. So you do need intelligence.
We have to highlight this.
Yep.
You need to bump your int with this class.
Yeah.
But I imagine you
With a fighter.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, like, so does, I was gonna say so does a class like Eldritch Knight, but not necessarily, actually.
Well, we'll get to where we rate Eldritch Knight later.
So Banishing Arrow, you use Abjuration magic to try to temporarily banish your target to a harmless location in the Feywild. The creature hit by the arrow must succeed on a charisma saving throw or be banished. While banished in this way, its speed is 0 and it is incapacitated. At the end of its next turn, the target reappears in the space it vacated or in the nearest unoccupied space if that space is occupied. If you reach level 18, target also takes 2d6 force damage when the arrow hits. All right? Beguiling Arrow. Yes.
Can we talk about...
We have to do these one at a time.
Yeah, we have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one's actually... I like that it's a charisma save. That's a...
Well, that's what banishment. That's what banish is.
Yeah. So you get to do one of these per turn?
Per turn, and you only have 2.
You only have
Yeah.
2 ever.
And that number never goes up.
Well, just talking about the strength of each individual ability.
Sure.
This is probably a decent one. Banish is good.
That
Only
does seem
one
pretty
turn.
good.
That's the
So
one
it's
caveat here.
only
Yeah.
one turn, but that's still pretty good.
That's still really
'cause you're-
good, actually,
I don't think
honestly.
it's that good.
Well, savers suck is usually not many. I mean,
It's savers. It's okay. Let me tell
Well,
you.
yeah.
It's 1d6 damage, which is and it's gonna stay 1d6 through 17th level.
Oh, it's not 1d6 damage, is it?
I don't think there's any damage.
I don't know if there's
Yeah,
any
no
damage
damage.
applied to it.
Oh, I see. 0 damage. That's fine. But anyway, at best, the best case scenario, if they happen to succeed your shitty save DC,
Yeah, which is not going to be high.
They're gone for a turn, which means you can't damage them during that turn. They're going to be back. So basically you saved some health.
So,
which
I
is
mean,
good.
we did something similar to this a few sessions ago where Monica was just Tasha's hideous slap.
Okay, but Tasha's is like way stronger, right?
Yeah, Tasha's is way
Like, this
stronger,
is-
but
this
like
is
that's the application of it. I think is just
So-
picking one creature to
This is
not exist for the
this
first
is
half
my
of the fight.
point, is I think that this is good if spells didn't exist in the game.
Yeah, that's true.
But the fact that Tasha's Hideous Laughter exists and is a first level spell and you're going to be casting it as a spellcaster, it does not require a lot of resources because it's a first level spell, and your spell save DC is going to be way higher because it's your primary stat and not your like secondary or tertiary stat. Yeah, it's like
A
it is
spellcaster could cast Tasha's like 6 times.
on it like
At
on its
low
face
level.
it's nice because
Yeah.
it obviously is it's not a concentration effect, right? But it lasts
True.
for 1 turn and its savers suck and it's one of your 2 arrows, period.
I believe you do
Yeah.
the damage of your arrow when you hit them, though.
Yeah.
You still do the damage of your arrow. So the fact that it is applied to your actual attack and like in general, your primary attacking function as a fighter is just going to be as firing as many arrows or
Yeah.
swinging as many sword swings as possible. Like, it's basically a bonus, right?
That's one of the things about this class, though, like that is good. As much as I hate this class, that you're not sacrificing things to throw out a magic arrow. It is an addition to you attacking normally.
Correct.
A normal
Yeah.
archer would just be shooting arrows. This one shoots arrows, and you get a little bonus effect.
Yes. That being said, you do have one primary class resource, and the number of times you can use it never goes up, which is
Yeah.
utterly tragic. Okay, Beguiling Arrow is A creature hit by the arrow takes an additional 2d6 psychic damage, nice, and chooses one of your allies within 30 feet of the target. The target must succeed on a Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by the chosen ally until the start of your next turn. This effect ends early if the chosen ally attacks the charmed target, deals damage to it, or forces it to make a save. Psychic damage increases to 46 when you reach 18th level.
This is like absolute trash tier compared to Banishing Arrow right above it, I think.
Yeah. It's added damage.
Yeah. I mean, it's like aggro control in a way, but like it's just not as good, really.
Yeah.
Wisdom save versus charisma save.
Yeah, you would rather force a charisma save, and then like charm is like a condition that a lot of things are immune to, and then if someone is banished, they can't, like, it's the same as if they were charmed, really, and like it ends if you take damage. Like, it's not that good, no.
Yeah, and it's the same duration, so I view this as just not good unless you for some reason desire 7 extra damage on average.
The thing you're sacrificing is the opportunity to be a good subclass.
per
You're
turn, yeah.
absolutely correct, Evan. The opportunity cost here is taking the subclass at all.
Yeah. However, I believe, as sad as it may be, we are going to find some subclasses that do less than this.
I think you're
And
right. I
worse
think
than
Champion
this.
does less than this. Anyway, Bursting Arrow. You imbue your arrow with force drawn from the School of Evocation. The arrow detonates after your attack. Immediately after the arrow hits the creature, the target and all other creatures within 10 feet of it takes 2d6 force damage each. Increases to 46 when you reach 18th level. That's not actually that terrible. Just because it, unlike something like Ice Knife, is just guaranteed damage, and that can be okay, but it's just not a lot of damage, really. Because, like, when you see 2d6 extra damage, you're like, oh, wow, it's like the same damage as a Flame Tongue, but a Flame Tongue you can swing as many times as you want during your turn.
I feel like Bursting Arrow, I mean, I haven't read the rest of them, but
Bursting
that
Arrow
seems
would,
like
like-
the reliable one that you just use every time, unless you need to do
okay.
something specific. Yeah.
Bursting Arrow would, like, fuck up some goblins, right? If you had, like, a bunch of goblins
Oh, yeah.
within, like, 10 feet of each other, they would all explode.
Yeah, but they'll die anyway, won't they? Like, I'm
Okay, all right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing is, I actually am going to go to bat for Bursting Arrow slightly.
okay.
I'm not gonna say that it's a god tier ability, but as a martial class, you do not get AoE. Period.
And
That's true.
it's 10-foot AoE too, so it's actually pretty decent.
That's true. 10 feet, it's usually 5 feet AoE.
And it's like it's not a
Yeah.
save either, so you're doing a guaranteed 2d6 damage, which is like
As long as you hit, right? Or is
long
it
as
even
you
if you
damage.
miss?
so like
Compared
on
to a Battle
average.
Master where you're doing like 4.5 damage.
Yeah, so it's 3.5,
Oh, it's on a
seven
hit.
damage.
Plus a useful effect.
Yeah, 7 damage on a 10-foot radius. And then also, it's not a save. So compared to something like, like what is Burning Hands, like 3d6?
Yeah, 3d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that Bursting Arrow is at least competitive with that, even though we acknowledge that Burning Hands is not a good spell. Right?
It's fine if you want raw damage. And
But-
If you want
Yeah, you're
a
not
little
ex-
AoE, it's not awful.
You're
But
not
it
expending
doesn't-
any
okay.
extra resources to get it. It's
But
just
this
a
is,
reliable thing, yeah.
This is the problem though, because this actually is probably actually really good at 3rd level and really bad at every level above it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And again, like, how many times can you use this?
2 per short rest.
I thought it was.
Wait, so how much damage can we
Oh, wait,
expect
wait.
on like?
So you get
It's worse than I thought.
Okay, yeah, Tyler. If you haven't gotten it by now, you get 2 arrows. Period.
When you said you get 2, I thought you meant you have to choose between 2 of these and you're locked into 2, not that you
Oh
only
no.
get
It's both,
You
it's
know
both.
2 only, and
Yeah.
then also you only have 2 arrows.
So you do you decide this at,
Someone's holding
at a
push to talk right now because we're hearing Josh.
Tyler.
So when do you decide that, at the rest or at leveling?
Leveling.
At leveling.
You get locked in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I underestimated how bad that is.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get 2d6 twice per short.
Okay.
It's fine.
How does that compare to damage? Compared to a Battle Master very idiotically just throwing out 4d8 of damage using all their maneuvers on just damage.
So 4d8
Is 18 damage.
compared to 4d6. But as an AoE, which it's hard to classify.
That's true.
Battlemasters also get to like hit with their things. Like precision strike means you get an additional chance to hit.
It is true. I'm saying Battlemasters have better things to
We're
do.
not considering
I'm
precision
saying
strike though.
if a Battlemaster just randomly just only did damage,
right. We're considering a situation in
damage.
which you hit every single attack and you don't need precision strike because precision strike does not add to damage.
Yeah, Battlemasters can do better things. I'm saying in this case, I think the damage is still about equal. So Battlemasters is obviously a better DPS increase than even Grasping Arrow, I think.
I think so, but I think in the case of Bursting Arrow, you have to consider it as you're hitting 2 targets at least.
Sure.
Like if you consider it over 2 targets, right? Because like you wouldn't be using an AoE otherwise unless.
So then that's like 8d6 of damage, which is if you hit 2 targets twice. Which is not bad.
Not terrible. Like I said, I think probably pretty good at lower levels and really, really, really bad between levels. Okay, let's be generous and say it's still pretty good at level 4. From levels 5 to 18, it's like pretty dog. And then from level 18 to 20, it's also pretty dog.
It is strong early though, but it just falls off pretty hard.
This is a super early game ability, which is also like also sucks because like nothing in the class as written lets you choose, lets you swap them out. But I assume, isn't there like something in Tasha's that lets you swap out the arrows, as when you level up or whatever?
Don't know.
That should be standard in any class that locks you into these ones. But yeah, that. It's just not good. Like Bursting Arrow would be good at 3rd level, and then it really falls off and never really picks back up. Because these all gain a flat upgrade at level 18, but that flat upgrade is like
it's 2d6
damage, and I don't
level
understand
18's
why.
really late for that. Yeah, it's basically nothing.
I actually don't really understand how this class is balanced like at all. Like I don't know what they were thinking when they did this. But anyway. Enfeebling Arrow is creature takes extra 2d6 necrotic damage and must succeed a con save, or the damage dealt by its weapon attacks is halved until the start of your next turn. Increases to 4d6 when you reach 18th level. Con saves are pretty tough, but having weapon attack damage could be okay. It depends on the creature.
Which one is this, sorry?
This one is Enfeebling Arrow.
Let's see.
Like,
So
if you're
it's
fighting
con save.
one big boss monster, I could see this potentially being useful. Maybe.
I mean, you're fighting
but-
things that are like pretty high challenge rating, and they hit you for like maybe 20 at the most, probably like 14. So this will heal you like 7 damage.
But that's true actually. Creatures can only
If
make so many
it
attacks,
succeeds.
right?
It's only one attack, and it's not like a fireball or a breath attack. It's a weapon attack.
Well, it's all weapon attacks until the start of your next turn that it makes. But you're right. It doesn't affect things like breath attacks. And
That's better.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the most value you're gonna get out of this is when you fight something like a Marilith that has 8 attacks or whatever. You fighting a Hydra, like you probably get a lot of value out of that.
And just hope it doesn't succeed its con save.
Yeah, but con save is always pretty rough
Against your int.
And I think this is what this is comparable to like Ray of Enfeeblement, right? As a spell. Like, what does Ray of Enfeeblement do? I think I have that spell. As a domain spell. Let's see. Yes, it basically it's Ray of Enfeeblement. Except Ray of Enfeeblement is better, but it's also a 2nd level spell. But it's also not a good spell, so yeah, I don't know. Grasping Arrow. Let's see. Extra 2d6 poison damage. Its speed is reduced by 10 feet, and it takes 2d6 damage the first time on each turn it moves 1 foot or more without teleporting. Okay. 4d6 damage if it tries to move. Sure. The target of any creature that can reach it can use its action to remove the brambles with a successful strength athletics check against your arcane shot save DC. Otherwise, the brambles last for 1 minute or until you use this option again. That actually seems like okay to me.
So
yeah, actually, no. This is good. I think.
How long does that last for? Is that indefinite?
1 minute or until you use this arrow. Again. So
yeah, so until the end of the
yeah, I mean it's
fight. That's pretty good then, actually.
This is actually pretty good because it's basically 2d6 damage, a speed reduction, which can or cannot matter. It doesn't, I wouldn't say it's the biggest boon in the world. 2d6 slashing damage the first time in each turn it moves 1 foot or more without teleporting. So that's just an extra 2d6 damage you'll do.
Every turn, because it's never going to use its action to get rid of this.
Yeah, and then it has to use its action to remove it, or it lasts 1 minute. The fact that there's no input or concentration involved is kind of nice. Question is like 2d6 damage. Is that really worth anything? How often is a creature going to move if it's like this? Will a creature actually use its action to dispel this? No. In like
you could use this you could use this on a creature and then force them. Depending on the creature, a lot of them they will have to move in order to do anything. You could just
most creatures are melee,
yeah,
and you could just kite them, and so this actually has. I think this could be really good. Yeah,
I wouldn't say really good.
I think this is the best one I've read so far, possibly.
I think this is compared to in the off case where bursting arrow hits multiple targets. I would say this is a lot more reliable than even banishing arrow because there's no save attached. I would be very hesitant to use banishing arrow because it's high risk, no reward. Because it's just like, what happens if banishing arrow save or sec does nothing? You lost half your class's features for 0 anything.
Yeah, with the context that you only get to do it. So you choose your arrows beforehand. So
you choose your arrows when you take this class, and then at certain levels you get another.
Stop holding push to talk, Tyler.
Sorry, I'm doing it when I have something to say. But so would you have to choose 2, or if you choose 2 arrows, do you pick like, I want 2 banishing arrows, or I want a banishing arrow and a grasping arrow?
Okay, you choose 2 options like they're spells.
These are basically like maneuvers. You know how Battlemaster works, right?
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
Okay. You learn. Learn 2 of these arrows, and you have them in your arsenal. Then, per short rest, you can cast an arrow twice.
So.
No, well, not an arrow. You can cast 2 of these arrows.
But only 1 per turn.
I didn't say to each totally.
The issue is the word arrow. It's the fact that you have 2 arrows, and also you have 2 arrows.
Tyler, you have the wiki open, right? You can read it.
The short answer is you do learn more than 2 eventually.
Oh yeah, you actually get quite a couple. So you get 2, 3 at 7th level, 4 at 10th level, 5 at 15th, and then 6 at 18th. So you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You will have 6 out of 8 by the end of this class.
So you have 6 out of 8 options. Do you also get 6 arrows, or do you still only have 2?
You only get 2.
Oof.
Tyler, I linked you the wiki. You should read along.
So imagine that you. Okay, imagine that you're a spellcaster and you have 2 spell slots, period, and then you have to learn your spells on top of that. That's basically what this is.
Let's move on.
Okay, all right. Piercing arrow. Let's see. You don't make an attack roll for the attack. Instead, the arrow fires forward in a line, which is 1 foot wide and 30 feet long before disappearing. The arrow passes harmlessly through objects, ignoring cover. Each creature in that line must make a dex save. On a failed save, they take damage as if they were hit by the arrow, plus an extra 1d6 piercing damage. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage. Piercing damage increases to 2d6 when you reach 18th level in this class. Why are the damage increases so piddly?
Right?
Like if you were gonna give like somebody arrows that augment their abilities to do more damage, and you only gave them 2 arrows per combat, essentially, wouldn't you want to make them hit like a tank shot?
theoretically, they're just balancing this for level 3, and they're forgetting that there's D&D beyond that.
Yeah.
Well, this piercing arrow, the 1d6 is pretty irrelevant. It's mainly that you get to apply your arrow's normal damage to multiple targets.
To multiple targets in a line, and it becomes basically a spell.
This is actually stronger than, I think this is stronger than the exploding arrow, whatever it is. It's further up, because that one does not apply your arrow's damage to each target.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Especially, I mean, we haven't really talked about it because it's really impossible to say. But if you had some kind of magic weapon, even the magic bows are kind of rarer. You know, if it's possible, it could be nice. But again, can't know. You can't really factor that into consideration. Like all martial classes become better when you give them good magic weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking a lot of these features. I just wish they scaled, and I wish you got more of them.
I 100% agree, and that's going to be, I think, my general notes about this class in general, is just that it's a really interesting class that is unfortunately really held back by, 1, the limited amount of options you get, 2, the limited amount of resources you get, and 3, the absolute, like, basically almost zero scaling. It's practically zero scaling.
It is.
So...
If you're taking a lot of short rests, it's not bad though, because
it's not bad. But the problem is that like you can't even unload all your arrows in the first turn. You can only do it once per turn.
Yeah, but most combats last 2 turns.
Yeah, I guess so. But it's just like, why though?
Like, I don't think you'll ever have a combat end without being completely fucking out of arrows.
I mean, that's not hard when you only have 2 of them.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the unloading thing is a problem.
I also don't understand why it's balanced around 2 arrows specifically, because most other abilities that don't scale ever in terms of the amount you get give you 3.
Sure.
So they only allow you to do it once per turn anyways, so a lot of combats you will only need 2 in the first place. Maybe you get to the 3rd turn. So it's almost like, why did they limit it like that?
Yeah, it's like if you're only gonna give 2, why would you limit it anyway? They're not like, yes, the effects of them are interesting and unique and potentially. I can't even follow this line of logic. They're not even like strong enough to like say like you shouldn't be able to use 2 of these in one turn.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. However, like, if you compare this class to other 3rd level classes, this class is going to be the star of the show for a little while.
Oh, easily.
At 3rd level, yeah.
At 3rd level, this class probably bangs.
It slaps.
So, Seeking Arrow. Using Divination Magic, you grant your arrow the ability to seek out your target, allowing the arrow to curve and twist its path in search of prey. You don't make an attack roll. Instead, you choose one creature you've seen in the past minute. The arrow flies toward that creature, moving around corners if necessary, ignoring 3/4 cover and half cover if the target is within the weapon's range, and there's a path large enough for the arrow to travel to the target. The target must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, it takes damage as if it were hit by the arrow, plus an extra 1d6 force damage, and you learn the target's current location. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage, and you don't learn its location. This is super niche, super niche.
Yeah.
If you were
like
hunting
that.
an
It's
invisible
fun.
creature, it's potentially useful. If you're fighting
Enemies running away behind
enemies
cover.
running away, people covered in darkness, people behind cover, all of those kinds of things that block your line of sight, can be useful. But what are you gonna do with that information, really, unless you're fighting an invisible creature?
I really like the flavor of this. But yeah.
I almost wish they didn't even have a save. I wish it just auto-targeted.
It's actually really, really sad, because an interesting feature like this, no one will ever take this. No one's ever going to take Seeking Arrow, because you only get to choose 2.
Yeah.
Or even when you get to choose 6, like, this is
Even
going to be
when you're
pretty low on your list.
Yeah, I don't know if you would
why
take
create
this.
these interesting features if you're limited to 2? So obviously you have to take like at least 1 DPS one.
Of course.
And then you might like maybe I'll take a banishing arrow and then like a piercing arrow, so I could do. And
I want to establish something, because I want to address your point, because I think you have a good point here. But why? But you keep saying you only get 2 when you do in fact get more at later levels. So what?
when?
What level?
Okay, the first extra one
You get
is
another one at
level
7th
7,
level.
Yeah.
which is pretty late. Like you
It's
get
so
them
late.
fairly regularly, but they start at 7th level, which is I know why it is. It's because that's the next level that the subclass level is at for fighters. It's 3 and then 7. That's kind of an unfortunate timing. You should have just gotten 2 extra ones at 7, and then like
That's
you should've just
most
front-loaded
of people's campaigns.
Mhm.
Like you might like I don't think very few campaigns get to 10th level. So for most of the campaign you have 2, and then for the last bit of the campaign you have 3.
You have 3.
It's just like-
Okay. Anyway,
but you're right. You do eventually get more choices.
Shadow
But I think
Error.
I think it's good to explicitly say why we're focusing so much on the you pick 2 of these, and it's
Yeah.
because for so long you were
Mhm.
stuck with 2, and then eventually 3, and eventually you can get up to 6, but that's 18th level.
Yeah.
Yeah. 18th level is so far away, and like most characters are like peaking at 18th level, and you're like really just like
Yeah.
on life support at that point. As an Arcane
I'm almost
Archer.
insulted by those extra. They added an extra line to each of these to make them scale at 18th level. Why
It is
bother?
actually, yeah, it almost feels offensive. It's like they remembered that they have to scale them, but then didn't really bother to.
Oh god, it's so painful.
You know what they
Because,
should have done?
like,
They should
what-
have made these arrows scale at 5th level, 11th level, and 20th level, because that's when fighters get their power spikes normally.
They should, or alternatively, they should have just made these things do a fucking truckload of damage like on their own.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
You only get 2 of them ever.
Like you
Only
only
get
get
2.
2 of them, and you never get more of them per. Why not just load a bunch of damage dice into one? Like that would actually be fun, even if your arrow effect never went
Yeah.
off.
Because I'm pretty sure like
Being
Eldritch
credit-
Knights eventually, even Eldritch Knights eventually get like Fireball. Like they get shit.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I do want to say that the reason that they don't want to load them up on the levels that fighters get powerful is because this fighter still gets powerful. on those levels.
I mean, yeah, the fighter follows the fighter progression, and like at the end of the day, even if you took away like everything that an Arcane Archer does, like a base fighter is still decent at what it does, which is like single target damage, and you're never gonna be able to take that away.
Also, that 7th level feature this class has is actually very, very good.
The curving shot and magic arrow, yeah, no, I agree. This is actually really
Infinite
Yeah.
uses.
Hey, and that Uncanny, thanks for the raid. Welcome.
Yeah, I actually really like her. This is
It's funny because like we're focusing a lot on the arcane shot because it's the signature ability of the class.
Hello.
But actually the 7th level ability set is decent. It's actually pretty good.
You get so much at 7th level with this.
Yeah, it's
You do.
pretty
So
loaded.
you go, yeah, you have a massive your massive power spike at 3rd level, massive power spike at 7th level.
And then you just kind of peter out and live on life support for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would argue at 7th level your arrows have gotten kind of obsolete.
Depends.
You're on the
yeah,
verge.
I think for the most part, like you're really at 7th level, you're probably just using them to do more damage. You're
I
probably
mean,
just
wizards
using
are running.
them for
I mean,
hits.
spellcasters
Yeah.
are running around with like polymorph and wall of fire and
Okay,
shit
but
like that.
polymorph is so overtuned.
Here's how I would probably do this, and we should probably talk about the last. Did we talk about the last one? I just missed it.
No, we haven't yet. So creature hit by
Well,
arrow
what-
takes extra 2d6 psychic damage, must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or be unable to see anything farther than 5 feet away until the start of your next turn. That's it.
Okay.
Decent.
Not amazing.
Decent, not amazing.
Yeah.
Here's how I would run it.
I actually wouldn't say that this is like the worst one, just because it's basically free, and it could, if you're using arrows, it pretty much gives you advantage.
What are you trying to say, Sean?
Yeah, it's just a save. The way that I would probably want to do this, unless I had just the godliest god rolls of stats, is I just end up getting all of the ones that don't have the word saving throw in them.
It's
I
true.
think honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, in my opinion, the way you would have to build this if you were doing this is you would have to make Constitution your 3rd stat. But you're also, an archer, so like it is less important on its head. Like,
God, even the piercing arrow has a dex save, so they take half your arrow's damage if they succeed.
yeah, like this is like
Grasping arrow's decent.
I'm in two minds about this because I think that this is really a cool class in general. like I said, it's obviously held back by the very like limited access you really get to the abilities of the class. Like you have the cool abilities of the class, and then you're just like, okay, but you can only use a couple. You can only have a couple. You only know a couple, right? It's like there's this cool class in front of you, and it's like basically gated from you for no reason, and you're like, but I want to use my abilities, right? And like, meanwhile, like I get it, right? They don't want to overload fighters so much that they become like the de facto class that you have to take to like beat anything in the game. But at the same time, like, you know, like you said, like wizards are running around doing polymorph and you're here like doing 1d6 extra damage or whatever, right? Yeah, I don't know. It sucks because like this is one of the few classes that really gives you a lot of potentially gives you a lot of in combat options and utility, even if they're not really that good. You begin to approach spellcasters in terms of like the play space that you can play in, but it just is implemented in a way where it like holds you back so much. Yeah. Like I think at 3rd level you're really good, and at 4th level I think 3, 4, 5 you're pretty okay. Like 3rd level really good, 4th level probably still pretty good. 5th level you get your extra attack, so you know who cares. You have extra attack, you're gonna be stoked no matter what. 6th level is a little you're dipping a little, and then 7th level you get your 7th level abilities and you get another thing. So like you're fairly happy at 7th level, but after that like you completely just like start to fall off really hard, especially because these arrows just like don't scale at all.
It's actually, if we look closer at that curving shot feature though, compare that to a battle master that's trying to be an archer as well. And if that battle master is using its enhanced accuracy maneuver,
battle master is just way better on its
No. I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't. I'm actually making the opposite point.
Okay.
Battle master has limited choices, limited number of uses for this. This one, every single turn, you can use your bonus action to basically get advantage on an attack that you know you're about to miss.
That's true.
It lets you see if the attack misses and lets you retry.
Okay. If there's 2 enemies.
Okay, but when there's very rarely not.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that's generally pretty true. You're not gonna be mad about like guaranteeing damage, or at the very least like increasing your chances so much.
Very much.
Even if it's going
like
on
this.
Errant.
Like this is a high DP. If we just look at fighters as like a bar of DPS on the DPS meter, curving shot is a very high DPS increase feature.
Yeah, I think so. It's funny because I think this isn't a bad class per se, even though a lot of the arcane shots are kind of underwhelming and they don't scale at all. I think it's just a disappointingly frustrating class.
Disappointing and frustrating, and
listen, when you read this and you're like, oh my god, a magic like infused archer, you can like add like cool effects to your arrows. You're like, wow, that's like a really cool option for a fighter. Like you can actually start to do things, and then you like read this text here that says, oh, you get 2 arcane shots. That's fine, you know, like it's pretty limited, but like, and then you read this thing that says you get 2 arrows. You get 2 uses of this ability, and then you're like, okay, but like that's gonna scale, right? That's gonna increase. And it doesn't. It never does.
All we wanted was a little bit of.
all we wanted was a little scaling, and for some reason this doesn't have. It's like terrified to scale past 7th level.
I love the concept of this class.
You know what's we all do. It's why me and Josh. I think we both made revisions to this class.
It reminds me a lot of that one rifle I gave you in my campaign. The one where you can cast spells on it and the spell
that's right.
activates wherever the bullet lands.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's a lot. Yeah,
I mean, this also just kind of
unbalanced.
This also just kind of like reveals to you how afraid they are to give powerful effects to martial classes, because these are just like worse versions of spells. Like these are limited versions of spells, and you get so many like so fewer options and uses compared to like. Even a warlock has more spell slots.
Yeah, I know we've kind of I think we've stated that point probably enough. Okay. But like the one thing we haven't talked about is 15th level before we can finally rate this thing. Sure. And surprisingly, it's one of those shitty features that I hate, and it actually is pretty good on this class because you have no fucking
Because
uses
it's
of this
so
thing.
okay, but you get them all back on a short rest. The only like situation in which this is useful is when you're doing back-to-back combats, which I
Yep.
mean, you know, there are situations where that's gonna happen. Sometimes the DM springs that on you. Sometimes you aren't able to take a rest. Sometimes you have a combat in the middle of your rest, and that's like frustrating or
true.
whatever.
But
And that's
what-
useful.
But what the fuck good is like your most powerful arrow has probably been grasping arrow for most of the time. That's useless at 15th level. It's like
Yeah.
barely anything.
This is a really funny ability when you look at it because if you look at it just raw statistic, you're like you get 50% more arrows in like certain circumstances, right? But like, but like it's because you only have 2 of them.
I like that it encourages you to use your arrows, to not save them, to just spend them, so you're not worrying about if you're gonna have another encounter.
Does it count as a
It's
short
a
rest
little
if you're
late for
far
that,
enough
though.
into a long rest? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, your point, Tyler, about it is too late for that. It's the 50th level. I mean, you've done
Yeah.
15 levels of is this my final fight?
Like it's
Yeah,
honestly,
it almost
it's,
needs to be like a included with the ability.
Are we coming up with D&D characters?
Believe it or not,
So-
we're on a tier list. We just haven't rated something for the last
So
hour.
yeah, I was gonna say
because
this is a tier list.
Yeah.
Where we're ranking all of the D&D subclass tier lists. We've done or subclasses. We've done barbarians, clerics, and druids.
Yeah, but we're incredibly slow right now. and-
Okay, but no, but
This is a
Arcane
big
Archer is like
class.
so long.
Yeah.
All right, no, but Danny's correct, so let's fucking do this.
Okay, I
Yes.
mean probably A or B. Honestly,
I'm feeling B or C.
listen, this is not a C tier class.
It offends me.
It sincerely, I promise you, is not. No matter
I
how
agree.
bullshit it is.
It's not
I actually,
terrible. but-
I think it's like a hot take, but I like that Josh is putting it that high. But I actually agree. I would almost, I really want to just like put it in B instead of A, just because the player is going to be pretty
It's gonna be, you'd
unsatisfied.
be so pissed playing this class.
yeah.
The power level you have, but the enjoyment of playing the class will go down.
Well, but that's not what the tier. Okay, here's my proposal. I don't think we've gone through enough fighters yet. I think we put it in B because we all agree that somewhere between A and C. B is reasonable, and we will revisit this later.
I guess so.
I really don't know how this compares to other fighters at the moment.
I
I think
this is-
it's gonna be stronger than most of them.
I think this is also pretty unique amongst fighters. It has a unique feature set.
Yeah. Are there any other archer fighters? Sharpshooter?
Sharpshooter, which is a what's it called? Another Arcana, but realistically speaking, you can play most a Gunslinger technically, but that's a Matthew Mercer special.
Yeah.
But yeah, like okay. Here's the thing: is that you can play most fighters as ranged characters. You actually are not really limited at all in pretty much any respect. Actually, you can play a Battlemaster archer. You can play a Samurai archer. Actually, like here's the thing. Here's a little tip for you if you want to build like a really strong character out the gate. If you just take if you make an elf or half elf samurai, and you take the elven feat that lets you get super advantage, you basically will never miss if you use a bow.
Elven accuracy.
Yeah, 'cause you get
How, do
elven
you, wait,
accuracy.
how are you getting your initial advantage?
Samurai. You get a
Oh, that's
pool
right.
of
That's
three
right.
abilities that you just. You
But
can
that's just like a samurai's fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, it's a good class, and it used to be stronger, which is actually kind of crazy. But anyway, yeah, B. I can be convinced to put it in B just because like at levels like.
We might actually have to put it up.
I actually think it could be A, but I'm afraid to do it yet.
I honestly think it can go in A.
I think it might go in A. Yeah.
God,
Like it feels bad, but like okay, user experience is like it's like D or F tier garbage, but like
You can
actual on its like objectively power level is like really decent, especially
You
at
can
lower
really
levels.
see why they only gave it 2 features, because they made those features so strong early game, which is kind of a flaw of the subclass. They needed to make them a little bit weaker early game and scale them.
and then scale them. I think I agree. If I was gonna change this class at all, it would be just to make
just-
them weaker up front and then scale them up.
Yeah, it's just not quite.
Like,
It's not a
'cause, like,
well-written
This is
class.
the
in my
thing, right?
opinion.
Is that if you expanded upon this class, I think it could be really interesting. Obviously,
Mhm.
like I said about Battlemaster, it is technically future proofable. You can always add arcane shots and increase the amount of variety you get, but you can also like
Okay, let's
gate
move
them.
on.
You can gate them like Warlock Invocations. So you can say, like, hey, this is a strong ability, but you can only get it if you're a 15th level fighter. And I think that would pretty much solve whatever problems you were having in the design phase.
I think we should just. I think it's probably
I think
A,
it should
just
go
in terms
A.
of power
Okay.
level.
I just compared it to Scout and realized that I don't think it's weaker. So yeah, put it in A.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Next is Banneret. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's from Skag.
know.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, no.
Banneret.
Gag.
I like how you bring that up every week. Please continue.
No.
I remember very specifically, I was looking at another one of these that I think comes from Skag, and I very specifically said, up front, I'm like, Dan hates it when I call it Skag. Okay. A Banneret is a knight who inspires greatness in others by committing brave deeds in battle. Oh, I see. Okay. So at 3rd level, you get Rallying Cry. You learn how to inspire your allies to fight on past their injuries. When you use your second wind bonus, your second wind feature, you can choose up to 3 creatures within 60 feet of you that are allied with you. Each one regains hit points equal to your fighter level, provided that the creature can see or hear you.
Ooh.
Okay, interesting. 7th level, you get proficiency in the persuasion skill. If you're already proficient, you gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: animal handling, insight, intimidation, or performance. Your proficiency bonus is doubled for any check you make that uses persuasion. You receive this benefit regardless of the skill proficiency you gain from this feature. At 10th level, when you use your action search feature, you can choose one creature within 60 feet of you that is allied with you. That creature can make one melee or ranged weapon attack with its reaction, provided that it can see or hear you. And at 18th level, you can choose 2 allies instead of 1. And then at 15th level, you can extend the benefit of your Indomitable feature to an ally. When you decide to use Indomitable to reroll an intelligence, a wisdom, or a charisma saving throw, and you aren't incapacitated, you can choose one ally within 60 feet of you that also failed its saving throw against the same effect. If that creature can see or hear you, it can reroll its saving throw and must use the new roll. Okay. All right. This is interesting. I feel like Rallying Cry is
It's all right.
it's okay. Like,
You can get downed people up.
I was gonna say, you can use this to essentially juggle people from the brink of death. It's not
Once.
awful to have access
It's
to
not
a
really a
heal.
juggle when you can do it once.
You can do it once.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, that's not true. You get 2 second wins, I'm pretty sure, at later levels.
Wait, really? When?
Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of Action Surge.
Okay.
Yeah, you never get more than a second one. Never mind then.
If
Yeah,
the
fuck
feature
that.
Called Second Wind.
That would be so funny.
Wind.
No, they should give fighters an extra ability at higher levels that's called Third Wind.
Yeah.
and then the life
Fourth wind?
up and says, "Hello, I am Nth Wind."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this
I don't think
is,
it's that strong, but it's all right.
This is like, I wouldn't say it's that strong. I would say it's not. I don't know.
This is all you get until 7th level.
The objective amount of healing that you can do, and it scales with your fighter level, is not nothing. You can
Okay,
get
at
people
5th
down
level,
with it.
4 people. That's 4d10 plus 20 health. That's pretty good.
I was gonna say that's like pretty good in terms of like.
There's no dice.
You don't roll
To
dice.
them, they just get your fighter level.
Oh,
Yeah. So at
never mind.
5th level, that would be 5 HP per person.
So you get 1d10 for yourself, and then 5 health for yourself, and then 5 health for 3 different people. So
Yeah.
1d10
Yeah.
plus 20.
Still not terrible, especially because
That's-
it's to
that
everyone.
isn't-
That's
that isn't
what a
terrible.
mass healing word ish.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but
pretty
like, what are the odds
comparable.
everyone's damage?
It's pretty comparable to. I know, but like at the same time, like, you know, the thing is that like the use case for this is the same that you would be casting something like Mass Healing Word, which is a 3rd level spell, or and it's not optimal to do this. You can just use it to top off your guys. Like, it's not an awful amount of healing, honestly. It's just a little like lackluster as an ability for a fighter to have,
Yeah.
because it's not really.
Well,
but it does provide some utility in a way that no other fighters really get access to, which is potentially pretty good.
The problem
really
I
like
have
it
with it is
personally.
the healing is low enough that it only really feels relevant if people like are
If people
about to
are
die or are
downed, yeah.
downed.
Do you remember we had this really long conversation about how healing is a surprisingly niche role?
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That qualifies this into the niche category. Not bad.
Not bad.
It's definitely not.
I mean,
universal.
at 20th level, you are looking at 1d10 plus 80 hit points overall.
Okay, actually, no. I think we're looking at this feature wrong. The 1d10 plus whatever is already happening guaranteed. The only bonus here is the 3 on targets. We don't. We
I
can
guess you're right.
exclude
Yeah,
the
so
self
60
heal.
healing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's guaranteed.
60 healing at 20th level, and
And split between 3 targets.
yeah.
So
Oh,
fifth
wait.
level, you heal 3
Split.
allies 5 health. You use your bonus action to heal
This-
3 allies 5 health.
This
That's
seems
eh.
useful if you just need to get your healer up.
It's
You know what I
it's,
mean?
it's not
I actually
split.
think-
It's everyone gets the full amount, right?
Right, but if you're
Oh.
considering the whole amount of healing that's done, but it is
Yeah.
split across a bunch of people.
So it's 20 to 3 people, which is where they got
Yeah.
the 60 number.
Yeah.
I actually think this is pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't think that this is like good.
I'm gonna generously call it niche. That's where my head's at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see the rest.
At 7th level, you get a skill, which
Yeah.
is
I
pretty
like
disappointing.
skills.
Skills are good, but skills are really disappointing to get as your 7th level feature. Is my
So you want to
hot
be
take.
a charisma fighter, and then you'd probably also take intimidation. Let's see. Oh no, you'll
You only get one.
I see. That's if you already had persuasion.
Okay.
which-
10th level
whatever.
ability. Extra attack with when you use action surge is really bad.
Hey,
I
you forgot
think-
about the expert. Yeah, it's not that. It's once.
Once and then twice.
That's
At 17th level.
That's very very lackluster. But look at the other one. It is expertise with persuasion, which is fun. But
It's fun, but like as your 7th level ability?
it means you have no
Yeah.
combat things yet. Really.
Like, okay,
You have,
yes,
like, a tiny
yes,
skill.
a game is not all about combat, and it might be potentially useful for you to have your fighter be the face of your party. But also, like, you have to get to 7th level to get this ability, right?
And
So, like, for most
every
people,
party
that's
has like 6 charisma casters.
right, exactly. Like, charisma is actually like completely overrepresented in terms of how many
Oh, yeah.
classes use it. So like, if your party consists of nothing but martial classes, I guess so. But like, still, I mean,
You're right. This
I
feature-
don't know.
You know that stage in leveling up where everyone's like, "Oh, what did you get? Oh, all I got was an ASI or something."
Yeah.
And then you get to 7th level, you're like, "I got expertise or proficiency in persuasion.
Like fighters
I
are
got a rock."
fighters are already kind of just like the plain like white bread of Dungeons and Dragons. Like you're basically there to be a beat stick, but you're doing the beating. And this doesn't really help you with that, and it doesn't really help you do other things that much. Like obviously one skill, nice. One skill and expertise in persuasion, potentially nice. Do you just not have a bard though? I guess like or a paladin, or a sorcerer or a warlock. Like literally half of the classes in the game are charisma based.
Yeah.
Although
It's
no,
also-
you are expertise, but you don't really want to boost your charisma, so I feel like the expertise is just kind of.
The expertise is like
evens
to
out.
shore up
It'll
your,
even
your
out.
You don't use it for
weakness. And then like,
Um,
yeah, 10th level is
The
bad.
10th level feat. It's very lackluster unless you have a rogue, and then it's quite good. But it's only once, so it's not
Yeah,
that
it's
good
like
even then.
okay, but yeah, the thing is that like this augments your base fighter features, but your base fighter features are not really that interesting to begin with. Like action surge exists so that you can pump out more DPS in a turn, but also like, you know, if you're a battle master, you can just ask your rogue to do an attack for you every turn if you want.
True.
So like, why wouldn't you just do that and have access
Battlemaster is
to
way better
more
than Rogue.
utility? Like this feels like it was an early class because it's in Skag. It clearly was, because it doesn't really know what like the role of a fighter is yet, and it doesn't really deliver it to you in a satisfying way.
Yeah, and the 15th level one also pretty bad.
It's pretty
I would
bad
say.
because Indomitable is a good feature, except for the fact that you can only extend the benefit if it's one of Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saves, and you aren't incapacitated, which is actually kind of, I feel like, surprisingly a problem for these saves. I feel like if you're making saves and you want to get out of them, like, wouldn't you usually, doesn't that mean you're already incapacitated? I mean, you can use it to avoid incapacitation, but like...
There's also the clunky side where, let's say you succeed and there's one of your allies failed and you want to save them, you have to re-roll yours.
Yeah, that's
to save
true.
them, and
Actually,
you might fail.
Yeah, raw, I actually don't know if you can. I think it might say when you fail a saving throw. Or in which case you really can't.
Yeah, you're right. You can reroll a saving throw that you fail. You have to fail the roll.
Wow. Which you probably will.
I mean, yeah, if it's an
this
Inquisitor
needs
set,
this needs to be you fail the roll, and your ally fail the roll, and it's an Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving. It's not unheard of. In fact, it's actually totally possible, but it's like niche fun niche.
It's very niche, and you're like you don't include deck saves, which are the most common save. So this is primarily, I think, for like mental effects, and like honestly, even with Indomitable, are you really going to succeed?
Well, let's rank this.
Yeah.
I think it's an F tier, maybe a D tier, because it just offers so little.
I think. I think it's a D tier.
Yeah, it's not. We're not quite to the Fs yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen enough.
It doesn't feel like quite enough, just because I think there might be scenarios in which like this could be useful, sort of.
Sure.
Very, very niche.
All right, and then Battlemaster B tier, done. No, just kidding.
B for Battlemaster, baby.
No.
Okay, combat superiority. Dice. You get maneuvers. What?
Just go. Start reading the maneuvers.
Okay.
Listen, you guys, if anyone's watching this and doesn't know how Battlemaster works, we already talked about it with Scout, but you get maneuvers and you can do them when you
don't really get any more abilities beyond
the save.
There's so many maneuvers.
The save DC is based on your strength or dex, which is important.
Which is very important. Okay. So maneuvers, you can get... Oh, God, there's maneuvers in Tasha's, too.
Can we not read all the maneuvers?
Okay, we'll read.
There's 16 maneuvers in the base PHP. We might skip that, yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna read you all the maneuvers. I will tell you what they do. So
the highlights.
Yes, the highlights. The maneuvers are another.
There's accuracy. There's proning. There's disarming. There's giving your rogue an extra attack. What else?
I love this one. Bait and switch. I love bait and switch. When you're within 5 feet of a creature on your turn, you can expend one die, and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 feet of movement and the creature is willing and isn't incapacitated.
It's funky when a subclass has part of its features have an entire dedicated page for it on the wiki.
This class is good,
I
Dan.
know.
So the superiority die gets added to AC. You or the other creature, your choice. This is funny. Bait and switch.
You can make them attack. Oh, you switch.
You switch places and you give someone AC. This is such a funny ability. I love this ability. Ambush. When you make a stealth check or an infantry roll, you expend one superiority die added to the roll. Let's see. When it gives you can sue. You can
look. The commanding presence is actually pretty good for like non-combat utility rolls.
Yeah, you can, because it doesn't
not
have
the
the
die.
Commander Strike lets you let someone else attack on your turn, which is actually potentially very strong, especially if you have a rogue. Actually, pretty much only if you have a rogue, really.
Yeah.
But if you have a rogue, and a lot of parties do, this is a great ability. Like rogue
Your rogue
DPS
will love you.
Rogue DPS goes up so much when they're allowed to attack on other turns.
And
It almost doubles.
the reason it's to be very explicit is because rogues can do sneak attack once per turn, and that's any turn. So they do their sneak attack that turn. That's the end of their turn. On your turn, when you order them to attack, well, that's a different turn, so they get their sneak attack again. So you can get 2 sneak attacks per combat round, which is huge.
Yep.
Don't get opportunity attacked by a rogue.
Yep. Also, if you are a rogue, just keep in mind that this does immediate reaction, and you will not have access to Uncanny Dodge. Commanding Presence, we talked about Disarming Strike. You can kind of guess what that one does. Distracting Strike, let's see. Next attack roll against the target by an attacker other than you has advantage if the attack is made before the start of your next turn.
It's garbage because you might as well knock them prone.
But yeah, you're never going to use this because of the tripping attack or whatever it is. Sweeping attack. No, wait, trip attack.
Trip attack is, yeah.
Tactical assessment.
And I'm sure there's a few other
is
gold ones here that we're missing, but I really don't think we did.
Your die to AC.
Yeah.
It's decent if you're
And look, tactical assessment is another out of combat one that's not bad.
Yep, tactical assessment. Let's see, sweeping attack is free damage. It's bad though. It's bad free damage.
it's really
you
bad.
shouldn't use this ability. Riposte.
But you get enough maneuvers that you can take some out of combat ones if you
that's
want.
very, very true.
Oh, wait, no, we gotta talk quick toss.
Quick toss. You can send one spirit die, make a ranged attack with a weapon that has a thrown property. You can draw the weapon as part of making the attack. If you hit, add the spirit die to the weapon's damage roll. This fucking goes. I love this.
Does it?
Yeah, it's another attack.
It's just a free attack.
Ah,
Because like
wait,
it's
that's actually
not
amazing.
subject to dual wielding either. Because
You're
it's just an
right.
attack.
Literally, you just do the movie thing where you just pull a dagger out of your fucking pocket.
You do that thing where in a movie you like throw a hatchet. You just like whoosh.
Well, no, but I'm saying like you don't typically like draw and throw a hatchet in one swift motion
You could.
like they do with daggers and shit.
What, you don't? I do.
Maybe
How?
you should get good.
How the fuck do you have it strapped to your back?
Okay, other than that,
Oh, we have to just laugh at the 7th level ability, and then we can basically.
yeah.
All right.
At 3rd level, you
What
also
is it?
get one type of artisan tool proficiency. That's nice. I mean, it's a little
I guess.
flavor ability. You can spend a minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat. You learn certain information about its capabilities. The DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior in regards to 2 of the following characteristics of your choice.
Wow.
This is so pointless.
1
So
minute.
useless.
This is such a pointless
Wow.
ability because it's like it gives you this is just funny because Dungeons and Dragons is actually like terrified of giving players information. That's why they have the whole culture of like the boogeyman of metagaming and like peeking behind the curtain and like rolling behind your DM screen so that nobody knows what your rolls are or whatever, right? The thing is that like it wouldn't be a problem, actually, realistically speaking, if you knew what the strength score of a creature was.
And also, like, when will this ever matter if there's a tough enemy, maybe? And then you're like, they have more con than me. Okay,
Right.
great.
Like, what situation do you want any of this information? Like, actually. Sincerely, wait, when do you want any
Armor
of this?
class.
You're just like, AC. Okay, all right. It's less than 16 AC. Cool. All right.
But the thing is, you don't change the way you play based on someone's AC.
Yeah, this is like
Not really.
information is good. This is pretty worthless information, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
what are you going to do with the information that someone has more hit points than you? You know a monster has more hit points than you. You know a monster has more strength than you.
Yeah, and like the only thing is more AC potentially, but even then, 90% of the
Like-
time you can take a good guess. Like maybe it's good if you're a beginner, but I looked at this set of things and I said every single one of these things I can take a solid guess that'll be 90% correct.
So here's also the thing is that because it's only strength dex and con scores, you actually don't have access to any information you would even potentially want, which is the int wisdom and charisma scores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
I
are way
actually think the
more
only-
useful to know.
This is never useful for the fighter themselves. The only people I can see this really useful for is, if you find out they have a lot of AC, maybe your spellcasters won't cast Scorching Ray and they'll cast.
And like you'll find that in the first round of combat anyway.
Or just by looking at, hey, what armor type do they look beefy? How Yeah.
That's true. Are they wearing plate?
Yeah, like if they're
This is such a garbage nothing ability that like doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why it's here, and I don't understand why it's so like even here it feels so like limited. Like they were afraid of giving too much information to the player. Like who cares?
And then
I like how they
15th
include
level is
fighter
nothing.
class levels.
10th level is whatever.
Yes, that information.
That's such a pointless. It's like, oh, okay, all right, Grandmaster G. Let's see, 18 levels in fighter, or no, you don't even know. It's just more than
More
7.
than you, yeah.
knowing the exact number would actually be nichely helpful because then you would know what fighter features they have. But instead,
yeah, it's just like
so yeah,
everything is
that's-
gonna be like higher than you or lower. Like you're gonna know inherently.
So basically, nothing about this class matters beyond 3rd level,
Pretty
which
much,
is
pretty much.
fine because that's
Like superior
the one that
die
matters the
increase to get bigger, which like sure, but that's just
That's-
scale.
That's just a scaling of the 3rd level
just a
feature, yeah.
to scale.
Not bad.
Okay, but they might have they could have just included that in the text of the 3rd level feature and give us something. That
Yeah.
matters.
Give them the
Honestly,
real
yeah.
10th level ability. Yeah, this class is really it's funny because on one hand it's like the actual features you get, especially as you progress, are not that interesting. They're actually extremely boring, but the class is so front loaded that its 3rd level feature has more interest and variety than a lot of other subclasses do in their entire feature set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it
and-
doesn't have like the same problem that Arcane Archer does either, because the maneuvers tend to actually scale because they don't affect things in a way where it's like amount of damage done or whatever, right? You're doing things like augmenting your chances to hit, which is always good. You're maybe getting your rogue to make an attack. Your rogue is already scaling by himself because he's a character. You're augmenting stuff like your AC, always good. Like the number variety in AC is always going to be about the same. You're doing stuff like tripping, which sounds like it might be in the realm of Arcane Archer, but the fact that your primary score is the DC matters a lot.
Yeah.
So in general, like Battlemaster is a very, very solid class. I would say Battlemaster to me is like the archetypal fighter in the idea of you're playing a class where you have a lot of martial knowledge and options, because a lot of other fighters don't really get that. They just go, I will attack today.
Mm-hmm.
So where do we think it comes out to?
Well, before we rank it, I want to look at it strictly from a DPS standpoint.
Okay.
And I've done like the math or whatever, and just basing this on like you attack 20 times, you're using a great sword, you miss half, like the enemy has a decent amount of AC, so you miss half or something, you have 18 strength. Typically you'll do 113.5 damage normally. And that includes like one of those attacks will crit. But if you did the dumb thing where you just added a D8 to 4 of your attacks, which is not optimal, but it's something, that's a 16% increase in DPS. If you used your precision to somehow turn 4 misses that were near misses into basically guaranteed hits, because you know they just barely missed, that is a whopping 39% DPS increase.
Wow.
Over 20 attacks.
That's actually pretty good.
Okay, that's
over
just
20 attacks. If you consider that over like a smaller amount of attacks, it's practically doubling
way
your DPS.
higher. Yeah, that's actually really, really good. Just on
It's incredibly good.
Yeah.
That's kind of why Scout's way up there too.
Yeah, and which brings us to the scout comparison.
Yeah, is this better than Scout? I think it might be.
Well, Scout can do that
I
as
think
well.
it might.
Scout.
Scout can also do that. You're right.
But scout doesn't have as many, like, okay,
Okay, but actually, maybe Scout actually gets. No, they get basically
Look
the
back
same
at Scout.
progression.
they get what?
They get basically the same progression. They just have less options.
Scout gains 3. Okay, so Battlemaster gets 1 artisan tool. Scout gets 3 proficiencies. That's an advantage to Scout. Scout gets the armor. That's an advantage to Scout. Battlemaster gets utility from other things. So which one weighs out better?
Depends on the utility, I suppose.
Yeah, but like Scout's evasion is the only maneuver that they get that's better. Everything else.
Yeah, but it's quite good.
It is quite good. I know, but
You're not going to use all the Battlemaster's features. You can only pick like 4 of them.
But I'm still inclined to weigh Battlemaster more heavily, just because it has so many more options. You can pick so many more, and like they can do so much. Is that fair? Is the overwhelming amount of options?
Yeah, I mean,
which are good. Like if it was a whole bunch of bad options, it wouldn't be. But a lot of them are good. I think I'm inclined to rate Battlemaster. I would put it higher. I'm willing to maybe put it on A.
I think
You think Scout should be a B?
I would accept both as A.
I was gonna say I think they might be comparably within the same tier.
Okay.
I think I agree.
Well, what about Arcane Archer?
I don't know which one is better, but
Because Arcane Archer, if we think of Arcane Archer, that it has its nice bursty damage, but at that same level, Battlemaster and Scout can turn 4 misses into hits, which is...
Yeah, that's. I mean, if we consider them at about level 7, what does that math turn out to when you can redirect your missed?
The math for the Battlemasters and stuff doesn't really change. In fact, the Battlemasters are pretty weak at 3rd level because you can only turn 1 miss into a hit per turn at most. At 5th level is when Battlemasters start getting a little better.
Wait, can you only do 1 maneuver per turn?
No, you can do multiple, but you only get 1 attack per turn at 3rd and 4th level.
Oh, that's true. You're right. But Arcane Archers also don't get the redirecting until 7th, so.
I mean, there's also the idea of, Arcane Archer is back there and safer, but then again, a normal fighter could do that as well with their arrows. I'm pretty sure all the Battlemaster maneuvers most of them can be done with an arrow, right?
Yeah. Almost all of them, I believe.
I don't think you can riposte. Oh, you didn't hit push to talk.
a riposte and a parry?
Okay,
Maybe
let me
not.
see.
Probably not.
Although you might just have like a dagger on your belt or something. I don't know.
I don't think
Yeah.
I can toss an arrow as much as I want to.
Okay, it has to have a thrown property.
no,
Arrows
quick
do not have
toss.
a thrown property.
You just have a dagger strapped to your chest or something.
Great, I love that.
But you straight up can just do that, yeah. Let's see. Bait and switch is not an attack. Brace is a melee weapon. Let's see. Commander strike doesn't matter. Disarming attack you can do with any weapon attack. Distracting strike, any weapon attack.
I'm actually looking at the numbers, and Battlemaster and Scout will out DPS Arcane Archer once they hit 5th level.
Once they hit 5th level, okay.
But 3rd and 4th level, Arcane Archer wins.
Okay, grappling strike is a melee attack, but that makes sense. Goading attack is a weapon attack.
And Arcane Archer actually gets a little closer once they get to 7th level. So they're pretty comparable in terms of early game DPS. Yeah.
So, 5.
And they all have a very similar amount of utility.
5 of the maneuvers only affect melee attacks, but they're the ones that make sense. So, like, sweeping attack can only be a melee attack. Trip attack can be a ranged attack.
Lol.
Oh.
Shoot him in the hamstring.
In the where?
The hamstring?
In the hamstring, yeah, which is funny. You attempt to knock the target down, so like really anything works. But I just like the idea of you fire the arrow a little harder, just somehow.
Right in the knee, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
god, that's
Oh no.
Maneuvers. I had this open. Okay. Yeah, I would say I could be convinced to put Arcane Archer down, just because Battlemaster and Scout. But the question is, I don't.
I mean, but the Arcane Archer 7th level feature is really strong.
It is really strong. Ario Larto, thank you for the follow.
Battlemaster can't be S tier solely because.
I don't think it can be, right?
Right?
No, especially because we have Brute next.
Oh yeah, you're right. Brute is a serious age.
You'll find out.
You'll find out. Okay, so
Brute
Battlemaster
is what
Arcane
Champion
Archer,
should have
Scout.
been.
I think I'm okay with all of these being in the same kind of general tier.
Squints at Arcane Archer.
Yeah, it's like,
fine.
fine, I'll let you be.
That hurts. Although I will say it is interesting that like they all basically have the same effect, and so we're like, yeah, they're A. It's good.
Yeah, it's funny. We
I
get
mean,
all the
pretty
like
much.
really like option heavy ones early on. Welcome
This
to
is
the
why
next...
we're looking at like the math and like the actual.
Yeah, welcome to the next 3,
application.
which is going to be just like whatever. Wait, where
We can shift them around later, but let's look at Brute.
Okay, let's pull up Brute. All right, let's see. This is from Arcane Arcana 46, 3 subclasses. Brutes are simple warriors who rely on mighty attacks and their own durability to overcome enemies. At 3rd level, you are able to strike with your weapons with especially brutal force. Whenever you hit with a weapon that you're proficient with and deal damage, the weapon's damage increases by an amount based on your level in this class, as shown on the Brute bonus damage table below.
Yep.
At 3rd level,
You
you
just
get
1d4 damage for all your attacks forever.
10th 1d6, 16th 1d8, and then 20th 1d10. That's really good. Fighters scale like crazy with bonus damage.
I mean, even with a greatsword, that's a more than 20% DPS increase flat. It's like a 25%, nearly a 25% DPS increase. And if you do like dual wield, for instance, it would scale even more.
Beginning at 7th level, oh my god, what the fuck is this ability?
It's really strong.
Whenever you make a saving throw, roll 1d6 and add the die to your saving throw total. If applying this bonus to a death saving throw increases the total to 20 or higher, you gain the benefits of rolling a 20 on the d20.
Wow. Wait, that's insane.
Every single saving throw.
So I would say this
You get a
is a statistical upgrade to your attack's damage and to every saving throw you make. It's just a flat bonus. You basically have bless, but for free always.
Yeah.
On your saving throws.
And at 10th level, you get another fighting style.
Okay. All right.
It'll probably end up just being +1 AC because you've taken a damage one, but that's good, I guess.
15th level, when you score a critical hit with a weapon attack, you gain a bonus to that weapon's damage roll equal to your level in this class. That at 15th level, 15 damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's basically like if that was a dice, that would be a D30.
That's insane.
Yeah. At 18th level, you get Survivor, which is, I believe, the same one that champions get at 18th at the capstone. At the start of each of your turns, you regain hit points equal to 5 plus your con mod. You don't gain this benefit. You have more than if you have 0 hit points or if you have more than half of your hit points. So at 50% HP, at lower than 50% HP, or actually at 50% or lower, you get HP regen every turn. 5 plus your con mod is, I mean, at 18th level is probably going to be 9 or 10. So 9 or 10 healing per turn. You basically turn into a monster, basically.
Yeah. I think the only levels where any other fighter subclass can out DPS this thing is the very, very early levels. But this thing will quickly outscale them.
Okay.
This thing's insane. This is like this is built to be a 20th level class, I think.
You were absolutely correct, Dan. This is what champions should have been. It's just raw increase in every parameter that you have. Yeah, this is
I think this has to be an S tier just because
I think it's wild. I think it's S tier based on just the numerical advantage you get.
And that saving throw is amazing. Like
the saving throw is super busted. Extra damage, super busted. Extra damage that like stacks with any other like magic weapon you have, super busted. Extra crit damage, 15 extra crit damage that scales up to 20 is so big.
Especially on a fighter that has improved critical.
An extra fighting style is like pretty actually I think an extra fighting style is actually even better on this subclass than it would be on a different subclass.
Really?
Just for the just because I think to maximize the amount of damage you're doing, you want to be dual wielding, and so you get basically dual wielding for free.
I see.
Is my argument.
Because I mean, yeah, this class is. I think even without considering dual wielding, this class is S tier. When you add in dual wielding, it synergizes incredibly well.
Yeah, this is a DPS monster.
So I think that this class is maybe stronger than a lot of the other, or maybe weaker than a lot of the others until 7th level. Like 1d4s per hit isn't bad, but it's not.
Okay, let me tell you, that's a flat. I think if you let's say you're dual wielding, right? And
Yeah.
you have the fighting style. How much does each hit do? Like it's 2d8 damage, right? Or does it have to be d6s? It's d6s. Okay, so let's see d6s.
No, it doesn't have to be d6s unless you can't take feats, in which case it is d6s.
Okay, no, but we have to assume without a feat right now.
Okay, sure. I mean, you do get a lot of ASIs, so if you do play with feats, like...
And let's say 4 strength, because that's my other math. So 7.5 damage, and then at 5th level, let's just say 5th level, so you're basically hitting 3 times. So that's... Okay. It gets kind of funky because any of the subclass, like even Battlemaster gets more DPS with dual wielding.
Yeah.
They all get more DPS with dual wielding.
Yeah, I think maybe...
So it's not really fair to compare it. So let's compare it with it just using a two-handed sword. And it's still...
Okay, that being said, though, consider the fact that because it's a flat damage increase and not a resource, you can basically load your attacks way, way, way more, right? So, like, as a fighter, if you, turn 1 and 2, probably a Battlemaster can outpace a Brute. I think after that point, a Brute's probably just gonna start winning, right?
Well, I can tell you, the Brute, if you're doing a greatsword build, which is not optimized, is a flat 23% increase in damage.
Okay.
And the Battlemaster, and that's forever. The Battlemaster, it was 39% increase in damage for counting like those 4 attacks early. So the Battlemaster can actually outpace it early. But the Brute optimized is using dual wield, and that gets crazy.
It's also at 10th level, like it starts to scale, and then
it's infinite. There's no scaling. It keeps scaling.
So my sense is from 3rd to 7th level, like it's a nice feature and it's a very satisfying feature to have. It's good. I think it's.
I think you're totally wrong.
You do? That you don't think it's satisfying?
It is. I'm saying you're underrating it. It is a strong feature.
1D. I mean, that's pretty good. I think it's probably comparable to a lot of the others. Just 1d4.
Tyler just sees the number and he's like, it's not big enough.
Tyler,
no.
You're comparing it to our campaigns where we have big ass magic weapons.
No, I'm talking about literally all the classes we just went through. Yeah. The damage increase you get from all the classes we just went through is arguably greater than this, assuming a shorter fight because a lot of them are limited abilities. But I think this is comparable. As soon as you get to 7th level and beyond, yeah, this is. I agree with the S tier.
I actually agree with Tyler on the basis that the 3rd level feature of Battlemaster will outstrip this at 3rd level.
I think so.
And also just on the one hand, one class gets 1d4 to each attack, and the other one gets a shit ton of maneuvers, all of which deal a d8, right? Like
they don't all deal a d8.
They don't all deal a d8, but many of them do. On the face of it, like comparing 3rd level to 3rd level abilities, I actually
if you use those features for the D8 of damage, this one will outpace it at 5th level.
Yes.
And
also have to factor in the fact that you get all of the other utility
so
from it.
Consider also that at 5th level, because you have you have extra attack at 5th level, right? And you're going to be making 2 attacks per turn, but actually as a fighter, you're probably going to be making 4 attacks the first turn. Just on the back of action surge.
Action surge.
Yeah,
so
true.
if you blast all of your Battlemaster superiority dice first round, like Brute will outstrip you, like 2nd turn onward. I think
it's true. And also in a lot of combats, the Battlemaster their precision doesn't apply. Either you missed by too much or you're hitting all your attacks. That the accuracy can't come into play.
But I think in general, though, we can all agree that at 7th level is easily S tier.
Oh yeah, I've so for what we were discussing, where most campaigns only get to 6th level or something.
Well,
all you're getting from this subclass is an extra 1d4 for every attack you make, which isn't bad. But yeah,
that's going to be better than almost any fighter.
It's boring and it's fine.
That's why I said this is what Champion should have been, because Champion's incredibly boring. Some people want their own subclass.
That's a very good point. It's definitely better than Champion.
Yeah.
I think it's probably S tier, but I do think that in the early levels is when it's weakest. I think you agree there. And I think the numerical analysis might be correct, but also I think it's sort of overrated. I'm sorry, Dan. I hope you'll
Well,
forgive me.
okay. I think we haven't even touched on the dual wielding part. 3 attacks on dual wielding compared to 3 attacks from like a non-brute. That's another 7.5 damage per turn. That a battle master using 2d8 per turn, that's 9 damage. It's not optimal 9 damage. This one with action surge, you can get 5 attacks per turn. That's 12.5 extra damage.
Well, you get that once.
The battle master won't be able to use their superiority die for accuracy fast enough to keep up with a brute, even at 5th level.
But that assumes the brute hits every attack, whereas the battle master.
No, it doesn't.
The brute won't. Does it not?
No, because the battle master has to miss by about 4 or less usually before it to be worth them using their precision. Most people, I don't think, gamble if they missed by 6. And that just doesn't come up that often. It comes up about 1/5 of the time. So every 5th attack, you will have a chance for the battle master to actually turn a miss to a hit.
Yeah. Okay. So that is also the other thing. It is a DPS increase, but it's a conditional one over an amount of time, and then given the longest stretch of time, the brute always wins anyway.
Yeah, but as we've discussed on every other tier list, most fights are short.
Most fights are short.
You
Yep.
won't get a chance to do that.
Most fights are short, but
When
damage
does battle
increases
master get
is
their
good.
maneuvers back?
Short rest.
Okay. Well, I guess if you're taking a lot of short rests or taking a lot of rests, then yeah, like we do, then battle master might be about even.
I still.
Yeah, well, I do really like the saves.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I mean, this is absolutely this is a subclass where you do not make decisions. And I would say
I
that
love that, and there's no consumables.
in general, Battle Master makes a lot of decisions, depending. But yeah, brute.
And your superiority, I can still fuck you over, and you can roll
It's also-
1s and 2s and 3s.
It's also there. We've talked. I don't disagree. I think it is boring as sin. But at the same time, there is something to be said about an ease of use character. That's just here's the amount of damage that you do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing that we didn't really touch on.
What?
Is this subclass lacks any other utility, whereas technically Battle Master has some.
True. They got an artisan tool.
They got an artisan tool. They can make some pottery.
And you could occasionally roll superiority dice your combat thing on skill checks.
Okay, I don't want to be here all night. Let's talk about Cavaliers.
Fair.
Yeah.
Because we all agree it's S tier. So bonus proficiency, 3rd level, 1 skill of your choice: animal handling, history, insight, performance, or persuasion. Alternatively, you can learn 1 language of your choice, potentially useful. It depends on the game. But I like that it's flexible. And at 3rd level, your mastery as a rider becomes apparent. You have advantage on saves made to avoid falling off your mount. If you fall off your mount and descend no more than 10 feet, you can land on your feet if you're not incapacitated. I like that this just solves the problem.
I thought it was rider, not rider.
Oh, your mastery as a writer becomes apparent. You've become Stephen King. Mounting or dismounting a creature costs you only 5 feet of movement rather than half your speed. And then also you get your real ability at 3rd level. You can menace foes, foiling their attacks and punishing them for harming others. When you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack, you can mark the creature until the end of your next turn. This effect ends early if you are incapacitated, or you die, or someone else marks the creature. While it is within 5 feet of you, a creature marked by you is disadvantaged on attack rolls, on any attack roll that doesn't target you. In addition, if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you, you can make a special melee weapon attack against the marked creature as a bonus action on your next turn. Interesting. You have advantage on the attack roll, and if it hits, the attack's weapon deals extra damage to the target equal to half your fighter level. Regardless of the number of creatures you mark, you can make this special attack a number of times equal to your strength modifier, a minimum of once, and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Okay? And this is the official Prince one in Xanathar's. 7th level, if you or a creature you can see within 5 feet of you is hit by an attack, you roll 1d8 as a reaction. If you're wielding a melee weapon or a shield, roll the die and add the number rolled to the target's AC against that attack. If the attack still hits, the target has resistance against the attack's damage. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. At 10th level, you become a master of locking down your enemies. Creatures provoke an opportunity attack from you when they move 5 feet or more while within your reach. And if you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the target speed is reduced to 0 until the end of the current turn. Okay, all right.
Ooh.
At level 15, you can run down your foes whether you're mounted or not. That's such a funny image. Like
Wow.
like running someone down on a horse is like terrifying. Running someone down on foot is funny. If you move at least 10 feet in a straight line right before attacking a creature, and you hit it with the attack, the target must succeed on a strength saving throw. DC 8 plus your proficiency plus your strength, or be knocked prone. You can use this feature only once on each of your turns. Okay, all right. And then at 18th level, you get a special reaction that you can take once on every creature's turn except your turn. You can use this special reaction only to make an opportunity attack, and you can't use it on the same turn that you take your normal reaction. Whoa.
Wow.
What?
Oh my, this class is so weird.
This class feels like it wants to be a barbarian.
What does that even mean?
Imagine if you had the hold the line feature on a barbarian.
So basically, you have a special reaction that you can take once on every. So basically, you get free opportunity attacks essentially.
I guess.
Thank you.
Are
And it doesn't take your reaction. Yeah, you get an opportunity attack that doesn't take your reaction.
Oh,
Yeah, but how often are you?
Once per everyone else's turn.
So, okay, but the thing is that you can also now make opportunity attacks. Am I not picking up?
barely. Josh is
So
So you
Josh
can also
just
take
like left the mic.
Sorry, I was pouring tea. You can also make the opportunity attacks when a creature moves within your range and not just when it leaves.
Yeah, it synergizes with hold the line, Dan. That's the point.
It synergizes with hold the line, and also because you're a mounted combatant, you're going to be mounted. Ideally, you're going to be using a lance. Period.
Well, lances have disadvantage when they're melee range of you.
Unless you're mounted.
Oh, wait, is that how it works?
Wait, is that how it works? I might be wrong, actually.
Wait, is that how that works?
Shit,
I thought you had to be moving. I thought it had to be like a movement. I could be wrong.
You might actually be right. Let me see. Where's lance?
Because
Oh,
I'd
no.
happily
Lance
make
is
the lance
two
work.
hands to wield when you aren't mounted. Okay, never mind. I got it wrong.
Don't use
So it's
Don't use a lance. Lances are bad.
yeah, lance suck.
Actually, wait. Maybe they're not actually that bad. Because
What?
you don't have to be within 5 feet of a creature, right? I mean, it can move forward to attack you, but then you get to make an attack of opportunity against it. And
Yes,
it
but
doesn't
then
get to
now
move
it's
anymore.
within 5 feet of you.
No, it doesn't.
No, I know, but after that, now it's within 5 feet of you. So if you want to attack them on your turn, you're gonna have to leave and then come back.
If you hit a creature with an opportunity attack, the target speed is reduced to 0 until the end of the current turn. I don't think it gets to finish its movement.
Oh, I see. But that you could still do that with any reach weapon.
Yeah. That's what I was like.
Yeah, the only real difference is
lance
that
is
the lance
risky.
lance is risky. It's technically a DPS upgrade, especially because you can use it with one hand
By one.
and a shield.
Or
Or 2 lances, my favorite.
2 lances. So they get to move
like
5
that.
feet first. You make an opportunity attack on them, so they get to move 5 feet before their speed is reduced to 0.
Well, they're approaching you probably.
So you're
Like, let's say they're 30 feet away. They run at you, and then they get stopped 10 feet away. Because
What's the range of a lance? Is it 15?
10 feet.
Just 10 feet.
10. So when they get to within, okay. So when they move to within, they would get stopped 10 feet away. Yeah.
Weird.
So you can at 18th level you can attack of opportunity everyone once per turn. Like each individual creature once. How? But that's 18th level. What the fuck?
This class
Wait,
is so weird.
I think Tyler might be right about the 10th level feature. By the way, that I think they do get to within melee range of you.
Yeah.
They have to
That
move
might be
5
true.
feet or more
I think-
within your reach.
Yeah. A full 5 feet has to be within your reach. But that would
Now-
still
15
that would put them
then.
5 feet away. Yeah, you'd need a
Now,
15 foot
all that
weapon.
being said, you could also just use anything else. Or you could wield a lance in one hand and an offhand weapon.
That we're gonna. No, I'm not gonna. So unwavering art.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so let's see. I
like it.
Oh, you do have to. Okay, you do want to be within 5 feet of people. So it has disadvantage on any attack roll that doesn't target you. So this is like the closest that a fighter gets to like really tanking. It feels like.
This is distinctly worse than the ancestral barbarian because you don't reduce all your damage by half.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
feels like
you have to
barbarian
eat
features,
all of
yeah.
the damage for real though.
Yeah.
That being said, as a fighter, you have on average better armor than a barbarian. Just if we're considering like normalized stat arrangements, you're
found
gonna
it.
be wearing like.
This is the perfect subclass to cast Stone Skin on.
Wait.
No, we're moving on.
But yeah, I mean, it like a fighter is like next to a barbarian the tankiest, but like a barbarian is in another level of tankiness. It's not even close.
I mean, I'd argue a paladin is tankier than the fighter because it can heal himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess.
And
I guess that's true.
a bear druid's tankier than any of them, except for a barbarian.
That's
Bear druid's not fair.
That doesn't count. It's like considering polymorph as a tanking ability. Like yes, it is.
Wait, but that's the entire subclass.
I'm sure you just invalidate the entire subclass. So I actually agree. I do sort of question how much you want to be tanking on a fighter, but I will acknowledge that there are times, particularly if you don't have a barbarian, that it might be necessary.
Mhm.
It's not like an objectively bad thing at all. In fact, it's pretty good. But
Yeah.
you that's not the only feature of that, right? You
No, there's a lot more to it.
It's the other bit that I almost like more. It's the if a creature marked by you deals damage to anyone other than you, you get bonus action attack.
You get a bonus action attack with advantage, and it deals extra damage.
I
so
just
you
I don't
actually
think that's gonna
no.
come up.
Yeah, no, I guess sure.
No. You make it come up. You ride in, you hit them.
Oh, and then you leave.
This is actually how I would play this.
No, you're right. Actually, that's it. You're right.
You don't tank. You don't do this.
Ah.
You ride in and then you fuck off, and then either they can attack something other than you, and then you get to demolish them next
So-
time, or they have to chase.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
You just fucking moon them while riding away.
so absolutely, it deceives you because it puts the first ability first, the one that is the 5 feet of you. So you can technically draw aggro if you want to, but it actually uses the mobility you get from a mount effectively because you basically mark somebody and then you fuck off.
And then they go over and hit your ally, and then you run in and smack them.
And then you run in, you fucking charge them down, and you knock them prone.
Yeah, and
Like,
then you
since-
fuck off again.
Seriously, like, this is one of the few cases where movement speed becomes really relevant because mounts kind of break the game a little, where
Yeah,
the
they
normal
do.
rules of movement sort of cease to apply a little bit, and then you can just go bonk, and then you leave, and nobody can touch you. Especially
true.
if you're fighting other human beings. This is
Because the
exceedingly
mount
strong.
just uses disengage as their action.
Yeah, so that's hilarious. You can disengage. Your mount can disengage and just fuck off, and move 60 feet, and people can no longer reach you. And then you just go back in. It's so funny because like you can you have flexibility with this ability, because you can draw aggro. But I think Sean's right. I think for the most part you're going to be using this to kite and DPS.
Yeah, I like it.
I
And
won't use it. I won't lie.
and the warding maneuvers is kind of like that scout feature, except for you can use it on allies too.
They do have to be
You know,
within
the-
5 feet of you.
Yeah, but also, see, even if the attack still hits, they have resistance.
Yeah, and also
You probably get like 4 uses.
and also let's see. This actually makes it so that you can tank a little harder.
True.
Because if you have to be within 5 feet of a creature to do so. But what you can do is you can mark a creature next to you and your ally. It attacks and has disadvantage on attack rolls that are not against you. But if it attacks you, you can just choose to give yourself some AC.
And
Okay.
Yeah, it does make you tankier.
So this,
Push to talk.
So does 10th level and 18th level feature mesh with the rest of the class?
Depends how you want to play it.
Yeah.
I think it.
Actually, well, maybe not.
I don't. It's hard to say, because it turns you into an opportunity attack monster.
Yeah.
The question is, does it do it well enough that you would want to be doing that in general? Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I feel like.
When do enemies get enemies can get opportunity attacks on you all the time, right?
As long as but your mount is like disengaging, right?
Okay, that's right.
I have no clue how mounts combat.
If a mount
That's a
is
good
using
question.
every action to disengage, you will never get opportunity attacks on you.
Really? So if the mount disengages, they can't attack you?
Yes.
I think so. Right?
That kind of makes sense in a roundabout way, where you're not the one doing the movement, the mount is.
Yeah.
And so
I know has
you can
ever
only get
used a
opportunity
mount.
attacks on you if you're doing the movement.
That comes to the two ways you use a mount. You either use a mount where it acts independently on its turn and it goes around attacking things, but it gets kind of clunky because it's better to just let the mount not attack and have it just disengage every turn. And have it work on your action, on your turn initiative, I think. Because if you let your mount act independently, it technically has its own initiative. It gets really weird.
Okay, yeah. So, if the mount provokes an opportunity attack while you're on it, the attacker can target you or the mount, but it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks because it's disengaging, so they can't target you.
I love this, and my thought was, well, why don't they get an attack on you?
It's because you don't choose to.
Because
move.
you're not moving. Yeah, exactly.
D&D is so fucking janky.
So funny.
Yeah.
It works how you want it to.
This class is actually coming out to be really, really strong. There's this one little problem about it. Your armored warhorse, the thing that you put a whole bunch of armor on, has 19 health.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that we do have to circle back to the inherent problem with any mounted class, which is that you are mount reliant.
Any fireball or strong or weaker or like even weaker spells will one shot your warhorse.
How reliant is this on the mount?
If that horse
Very,
gets
because you don't have much movement, and
yeah.
you'll get you can't run in and out of combat if you're going to be taking 10 opportunity attacks every time.
So without a mount, you end up relying more on when tanking. While it's within 5 feet of you, they have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just sit there and eat all the attacks, but that's okay.
So you play as your mount is sacrificial, and then you have two different. Yeah.
And then you die.
Yeah, you wait for your barbarian to come in.
I will say this, and I know that feats are sort of somewhat contentious because not every game allows them. There is a mounted commanded feat that makes it so that you have advantage on melee attack rolls against any unmounted creature that is smaller than your mount. You can force an attack targeted at your mount to target you instead. If your mount is subjected to an effect that allows it to make a dex save or to only take half damage, it instead, or a dex save to take half damage, it takes no damage or half on a failure.
Wow, that's pretty much necessary.
Gains evasion. It is.
So if
that
we
means
consider
it'll take 2 fireballs to kill your horse.
Which I think in general is pretty fair, just because I think if you're in a situation where you're taking this class, I think you're in a situation where you're taking feats anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
So imagine you can't really take
the feat.
You can't take Find Steed or Find Greater Steed because those are paladin exclusive spells.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Your fighter doesn't even get spells.
Is that something a paladin could use and then give you the steed?
I don't think so.
Or is it bound to the paladin?
Actually, I don't know.
I bet the paladin could let you ride it, I guess, but you wouldn't be able to communicate with it and stuff, but that might work. I mean, it's better than the alternative. Like, it's better than the alternative of literally every time you go into a combat, all right, can we stop by town again? I need to buy another horse.
Yes, correct. It is very much in the line of D&D where you're just like very reliant on another creature being alive still. So you can just
and we know horses like to die.
Right, exactly. So what you would have to do is while you're adventuring, you would have to carry multiple horses on your journey.
True.
and just use them in combat. And then when the dice
You have
just kind
backup horses.
use them to back-
This feels like an NPC interaction.
So
I do think that the only feature that really super benefits from the horse is actually that third level one. If you
Yeah.
want to do that style of dodging in and out and hilarious mega attacks, you lose something from that, but it's not a dead ability. And every other feature here is actually quite good even on foot. Or at the very least, every other ability is usable on foot.
I guess so.
they do become
That's true.
extremely strong on a horse, especially the charging one. Because if you can unwavering mark and then just like dip out of combat and then come back, knock someone prone, and then just have advantage on the rest of your attacks, that's kind of nasty.
Yeah, it works without a horse. It just like what would we rank this class without a horse compared to with a horse?
Okay, so I think the only appropriate way to rank this class is we have to assume a percentage of mountedness. Like
Oh my god.
I think it would be fair to say a 50 to 70% mounted rate, assuming that.
Not all combats are outdoors.
Oh,
Ooh,
That's
that's-
around 50%.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
poor horsey.
So like
Poor
because
horse.
I think Sean, you're right that there are situations in which you are not going to be mounted. I think that's actually a fairly common situation you're going to run into, but most of the abilities function just fine without a mount. And also, like, there are things that you can do. You can work around and build to augment the lack of a mount. Like, for instance, taking, like, feats that increase your speed, or getting those stupid boots that you have that let you just run everywhere. With
Okay. I do.
That way you hit someone and then you don't have to disengage.
Yeah, I was thinking that, too.
Okay, can I say that I think without a mount, in most cases, that third level feature is actually going to be doing almost nothing, because you get to choose one creature, and that creature has to attack you. He's probably going to attack you anyway because you're in melee range, and if you only get any bonuses if he chooses to run past you and attack someone else. Like,
Well,
he's just going to attack you.
Okay, there is.
Turn to someone and attack them. Although I guess they
I mean,
have
there is also the 7th
They
level
wouldn't,
ability.
though.
At 7th level, you can give yourself AC.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, at 7th level, then the class actually, yeah, you know, then without fail, you'll always have something that's pretty good. That thing's quite good, actually. I just think the 3rd level feature, if you're just sitting there tanking, I don't think it's helping your party very much.
Probably not. It's helping keep your rogue alive, but that's like
Probably
helping keep your melee rogue.
Probably not. That being said, I feel like in this situation, you want all these aggro control abilities. You might also be the only thing approaching a tank. Or
Yes.
you could just be off tanking too, right? Like just relieving some pressure from your barbarian.
No, you're pissing your barbarian off because now he's attacking you and not the barbarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if your barbarian has 10 hit points, I don't think they want to continue to be hit. Or
Looks over at the barbarian next to us.
Consider the
so.
situation in which your barbarian reckless attacks, and then you use this mark, and so they have
Sure.
neutral damage, neutral attacks on the barbarian, so they can still choose to attack the barbarian if they want to.
Sure. It is
It's
pretty
not
niche,
like,
though.
yeah, right. It's a little niche. And you're right. I think that the 3rd level ability is a little bit more lackluster. If we're considering it without a mount, but at the same time, I think in any case, aggro control is potentially useful if you're a fighter and you're just, even if you're not like the primary tank, if you're just standing next to, if you have a tank but you're standing next to your squishy, right?
Yeah.
If an enemy ignores your tank and just like leaves to go gank your squishy, you can actually do something about that. You can buy some
This
time.
does just get so much better once the enemy is forced to attack you and you're like 50 feet away.
Oh yeah, no, it's way better.
And you can engineer scenarios that are like that, specifically with the mobile feed. But yeah.
Yeah, I think the mobile feat would be really essential if you never wanted to be on a mount.
Yeah, but how would you attack and disengage? You just have to eat an opportunity attack, don't you?
No, mobile feed means
Mobile, yeah, let's see.
Oh, okay.
attack of opportunity against you.
What's funny is you could
You
do
could
that
do
to
that.
multiple creatures then, because fighters get multiple attacks.
You'd only be able to do it every other turn though, because
Yeah, I thought about that.
I just like the idea of you strafe running with your just your normal body. You pretend like you have a horse. You make the
Yeah.
clippity clap noises with your mouth. You like.
giddy up,
Get the coconuts. Yeah.
coconut noises. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a weird one. This is a really weird one.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say this is an A-tier class?
I have no idea. I want to see it actually. I feel like I wouldn't be able to tell unless I see it actually used.
Okay. Yeah. The
At least
7th
with
level
certainty.
feature is strong, and that one's easy to see that it's strong. The 10th level feature.
That's a barbarian feature.
10th level is like kind of eh.
Oh,
Is it good?
It might be. It's actually not that good at 10th level because it's only one creature. I guess it's only one. How often do creatures move when they're next to you, rather
Not
than
often.
smack you? Yeah.
They just hit you.
Depends, yeah. Hard to say.
Yeah.
This honestly, I know it is kind of niche, but I could see a lot of like because you're so mobile and because you're essentially promoting sort of tank, you're wielding tank-like abilities with that mobility. I feel like in general, this isn't like you're not like main tanking. You're like you're relieving aggro off of your backline because you can move so quickly. I think if you're fighting intelligent creatures that know to target casters, I think probably this goes up in value just because you can protect your backline more.
So another thing we do have to keep in mind is this feature. We cannot add the power level of a horse to the ranking here because every fighter can get a horse.
Yeah, that's very true.
This fighter has no special benefits for acquiring horse that can always disengage and stuff. So,
Unwavering mark.
like technically, you could have for
And the fast dismounting.
no for I said for acquiring a horse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I do
Yeah.
like that ability is
So-
called Born to Saddle. Born to
Like
Saddle.
literally, a brute barbarian could run in with a 60-foot movement speed on a horse and just fucking destroy something. And
the
then
only
leave.
real advantage to horseness is obviously the 3rd level ability. The 15th level ability is better if you have a horse, but not necessary by any means at all. And the 3rd level ability makes it so that being on a horse is just less obnoxious in general.
Barely.
I'm glad we're in agreement about horses somewhat.
Yeah.
Horses are like one of those
Yeah.
things that it's like optimal to use them, but they're so annoying that nobody does. It's like casting
assuming-
guidance before everything.
So assuming a whole bunch of fighters, like all the fighters, and they all have horses, is this one significantly better for it?
Yes.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
mount everybody, I think it's still good. I think it's still outperforming other fighters as a result of the horse, even though the other fighters get horses, right?
The unwavering mark extra attack with bonus damage absolutely pushes it over the edge for me.
Is this better than a Battlemaster?
I've no fucking clue where we rank this.
Okay, yeah, this is
Yes.
so hard. I mean, okay,
I mean,
consider that like
switch to the.
consider a special attack as your bonus action. I think the optimal way to play this class would be with a heavier weapon, right? So, you're making an extra attack as a bonus action, which is something that frenzy barbarians have to take exhaustion to do.
That's very true.
We know it's better than a frenzy barbarian.
Good.
And if you're able to maneuver it efficiently, and also, can you switch
Yeah.
to the tier list? I want to see.
Okay, all right, I'll switch to the tier
I
list. I think this is better than Scout. That's my take.
Do you think this is an S tier subclass?
I don't think this is S tier.
Well, actually,
Or maybe
if
it
you
might
could,
be.
okay, let me tell you, if you could reliably get that bonus action attack every turn, it would out DPS Brute at any stage of the game.
Okay.
But you're not going to be able to get it reliably.
Yeah.
But can you get it most of the time? Can you get it half the time? How many what percentage of your turns are you getting an additional bonus action attack? What do you think?
Uptake is less than half.
That's still really good, though. It's like 40%.
Yeah.
That's still nuts.
Well, okay. The thing is that like you could also just play very dangerously. You could just choose to eat the attack,
Ooh.
right?
So you just walk away. You
Yes.
just like kind of walk away and
Like I think that all of this is implying to me that this is not meant to be main tank by any standard, even
No.
though it has a lot of like aggro control abilities. It very much seems like you're supposed to just kind of attack and dip, and then go back in and attack and dip.
having an additional attack is massive. Like
It's an additional attack with advantage that does extra damage equal to half your fighter level.
yeah, the extra damage is something, but
This is
I mean, at third level, it's basically nothing, but like at 7th level, it's like 3 extra damage. That's like a D6.
Something.
Almost.
but just an additional attack that's almost always gonna hit. That's better than Frenzy Barbarian. This is better. If this
Yeah.
is
And then-
better
and then,
than
like-
if Frenzy Barbarian, but less reliable
And
with
then like
less without the downside.
this is just like a lot harder to play. I feel like it's just like finicky-er.
Because you have to deal with
Yeah.
horses.
It is really
I,
finicky.
I feel like the reason it's so hard to rank is because it's highly, or how good it is dependent on how someone plays it.
That's true. It might be.
there's
It
a lot
might
of
be.
options.
This might be a skill, like a high skill ceiling, high skill floor
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah, I think so.
subclass.
Yeah.
And it is.
Heavily dependent on the campaign environment.
And also
and
your
how-
party
and if the
composition, I
DM
think.
And if the DM is a dick, if the DM just
Yeah.
chooses to just
To
attack,
kill all your
you know,
horses,
just, like,
yeah, that would suck
I don't know.
ass.
I could go A or S.
I could go A or S.
Yeah, me too.
I actually think that this should be S tier because the potential for like sheer DPS is really high.
And you get a bunch of other stuff that like
And
is
utility.
more niche, but is also useful. It's like ferocious treasure
And
is really
defense.
strong.
Sometimes, yeah, some of this I actually like. Compared
And flavor
Fuck it, let's do it.
and a proficiency. Yeah.
Dan,
What?
I think you care more about DPS than Tyler.
I'm actually just trying to be objective here.
I think Dan just.
DPS is the only objective thing.
I think Dan is just more willing to do the math than Tyler is.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
He weights the math heavier too. Than me anyway. I'm like, math is good, bigger numbers better, but also it's not enough to do it for me.
Sure.
Sorry.
Okay, but if one class did double the DPS of the other class, obviously that's going to be like several tiers higher.
Yeah, it is. But then the moment you throw in utility, I'm like,
Speaking of, we're
Yeah,
really
utility's
going.
wonderful.
We're really going from 0 to 100 with these next 2 subclasses. I promise you. It's
Oh,
gonna be
boy.
very interesting. So champion,
S class.
remarkably
No.
easy. Okay. Your attacks score a critical hit on a roll of 19 or 20 at 3rd level, and then at 15th level, it's 18 to 20.
Okay, but what do you get at 7th level?
7th level, you get Remarkable Athlete. You can add half your proficiency bonus rounded up to any strength, dex, or con check you make that doesn't already use your proficiency bonus. In addition, when you make a running long jump, the distance you can cover increases by a number of
Great.
feet equal to your
Wow.
strength modifier.
Compare that to the
Useful.
7th level feature of the Brute.
Oh, God, yeah. And then you get a Fighting Style at 10th level, just like the Brute. And then you get, at 18th level, the Survivor ability, just like the Brute.
The 15th level feature, directly worse than the Brute by a lot. The 3rd level feature, directly worse than the Brute by a lot. Everything else identical. Oh, and the 7th level is directly worse than the Brute by a lot.
Okay, yeah, this is an F-tier class. It's dead.
Let me tell you.
Well, I don't know about that.
No. It is an F tier. It's 100% F tier.
It might be.
But let me tell you, in math,
Yes, please
Okay,
math it
that will
out.
actually
Yes, Dan,
convince
math
me,
it out
yes.
for me. Oh, baby.
I'm looking forward to this.
so again, with that, the standard of like 20 attacks, a normal fighter, whatever, is just going to use a great sword, and let's say you miss half, and the more AC a target has, the stronger champion gets, because crits become a greater percentage of your total damage. So assuming you miss half your attacks, which is an enemy that has a pretty high amount of AC and you have 18 strength, a normal barbarian hits 9 times for non-crit and 1 time for crit for 113.5 damage. And if they did a great X, it would be 111.5. And a champion would actually get 1 damage over a great X than a great sword.
Dan?
A champion with a great sword does 117 damage. A champion with a great X does 118 damage. 118 damage over 113.5 damage is a DPS increase of 3.9%.
Dan, do you have this written down somewhere? Can we get Professor Dan's explanatory chalkboard?
Lol, I can. I have other things thrown in here because I was doing math on the whatchamacallit on the other classes too. Let me scoot those aside. Where should I just paste this into Twitch chat?
Just you can put it in a trash compactor, and I'll just pull it up on stream.
Lol. All right.
Okay, so the area where this is amazing is when your DM gives you dumb magic weapons that do special things on crits.
Yes.
Okay, so technically, if you have a Vorpal sword, it's good to crit a lot.
No, it's not.
No, it's 20. You're right. I'm fucked.
You meant 9 life stealer.
9 life stealer. Yes. Still 9 life stealer. Lol.
For anyone that doesn't know, Vorpal sword is when you roll a 20. So even if you crit on a 19, you still won't trigger its proc. You have to hit.
Let's see.
So I remember Tyler saying like 1d4. It's nice. It's okay. You're all right with it. This is less than a fifth of that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh, what a dead feature. It's so sad. Crits. Listen, crits are nice, but I think 18 to 20 is like it's like a 15% chance to crit. I feel like they should have just gone 20. I feel like 17 to 20. Fuck it, why not?
I mean, you're basically playing without a feature until 10th level, where you get like 1 AC, and that's awful.
But no, the 7th level feature.
What does it
What
do?
is the 7th level feature?
You get Jack of all trades for Dex, Strength, and Con.
Oh.
Which sounds like absolute horseshit, but you do get to. It does apply to initiative.
Okay.
So you
Hooray.
roll plus at that level 1 to initiative.
So plus 1 to initiative.
And it caps out at 3.
And it caps out at 3.
Wow.
And, like, you get... See, the thing is, like, yeah, the fact that it's, like, checks that... okay, first of all, when are you ever going to make a Constitution check? You will make a Constitution check once every 2 to 3 campaigns. That's my hot take.
Have we ever?
Yes.
I've made
I think it's for
Constitution
drowning.
checks.
Do you make contracts for drowning?
Do you? I don't think so. I think drowning is based directly on your or holding your breath is directly based on your con score or like your
Yeah, I think so.
modifier or whatever. It's like a number of minutes.
I had in my mind Constitution saving throw.
Yes,
yeah,
you make con
Constitution check,
saves.
never.
When did you make a con check?
I don't know if ever.
Like, because Constitution is such a reactive score because strength exists to cover anything that isn't like strength is just kind of like con but active, and con is just like strength but reactive.
In the PHP, you can make a DM might ask for a Constitution check for when you are holding your breath, when you march or labor for hours without rest, when you go without sleep, when you survive without food or water, quaff an entire stein of ale in one go.
Oh yeah, you use
Okay.
it for alcohol tolerance.
So we have kind of used saving throws for those, I've noticed.
Traditionally, yes.
But I suppose a few of those we could be using checks.
But like the problem with that is that a Constitution check implies like that it's a skill and that none of those skills can be trained, which is like
Your skill is
weird.
enduring something. The saving throw is enduring something. It's the same.
It's like it's literally like yeah, because a saving throw is basically what a Constitution check is in the first place. And also you can be proficient in Constitution saving throws, but you can't be proficient in any kind of Constitution check really. Unless you're like making athletics Constitution check, and like most DMs I don't think play with those rules, or they don't think about them at any point. Even though I think it should be really written in the base game that skills are just the thing, and then you can apply attribute anyway. Whatever. That's.
I think my assessment was correct that the only real proper use for this is you get a bonus to initiative, and then we can.
I think you're
ignore
right.
everything else.
Yeah, just the fact that it's like
Yeah.
stuff that doesn't
mean-
already use your proficiency bonus, which is like
Athletics check, I guess.
Aren't you proficient?
you're gonna be proficient in athletics. You
never
really don't get a
mind.
lot of skill choices. Like there's actually very few martial skills in the first place, and then as any kind of character, you're realistically going to be proficient in all of them anyway.
Champion fighter, the stealthiest fighter.
I guess so, right?
That's what we think of when we hear champion fighter, stealth.
Yeah.
Here's my hot think I could be persuaded is D?
Hey, no.
No, is it F?
I
think
think
it's-
why?
it
Why would
might
it ever?
be F.
Why would it be D?
I don't know. Additional.
Do you see what we have in? We have Banneret in D.
Yeah, Banneret is way more useful than this.
Oh, so much
So-
more useful.
I think the argument against it going into F. Oh, I don't know. There isn't a really good one. Other than there's no actively detrimental features. It's not like Barbarian.
What?
Okay, almost no classes have actively detrimental features. That's why
Aside from
Frenzy Barbarian is
Frenzy
so uniquely bad.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the only thing worth mentioning is that we didn't really rate like the 18th level ability because we were like, it's brute, so we'll just compare it to brute. But no, this is a tier list overall.
Okay.
Now with that said,
I don't think it's that good.
highly.
Like, I have
It's
HP,
only when you're below half health.
right. It's
yeah.
like it's healing below half HP, and like it will give
get
you
at most
slightly.
10.
It will give you slightly more longevity, but like at half HP, if you're at half HP, how much longer is the combat running anyway?
If you're at half HP as a fighter, then like things are not going well.
If you're well, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but I would say that at most you'll get one use out of this in a combat, or if you start a combat with half HP. Like, if you didn't get a chance to take a rest, you'll get, like, one use out of it, and then you take some damage, you get one use out of it, and then, like, really the most you're ever going to get is, like, 20.
And how much health do you have at this level? Like 200? You're healing 10?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, no, it's
it
Yeah.
extra
might be-
fighting style?
no, the fighting
This is
style's,
the
like,
worst feature that Brute has.
I was going to say, this is the most unremarkable feature because fighting styles in general, there's only really, like, one or two choices.
Plus 1 AC.
Plus
Essentially.
1 AC is good.
I love how much damage the 15th level Brute one does. Just 15 additional damage compared to an additional crit, which is on average going to be way less.
Yeah, crit fishing in general is just pretty bad.
Okay, but hear me out.
What?
When you make a running long jump,
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. You know what? You're right.
Go
I want to go
on.
5
They
extra.
got that market cornered.
that was the entirety of my thesis.
I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie to you.
okay.
This should have just been completely bonkers. This should have just said equal to your strength score.
Yeah.
Straight up. I think it should have just
Boing.
let you long jump 20 feet.
Yes.
That would at least be something fun to do on your turn.
You can jump anywhere between at most 5 more feet and at worst -4 more feet.
Oh my god, you're right.
God.
Yeah, if you're an archer and you like dump stat strength,
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
your actual ability to jump gets worse.
So I was wrong. There is a potentially actively detrimental feature.
But you kind of have to work for it. You're not gonna.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're an archer, you're not gonna take champion.
Yeah, if you're fighter, champion fighter, and dump statted strength, you deserve this.
You do. My God, what a I think
Dan says F. Josh says F. I think I'm okay with that.
okay. It's an
Yeah,
F tier
it's
class. Let's take a little break while Dan's away.
Sounds good. Yep.
Let's go check out the chair real quick.
I think it's sourdough.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna hit that break screen. I probably should have done before I went to the bathroom. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing? We're about to hit the weirdest fighter subclass I think that has ever been printed. Echo Knight is so weird. have work tomorrow. Other than that, you are
I'm back.
A-okay. That's good to hear. Welcome
Oh,
back,
the
Dan.
BRB screen. What happened?
Yeah, everyone else is. I went to go pee, and then Tyler and Sean went to go check the the chair.
All right.
So that's where we're at. Are you ready for Echo Night? It's gonna be super weird.
I bet. I don't really know much about it.
Yeah. I don't. I'm not as familiar with it as I would like either. But I think it's probably the weirdest fighter they've ever printed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start to
I would
read
start
it.
reading now.
All right, we dumped champion into F tier, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Straight to F tier. I should do the math and see how much of a DPS increase champion is if you have a flame tongue, because that's like best case scenario.
Yeah. Also, if while you're at it, if they're not back by then, you should also check to see what would it be like if you crit from 17 to 20.
Oh, that's I mean,
Oh, is that an easy increase?
That's easy. You just add the damage dice once to the damage.
I see. This is why I bring you. This is why I bring you on.
Oh, okay.
I'm shit at math.
Math, huh? Yeah.
Are we halfway through? Oh my god, we're not even halfway through, are we?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh, I don't remember the last time I streamed this late. Ugh. We started really late though. Actually, we started later than we normally schedule for, and then we still started late on top of that, which is amazing, honestly. All right, I'm gonna go check out.
What time is it there?
It's currently 7:07 p.m.
Oh, it seems normal.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. But we usually start at 1 p.m. our time, and then you wrap up around 6 to 7 p.m.
I see.
So I'm gonna go check out there, especially because I want to check what we're doing for dinner. I'm kind of hungry.
Okay, I will sit here and not do that. Math.
Okay. We're in the process of gathering back around. All right, I think we're ready.
Oh, sounds good.
Sean is suffering.
What happened?
I have returned.
Welcome.
Well, thank you for asking.
Uh-huh.
I didn't just almost break the window.
Oh, jeez.
Anyway, Tyler's in the bathroom, and then we can start once he's here.
How many more subclasses do we have?
11.
I told Steven we'd warn him when we have 3 remaining, and he'll start cooking then.
Okay, we've gone through 7. Or maybe 8. Wait. No, we've gone through 7.
Granted, some of those were long ones.
Okay, Arcane Archer was always going to be
I'll try
super
to
long.
speed us up. Sometimes we just belabor the point and talk about the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and in addition to that, sometimes we just like say the exact same things about when talking about the same thing over and over again.
You know, I was actually
Fuck
thinking
you.
that
Fuck you.
sometimes we also just kind of beat a dead horse about a point over and over again until it's just
Fuck you.
completely worthless.
Fucking awful.
Oh, fuck!
What?
Sean has been muted the whole time.
You're kidding.
Oops.
Well, he would have been picked up on Josh's mic.
Yeah, I
Right?
was gonna say, you probably picked up very softly on my mic.
No one said anything about it in chat.
I've been so. To be fair, I was very quiet in the beginning because there was shit going down elsewhere. I was like, okay.
God, why didn't anyone tell me?
Oh, I had so many good jokes at the start. I'm so sad.
Well, check the VOD. You might be audible.
I cannot believe this. We're like
That's
3
not on me.
hours in. Oh my God, you must have been hearing Sean through my microphone.
Okay, it seems like you're fine.
Oh, whatever. Okay, anyway.
Probably not, but it doesn't. I'm not super bummed. Anyway,
Nobody said anything, so it's
yeah, we should.
You
it
thought that
can't
was
have been-
intentional?
Oh God,
can't be that bad.
this actually. You know what? Next time, I'm just gonna keep the stream unmuted. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do that because then it'll ping pong forever.
Well,
Your
yeah.
brain will explode in echo.
Well, already my brain explodes in echo because I hear Tyler and Josh twice. So if
You
I
know,
open
you-
the stream, I'll hear you anywhere between 3 times and 4 times.
You know, you can mute
We
us.
are Legion.
Yeah, but if I mute you, Tyler, then I can't tell you when you're not using push to talk,
True.
which is actually a good feature.
Okay.
Tyler
alright.
sometimes just holds push to talk while waiting to speak.
I do that too. It's actually really hard.
Yeah, I
Just
can't
really
help
hard.
it. Yeah.
I've gotten better, but I sympathize because it is difficult. Because you're like now you're like want to
Easy
be
for me
ready.
because mine's on the keyboard, so
Fair.
I push to talk button.
This looks like a lot of text. Can we do this one at a time?
Fine. Okay. At 3rd level, you can use a bonus. This is the Echo Nut, by the way. You can use a bonus action to magically manifest an echo of yourself in an unoccupied space you can see within 15 feet of you. This echo is a magical, translucent gray image of you that lasts until it is destroyed, until you dismiss it as a bonus action, until you manifest another echo, or until you're incapacitated. Echo has 14 AC plus your proficiency bonus. It has 1 hit point and immunity to all conditions. If it has to make a saving throw, it uses your saving throw bonus for the roll. It is the same size as you, and it occupies its space. On your turn, you can mentally command the Echo to move up to 30 feet in any direction. No action required. If your Echo is ever more than 30 feet from you at the end of your turn, it is destroyed. As a bonus action, you can teleport, magically swapping places with your Echo at a cost of 15 feet of your movement, regardless of the distance between the two of you. When you take the attack action on your turn, any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the Echo space. You make this choice for each attack. When a creature that you can see within 5 feet of your Echo moves at least 5 feet away from it, you can use your reaction to make an opportunity attack against that creature as if you were in the Echo space. Okay.
Ooh, this is really interesting.
That's sick.
But
also has 1
also
HP.
at third level, you can heighten your Echo's fury. Whenever you take the attack action, you can make 1 additional melee attack from the Echo's position. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. All right.
That's kind of
This is a super weird one.
1 plus proficiency for your AC.
14 plus proficiency.
Or yeah, sorry, 14 plus proficiency. 1. You get 7 proficiency at level.
So it starts at 16 AC and goes to
7 AC.
17. And it'll stay at 17 AC for most of the game and eventually get to 18.
Eventually gets to
can-
20.
Yeah, but that's
you can
like
swap
long away.
places with your Echo using 15 feet of your movement. That's basically Misty Step. For 15 feet of movement.
Yeah. Actually, it's 15-foot Misty Step, but yeah.
30 feet?
No, you can only summon
I
it
see.
within 15 feet.
Well, so you
yeah.
wouldn't be able to summon
Yeah.
it and then teleport right away because you have to use your bonus action to do it. What you would do is you would send out your Echo and then you can move it. Let's see. You can move it up to 30 feet in
30
any
feet away.
direction, and then you can swap places with it.
Yeah, so you can't use it to like go over gaps or
Okay, that
anything
being
past.
said, okay, so sorry, what did you say about gaps?
So you can't like use it like we did the other day to get past the wall of force unless it's within 15. Well, so you could, but you can only do that up to 15 feet away. Yeah.
What?
I guess so.
No. What?
Um,
You can teleport anywhere that the image is as long as at the end of your turn it's not more than 30 feet from you.
Yeah,
So,
but the image has to get there.
yeah, but you can.
yeah, but it's an image. It's not a physical thing.
Oh, wait, really?
No, yeah, it's not physical.
Oh.
It's not a physical
Okay.
thing, and it's not a creature, so anything that targets a creature cannot target the Echo.
Well, it's a magical
Oh,
translation,
any direct-
great image of you.
Any direction. So you can actually send it directly up if you want to.
Yeah.
But you can the enemies
go
can
through
kinda
objects?
slash. The enemies can kind of slash through. I don't think it can go through objects because it has an AC. You can physically hit it.
Yeah, I suspect it can't go
Yeah.
through it, but you can. Well, you might be able to. Who knows? But I don't think that really matters. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, you can manifest it within 15 feet of you. So if you're just on the other side of a wall of force, you can just go boop, 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 boop,
yeah,
boop.
Yeah.
that's my thoughts as well. But the
They might
main
not
thing
be
is,
able to travel through.
but
yeah.
the main thing is that like you can easily like honestly a teleport of 10 feet isn't good for 90% of the cases because it gets you out of attack of opportunity range. Depending on like 15 feet is like nice, but basically the point is you can get the fuck out of anywhere you want. But you
not
can
in one
also.
turn. It takes 2 turns to do
Does
it.
it take 2 turns? It does.
It takes
doesn't
2 turns, but your Echo is probably already going to be
You
out.
have to preemptively do it, and at the start of combat, what do you do? Do you just place your Echo behind you if you want? If you know that next turn you might want to escape?
I think you're gonna place the Echo down no matter what you do because it only
No,
requires
where are you gonna place it?
I think I would
anywhere
place it
within 15 feet of you.
next to my probably 15 feet ahead of me, but then you swap places with it and leave it with your healers.
So kind of like past the front line of the enemies.
No, just closer
You can
to
put
it.
it behind you.
Where you put it heavily depends on how much of a coward you are.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
also very
Let me
true.
place this scenario. You run up 30 feet to some enemies. Now you you hit them. Now use your bonus action. Where do you want your Echo?
I would probably back.
Yeah.
Okay, you
15
might have
feet.
even placed it before you ran all the way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just want it like back there to have a little evac.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like, okay, the thing is that, like, I mean, it's hard to, like, pin down a specific use case for this, but, like, any mobility is, like, pretty good, even if you have to set up for it, especially because the Echo it's not a resource, really.
Well,
it's just a bonus action.
I'm asking for a specific use case so we can find the best case for it and see if that's actually that good.
So I think there's a list of them.
I'm talking about the teleport case,
right.
yeah.
There's a few. If you're going to use the teleport, you can use it to teleport out pretty much always.
You can also teleport up.
You can teleport up if you send it up. You can teleport in if you send it ahead of you, assuming that they miss their attacks of opportunities. You can teleport wherever.
If you wanted to, like, really maximize the distance, you would move on your turn, send it forward 15 feet, and then on your next turn, you would move it 30 feet, no action required, and then you would use 15 feet to just teleport and switch places with it and just keep running forward 15 feet.
I wish it was explicit to say whether it had to be on the ground or not.
I think it's not. I think it explicitly is not tied to the ground. I think you can move it in any direction.
It says any, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it could just float. So the opportunity attacks aren't an issue if you can just make it float above people.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. That's granted, you're going to be just like chunk fall down, but whatever.
Well, at most 10 feet. That's a D10 of a D6 of damage.
That's a whole D6, Dan.
A whole D6.
Well, actually, you just go over the enemies and then plop it down next to enemies. You don't have to fall at all.
True. So my point is, it's mobility. It's good. What about the second point? When you take the attack action, it can originate from either.
I mean, that's honestly not, like, terrible. If you wanted to have sort of flexibility with a melee attack, or if you wanted to attack with a ranged attack, but someone was within 5 feet of you.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that, but wait, I really like that use case actually. But additionally, unless they rule that it doesn't. But even better is just the ultimate coward. Why would you ever go to the front line when you can just be within 15 feet of the front line?
That's the other thing, right? Is you can just make it fight for you like a puppet.
Yeah, like in fact, just plop it down, have it move wherever you want, and then do your 1, 2, or 3 attacks, and then it will die next turn. They will kill it, and then you rinse and repeat the following turn. Is there a limit to how many times you can sell this?
No.
Yeah,
they'll hit it, and then they'll walk up to you.
They'll you just eaten an attack.
And then I know
they'll hit it, and
but then what do you do next turn? Because next turn,
so here's the thing: the next turn you just
you can place down another one, but it can't do anything that turn.
Can it move on the turn?
The movement's a free action on your turn.
So Dan, the thing
it could go 45 feet away on your turn.
Hold on.
And then disappear.
So the next turn, what you do is you just send out.
So what?
You send out your thing, and then you just get a free attack as part of your attack action at 3rd level.
Yeah, no, Tyler, it goes away if it's more than 30 feet of you at the end of your turn.
At the end of your turn. So you create it as a bonus action. You tell it to go 30 feet as a free action. You attack with it, which doesn't take any bonus action or anything. You just attack with it, and then you're 45 feet away from the action, still participating and fighting.
It gives you a melee range of 45 feet.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's very good. That's like you get 1 more damage over a bow, maybe.
But you don't go for the extra damage. You just do it to be away from the fight.
It gives you the option. It means that if you want to switch, if something jumps on a squishy back there, you can also send it out and melee the squishy 3 times.
I mean,
I don't know why I keep saying 3.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've seen with with any character Tyler's ever played, like mobility is good. It's good to be able to reach your enemies.
Yeah, but this is no Misty Step, and this is especially
it's not just
Bard.
It's not just mobility, because you can make the attack from the echo space. You don't have to be in the echo space to make the attack, so you never have to go into the fight.
I know, but that's just not very outstanding. Like
no.
People do that all the time. That's just standard.
Yeah, but that's the use case we're talking about.
Right, but also so here's the thing is that
saying I don't weigh that very highly at all.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's like the most outstanding mobility, but it's a flexible feature on something that already has a lot of like use, just in the fact that you can use it to add more melee attacks to your repertoire.
Oh no, I've never dished the 3rd level feature. That thing's broken. The unleash incarnation thing is nuts, and But the Manifest Echo itself is like, it's okay. It's interesting.
I think it's very niche in it, but I think also it has a lot of potential use.
If you want to go anywhere on the battlefield, you can almost certainly do it. Or rather, let me rephrase. If you want to attack anywhere on the battlefield, but you don't want to use ranged weapons for some reason, probably because ranged weapons come with several disadvantages when anyone comes within melee range of you. This is for you. It also does give you that ability to teleport out of opportunity attacks if you needed to flee. I think any one of those things is pretty good. I see your point that it's worse than some other versions, but you get all of them.
I actually think one of the better use cases for this is literally just having the Echo float above you as a turret and have it and you can just shoot arrows from above completely safe, and you could just be back. You could just be like behind a wall, like behind total cover. The Echo can also literally just run in and do its third attack as a melee attack, because it has to be a melee attack, and every turn you just resummon it and it does that, and you will never ever take a point of damage.
Yeah, I mean that's very true. You're basically
it's very selfish, but it's in that way, yeah. It's the ultimate coward ability. Yeah.
I mean, it has the
have your wizard dig a hole with mold earth and fill you in.
You might have to be able to see them.
You have to be able to see
yeah, you have to be able to, yeah.
Okay, have a little
with an
little pinhole.
Little summary port.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just saying that in general, it has potential utility, especially positioning wise on the battlefield. Because you don't have to teleport with it, and it's a slow setup teleport anyway, so it's probably it's gonna be niche, kind of like on its just as a.
I think. You're right that I got enamored with the teleport, but it's all the other shit that's super, super good.
Yeah,
I think the teleport is quite good. I think it's good, but I do see your point that it's not Misty Step. You're right, and but everything else is wow.
But
what the fuck?
It is like useful in situations when you want that kind of teleport-y movement, because it's a free teleport. Even if you're not in combat, right? You can use it at any point, and outside of combat, it's like it's a 15-foot teleport outside of combat for free without a resource, right?
It's just it's not an instant. It takes 2 turns, and in combat, there are many cases where I need to get out of here now, but my Echo's not up.
That's fair.
Because like if it's eating that attack free every turn, I mean, you can either have it eat an attack free every turn, or you can have a teleport ability. You cannot have both.
Yeah.
You do not have a teleport.
I don't think I'd use the teleport much. Yeah.
You can if you have action surge, Dan, but then you're using your action surge to teleport
to do a bonus action.
Yeah, it's real. It's an option, but it's a painful option. I will decidedly concede that. Oh,
but also like consider the fact that like in most cases you're going to essentially run into a situation where your Echo probably is going to stop being attacked. It can eat a couple attacks for you. That's fine. But I almost think that's actually better for you if they don't attack your Echo, because it means you can freely teleport with it, right? Like, why would they waste?
It is better, but Tyler might use it as a tank thing.
I mean, yeah, if you can manage to convince people to hit it. Also,
AC is not bad either.
So if you stay within 30 feet of it, yeah, the AC isn't that amazing, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think we agree that we think the best use case for it is really just attacking without risk of without endangering yourself.
We're so
Most
fucking
likely.
slow at this. Can we go to the 7th one? Or
okay,
Yeah.
so
Please.
for context, also, I just want to make this very clear. You can't make opportunity attacks against the Echo because it's not a creature.
Wow.
Okay.
That doesn't help much because it could just float over them anyway. But whatever.
Well, that's actually really good to know, though.
Yeah.
But anyway,
The third level feature we don't really have to talk about, but it is basically on the level is about equal DPS to a battle master, because let's say you have 4 con, you'll probably be more like 3, but that is 4 extra attacks, and a battle master getting 4 additional tries is very comparable.
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, this obviously if you're doing more than like 2 combats a day is not as good, I think, just because Battlemaster dice come back on a short rest, but
okay, that's true.
but also, it's still really good, and in most circumstances I feel like you probably will be able to take a rest anyway, or you'll be able to back out.
Yeah, I do think this is almost as good as like the Battlemaster feature in terms of DPS.
I think so, yeah.
It's
Anyway,
pretty
seventh,
nuts.
at
Yeah.
7th level, you can temporarily transfer your consciousness to your echo. As an action, you see through your echo's eyes and hear through its ears. During this time, you are deafened and blinded. You can sustain this effect for up to 10 minutes, and you can end it any time with no action required. While your echo is being used in this way, it can be up to 1,000 feet away from you without being destroyed.
I wasn't expecting that last clause, and I was about to dump on this ability.
As an out of combat ability for a fighter, what the actual fuck is this? Like,
That's really good.
this
There's
is super
infinite
good,
uses.
right?
Wait,
Infinite uses.
could you pull off the teleport while in this?
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can.
I mean, this is purely out of combat utility, but this is very good.
Wait, okay, that just
You
upped
can
it for me.
you can go up to 1,000 feet and then teleport. What the? What?
I mean, you could only do it at 30 feet per turn, but still, like, you could go 1,000 feet directly up if there's something
What?
you need to.
What is this?
The thing is, I was thinking, like, oh, you could infiltrate castle. Your echo is very visible.
Yeah, it's
Um,
pretty
No,
obvious.
it's decidedly visible. It's decidedly
But-
visible, and you can't like cast like invisibility or anything on it because those require
But-
targeted
Yeah.
creature.
It can fly, and people.
Yep.
If you just like at night, you could just land it on the top of a castle and just enter through their fucking attic. Like,
Yeah.
now the
That's
rest of your
so
party are
funny.
fucked.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're now a solo mission guy, but you wanted that.
There's a
to be
lot of-
good.
It's
There's a lot of
still a
interesting
ton
utilities.
about it. Yeah.
Like this is one of those things where this is actually a case where this is not a skill based thing, but it gives you a ton of utility out of combat.
Yeah.
It's a way to interact with a game in a way that is like interesting and unique and doesn't require literally any resource from you because it's not a spell.
Wait. Yeah, can you attack from it while you're doing this?
Wait.
Can you assassinate people?
Hold on, you can.
Are you gonna go fucking Stannis Baratheon on
Wait,
this?
you can attack.
Okay, you're gonna have to.
You're
have to
deafened and
justify some
blinded,
things,
but
though.
why?
Oh no, you're not. Never
Because
mind. Never mind.
The echo itself is not blinded.
Yeah, you are seeing through the echo's eyes. When you take the attack action, you may make that attack action with the from your space to the echo space. You make this choice for each attack. When a creature that you can see within 5 feet of your echo, there's nothing that says you can't just attack from 1,000 feet away. The only
You
limiting
just can't
factor would
finish
be-
your turn there.
Right. It's not, the only limiting factor. No,
You can
so
finish your turn there.
You can finish your turn there. The only limiting factor is that you have 1 hit point, right?
Yeah.
But it has a lot of AC. People that you're trying to like fucking.
Oh, no, you're
assassinate
right,
or whatever
Yeah,
aren't gonna be
14
able to-
plus.
are most likely just gonna
At
miss
like
or
5th
die.
level is like at 7th level your proficiency is what, like 3?
Yeah,
Is it
3.
still 3? Okay.
But 17
yeah.
AC, and literally, if you just sneak into some sleeping person's house, you have extra attack, you have action surge, you can just
Yeah.
beat someone.
You can
You have
legit
your
just
unleash
gank
incarnate- You can hit
someone.
him 5 times.
Oh my god. Oh,
This
you're
is our
right.
This is our go-to use.
Well, there's
case.
plenty of other uses.
Yeah, that's what's so wild. Oh god, this is crazy.
Hey, how many
really
attacks
cool
did you say,
feature.
Dan? 6 attacks?
Why would it be 6?
Because it's whenever you take the attack action.
Oh. You're
So-
right.
Oh,
So at 7th level, you
action
can make
surge.
6 attacks from this fucking thing.
Wait, I didn't realize that thing synergizes with action surge. Of course, you can burn through your resources even faster, but yeah.
Wait, stupid question, but could a Cavalier just ask the Druid to wild form into a horse? Yes, it could.
Yeah, but the druid will have to sit there being
But
useless.
the Druid would not be very happy with that arrangement, I suspect.
Would the druid be like, yes, I will cast disengage every turn?
Listen, some people are into that, you know.
Disengage.
Can you imagine just like sitting there and taking the dodge or disengage
Being
action every turn?
mounted.
Yeah. Cough, cough.
Okay, anyway. At 10th level, you can make your Echo throw itself in front of an attack directed at another creature that you can see. Before the attack roll is made, you can use your reaction to teleport the Echo to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the targeted creature. So any space you can see. The attack roll that triggers the reaction is instead made against your Echo. You can only use this once per short or long rest.
However, at the end of that turn,
no, it's
the end of your turn. So you could use this to throw your Echo way the fuck over there, and then just on your turn teleport.
And on their turn teleport, and your Echo won't go away at the end of the turn.
It has to what's it called? Not get hit by that attack roll though, right?
True.
Oh.
But it's your AC, or it's a comparable AC to your AC. So
Yeah, it's not bad AC.
It has a decent chance of surviving, but not really.
Yeah.
But
also it means you can just it's just like a what's that Yu-Gi-Oh card? Scrap Iron Scarecrow. It's just like dies for you.
Yeah.
Actually, that card was busted, wasn't it?
Well, maybe when it first came out, but it was never busted on the competitive scene. In the casual scene, it was really good.
Yeah. Well, because it kept going back down. Anyway, 15th level. When an Echo of yours is destroyed by taking damage, you can gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 2d6 plus your con mod, provided you don't already have temporary hit points. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Constitution modifier. You can regain all expended uses when you finish your long rest. I mean, it's but it's just free hit points.
It's not very... You don't want it to die, though.
No, well, this encourages the thing we were talking about earlier with using it as
tanking.
Fighting remotely, and so it dies every turn. So you get 2d6 plus temporary hit points every turn.
If you don't need to teleport, then you could absolutely.
Every turn you just plop it out. This is good if you're a frontliner and you just constantly killing it.
Yeah. Or alternatively, if you just want to prep for the battle, you just pull out your Echo and then slice its head off, and then
True.
Pull out your Echo, slice its head off. Pull out another Echo, throw it into the front line, and then you're a frontliner with no HP pool.
Make your Echo attack itself.
This is funny though. At the start of every day, oh, good morning, everyone. Just kills Echo that looks identical to this.
That'd be horrific. You're right. Oh my god.
Or your party might take turns. It's my turn to kill him.
I mean, you say that, but consider certain mechanics we've definitely done that with. That's strictly
what you would do if you wanted to be optimal.
It's optional because if you assume that your Echo is going to die at some point before you do, then it doesn't really matter.
It's probably. The thing is that
it does matter actually.
Because it's temporary. Yeah, okay.
It's temporary HP. It stays the entire day.
That's true. Although you have a finite limit of them, but yeah,
that's true.
If you assume that you go through all of them, which
the odds of your Echo dying 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah, okay, I see your point.
It is very easy to say that your Echo will die at least once per combat most of the time. I would say 90% of the time.
I don't know. It really depends.
I think the way I would play it, I think I would expect it to die every turn.
Tyler doesn't care about mobility. I see why Tyler's always out of range.
Tyler's 0 points in movement, 100 points in strength.
All right.
That's also how he plays Dark Souls, to be fair.
Yeah, it's great.
Last one.
Okay, you can use a bonus action to create 2 Echoes with Jesus fucking Christ. And the Echoes can coexist. If you try to create a third Echo, the previous 2 Echoes are destroyed. Anything you can do from one Echo's position can be done from the others. This class breaks my brain.
Well, this 18th level feature doesn't actually do much.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. As I read it, I don't think it gives you an extra attack. It just gives you more mobility.
No, but it patches that problem that you have with the mobility where your Echo's going to die all the time, right?
It
you
does,
always have one up.
You put one behind you.
One up
behind,
yeah.
One ahead, yeah.
However, it doesn't say you can on your turn you can mentally command the Echo. Can you mentally command both of them or just one?
If you try to let's see,
ambiguous.
ambiguous.
Probably both.
Means, yeah,
I think the intention is both.
They probably should have written that better.
Where's this class from?
This is from Explorer's Guide to Wildemount.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
What is that?
It feels like a homebrew.
It's the closest to homebrew that official content is going to get.
Yeah, I like it in that way.
Oh, it's Matt Mercer.
Oh,
Lol.
Wow, an actually strong Matt Mercer.
Matthew, you made
I'm proud of you,
made a
Matt.
very
I'm
strong
proud of
fighter.
you.
Good job, buddy.
Wow.
this was killer. I love this.
When you roll initiative,
It's a well-
and,
it's a well-designed
okay, the
class.
last thing is you refresh your Unleash Incarnation, which is
Cute.
Yeah, cute, good.
How
Like
are
if
we
you need
rating
it,
it?
you need it. But it's also attached to like an actual ability, sort of.
True. I do like that.
Yeah, I don't mind that the 18th level feature is kind of bad, but
Yeah, I mean, like it's
not even
kind of
that
bad,
bad.
but also I feel like it isn't even that bad. You're gonna find some uses for it, and also it's an 18th level ability, like whatever. This is a really strong class. There's not a bad feature in it.
I want to give it S.
want to give it S2.
Maybe low S, but yeah, I think S.
Stan.
I mean, I think it should be S. Yeah,
I think so. I think you
we're
get
ranking everything so highly.
well, you get
my
okay. The
God.
thing is that you get a comparable amount of DPS increase to be competitive with a lot of the other classes, especially if we're considering just like being able to make another attack every turn is really, really good, obviously. But you also get a lot of utility in and out of combat. Like, what
This
other
might-
fighter can do anything like this?
This might not even be low S. This might be high S.
I think this is an S. I think it's a solid S tier class.
If it didn't have the Unleash Incarnation, it would be a almost entirely utility class. But because it has that, it's like, haha, lol, Frenzy Barbarian needs to pay for their extra attacks.
Pay the toll, troll!
That one
Yeah.
feature just like
It totally
nukes,
totally
just makes its
jacks
power
it,
level
yeah.
so much higher.
You're right. That propelled it to S from being niche to S. Niche utility, but cool utility. I would have loved playing this class even without that, but oh my fucking god,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah,
It made
I
it
agree.
that made it qualify for the S tier where it excels in every environment.
Well, that's
It's
like
true,
that's like
it
the thing is
does.
like you need for the S tier to like for S tier and fighter you need the mechanical chops. You need to be able to chunk because that's what you're meant to do. Anyway,
Yep.
I'm pretty happy about that. Do you want to?
Ah.
All right, it's Eldritch Knight. I'm gonna pee before we start.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
wise.
Well, Eldritch Knight does not have as big of a spell list as you'd think.
Still has a spell list.
It's true.
Oh no, that's not the issue. The issue is we're gonna have to argue about spells.
Oh no.
Well, all we have to do is look over and see how Tyler's using their spells really effectively on an Eldritch Rogue.
What, just pick the only ones that have any combat utility at all.
Oh God.
No,
And by combat utility, I mean damage and or AC.
oh my god.
The worst.
Listen, Tyler's a rogue, totally different, completely unrelated. You know.
Not even only a little bit the same play style, the way I play it.
Josh has actually played an Eldritch Knight before.
I've actually my next character might be an Eldritch Knight, depending on what
Ooh, what?
it's what I've been thinking about doing.
What's drawn you to it?
I don't know. I like the idea of just being a melee class, but I actually get to pick some utility spells and stuff. The only thing that's
Yeah.
kind of hurting me is that
Are you ready
the spells are limited to mostly like combat spells.
Say that again, Dan.
The thing that's hurting me most is that Eldritch Knight mostly gets combat spells, and I don't really want those.
Yeah.
I want like fun spells, like utility spells and shit.
Oh, this
Like,
is
I
the
want
Eldritch
Phantom
Knight spell
Steed.
list. I wish the actual book ordered things this nicely.
Yeah. So see that link? You can read all the spells Eldritch Knight gets.
Okay, all right. So let's see. Eldritch Knight gets spells. They are a 1/3 caster. Right? Is that how it works?
Yes.
So they get
At third level, they get 2
really
cantrips and 3
slow
known
progression.
spells, 2 first level spell slots.
You really want to play a Cavalier? Okay, I think Cavalier sounds fun. Cavalier also sounds like I think it's fun because it's like actually like a fighter you have to think about playing.
I mean, Cavalier also is like high potential, mechanically strong, but jank and
But
filthy as
super
shit.
janky. It's like it's like when you play like a class in a video game that has like awful mechanics but is like objectively really strong and it's really hard to play properly. Is there a class in WoW like that?
What?
Druid maybe.
Is there a class that's like super janky to play, like mechanically hard to optimize, but has like some of the highest like DPS potential, or like
Not class.
Complexity is never tied to DPS in WoW, and I think that's good design. I don't think just because a class is hard, it should automatically top the DPS charts.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like, if you look at the high level, it will be nothing but those classes.
I mean, yeah, that is very true.
So Eldritch Knight. What spell is it? The wizard spell list? It's the wizard spell.
It is the wizard spell list.
Tyler, look at the link I sent in Trash Compactor.
Oh, I'm just looking at Josh's screen right now. So this is almost identical to the rogue I'm playing right now.
Yes.
Two of the
But the spells are
of
different.
the first one.
Yeah,
the first
abjuration
set,
and evocation.
okay, so you know 3 spells at first level. Or at third level, rather, when you get the subclass. And 2 of them have to be abjuration or evocation, which is fine. You're going to take those anyway. Each of these spells must be an abjuration or evocation spell of your choice and must be available for you.
Realistically, what you see is Eldritch Knights takes shit like shield, absorb elements, and maybe like a magic missile.
I think that is very much what you're going to do.
It might take Thunderwave instead of magic missile to have a little bit of AoE.
So this really it's worded exactly the same as the rogue I'm playing, the Arcane Trickster, except it's just they swapped out the schools for other stuff.
That's why I said we can kind of see and look how effectively Tyler's playing that one.
Yeah, just spam
spam green flame blade.
Green flame blade against creatures that are immune to fire damage.
Okay, so first thing we have to address obviously is that spell casting, and it's an int caster, so
it is mad.
You really hard mad. Weapon bond. You learn a ritual that creates a magical bond between yourself and one weapon. You can't be disarmed of that weapon unless you are incapacitated. If it's on the same plane of existence, you can summon it as a bonus action. This stuff doesn't really matter. You can have 2 bonded weapons, etc., etc. It just means you can't be disarmed, which actually like is nice in certain circumstances, but it's so niche. Like, when are you being disarmed? It's
incredibly niche.
When are you being disarmed in a way that matters?
Never.
But it's such a good moment when it just teleports back to your hand.
It's such a great moment, but it feels one of those moments where like, why would a DM ever do that to you?
Yeah.
In a way that is like super inaccessible, you know.
In fairness to the madness of this class, like most of them don't put that much in int and just take spells that don't require
int, like shield
and absorb elements.
So war magic at 7th level, you use your action to cast when you use your action to cast a cantrip, you can make 1 weapon attack as a bonus action.
I think this is pretty bad.
That's really bad. At 10th level, you can you learn how to make your weapon strikes undercut a creature's resistance to your spells. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, that creature has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes against a spell you cast before the end of your next turn. Okay. 15th level, you gain the ability to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see when you use your action surge. You can teleport before or after the additional action. And then at 18th level, when you use your action to cast a spell, you can make 1 weapon attack as a bonus action. Oh, God, this class. Oof.
Can we talk about the fact that like Eldritch Strike would actually be super awesome on like some other classes and would probably potentially be good if Eldritch Knight had good spells?
So
what level is that? You get that? Sorry?
10th.
10th, so you have 2nd level spells. So at best, you might make them have disadvantage on a shatter.
So you, as an Eldritch Knight, you should realistically not really be using damage spells unless it's magic missile that you're using to like guarantee a kill. I don't think that's very controversial to say. At the level at which you get, at the pace at which you get spells, those spells will be completely obsolete unless you're using something like absorb elements or shield, which scales super hard.
Yeah, War Magic is not too bad. It basically ends up being like, instead of extra attack, you cast a Booming Blade and then a melee attack. And that's not bad, actually.
That's not bad at 7th level. Okay. Those cantrips didn't exist when this class came out, but they were a big boon to it when they did. Because before it was like, okay, I'm gonna use my action to cast a cantrip that I don't have like ability score added to the damage of, and then try to hit someone, and then I can use my melee attack. Why would you ever do this?
I know, but now with Booming Blade, it's actually a Booming Blade at this level is, if I remember correctly, it adds another D8, so it's worse than 2 attacks.
Would it be?
But
Is it
Booming
1d8
Blade
or 2d8?
plus 1 attack is better than extra attack.
Well, because does Booming Blade, it's a cantrip, right? So it scales.
Yeah, it scales.
Okay, and it scales
So
with your level, right? Your like
Yeah.
actual raw level.
Well, it would be fighter. Maybe it's raw level.
I think it has to be raw level,
Yeah, probably.
which is not.
But yeah, at 5th level,
awful.
it basically becomes an attack that deals 1d8 extra thunder damage, and it has the additional effect that doesn't usually happen. That could do 2d8 extra damage if they walk, and
Mhm.
if they move around. But generally, that doesn't happen too much.
Have they ever
Green Flame
clarified whether Booming Blade has to be like moving an amount of feet or moving at all?
Move 5 feet or more. But,
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
uh,
Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem here is like obviously at 13th level you're gonna get Fireball, but at 13th level,
Fireball is arguably obsolete.
I wouldn't say it's obsolete.
Not obsolete, but like
but it is starting to get to the point where it's not going to solve all of your problems right away. It's kind of nice for you to be able to cast it, especially as a melee class. But
yeah, I don't get Fireball.
it's just one of those things where like it's like okay that you can do it and you don't have to make your casters spend their resources. You know, obviously more Fireballs always good, but you get it. The spell progression is like one of the things that hurts it the most. Like how slow the progression is, how mad dependent it is, and how disinclined you are to even take those spells in the first place because of that. How much you're gonna just want to take shield anyway.
how good is if this class had no other features besides you can spam out some shields and absorb elements? I would argue it's still a pretty good fighter.
I think that's true.
It does add a lot of strength.
Like, I don't think that this is a bad fighter by any regard, even just considering if you just only factored in the fact that you can cast 3 shields at 6th level, like, that's pretty valuable still, especially as a frontliner.
And at 7th level, you get a pretty big power spike because you get 3 more spell slots.
3 more spell slots.
And, okay, the War Magic is basically a D8 of extra damage per turn, which is not bad. It's okay.
Not bad.
But by the time you get to 11th level, it's now back down to no bonus again. You're actually, it's about equal to just attacking 3 times. So from 7th to 11th level, you get a small bonus in power level.
Because like
not as much as like a battle master or something, though, I don't think.
This is one of those things that feels weird because I feel like they could have balanced this better. And I don't know if it was just inexperience or what, but like
It's an old subclass.
I mean, yeah, it's a base subclass, but like surely if you're looking at the base subclasses, you have the math, right? You can recognize that you should be able to recognize I should say that most of your damage on average is going to come from your ability modifier, not your dice. But maybe they just didn't give a shit. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't do the math. Surely they had to though, right? They designed the game. I don't know. I feel like why okay, to me it's like the question is just like if they're meant to be kind of this like spell knight sort of vibe. Why don't and this feels like just like why don't they have like int modifier to cantrip damage? Just like straight up. Shouldn't they just have that?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think it's that egregious, to be honest, personally. Because I do think they do actually do additional damage from 7th to 11th level. It's a pretty small window and a pretty shitty window to actually have your slight power spike, but they will always have utility. They will always have some of the most utility potential of any subclass.
Yeah.
If not from their cantrips, because typically for most of the game you have 2 cantrips. One of them will probably be a green flame blade or boom blade, and the other one will either be a utility or like a firebolt. So I would take a utility. Some other people would take a firebolt.
I mean, probably if you're a human, you would take light, right?
Maybe. But why would you be a human?
You make a
are
compelling.
awful.
I guess because variant humans OP, which we've solved via house rules.
I think though, when you look at the first level spells, you see that there is no utility here.
Yeah,
It's just combat. It's shield, absorb, balance. And then you look at the second level spell. There's like darkness is a decent utility. That's it, really.
That's it. Yeah.
Arcane lock.
Third, okay.
What does this spell even do?
Third
It
level
locks
though,
something with arcane.
Something. Okay.
Third level,
Very
you
useful.
get counterspell, dispel magic, fireball, Lehman's tiny hut, lightning bolt, non-detection, a couple other okay ones. But like, what level you get is third level spells?
13.
13. That's just so late.
It's so late.
I think you wait too long to feel good about this subclass.
I think so.
However, the shield and absorb elements is strong.
I feel like
The ability to cast spells and just like from the wizard spell list, nonetheless. Wait, does this have the same thing that that my rogue has, where you can also choose a few of any spell?
No.
Oh, that is worse then.
You can only ever choose abjuration or evocation.
Yeah, because my rogue, I think at the moment I get 2 or 3
no.
from anything on the wizard list.
No. Tyler's completely right. The spells you learn at 8th, 14th, and 20th level can come from any school of magic.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So the ability to do that, to just straight up have access to the wizard spell list, is very satisfying as someone who should not be able to.
But the
but
first
still,
one
like,
you get is at 8th
on top of that, you're a
level.
fighter, though. Yeah.
Okay, you get to pick a 2nd level spell, a 3rd level spell, and a 4th level spell from the wizard spell. And the 4th, it's at 20th.
Well, you can switch them around whenever you level up, or
I
at
feel
least
like
whenever you get a new spell.
this is one of those classes that will perform fine. It will perform pretty well below 5th level for sure. At 5th level, I think it's still pretty good. I think at 7th level, obviously, you've mentioned that there's you can get a slight DPS increase from 7th to 11th level. I feel like in terms of like raw statistical power, it's not awful. In fact, it's arguably pretty good, especially with spells like Shield and stuff like that.
I think it is actually quite good.
Feels just kind of like weirdly boring for a class that is like you get access to spells, right?
It does actually say one of the 3 spells you learn initially. One of those 3 spells you learn initially can come from any.
So you basically only get one utility spell, which is like.
The way I would do this is I would probably hold off on getting either shield or absorb elements. I only pick one of them at the start and try to pick like 2 utility spells in one of them, and then pick up because you've limited options to a little bit of time to get your utility spells. Although the first level,
Well, I was gonna say at first level, what utility spell can you take really that you would want?
I don't know. What does Tasha's Caustic Brew even do?
It makes
Damage.
a line of acid.
Ugh. Okay.
It does damage in like a 30-foot line, 5-foot wide area.
I guess
the only
like
real
2d4
utility
damage.
It's like
There's
damage over
protection.
time.
There's protection from evil and good and
That's
alarm.
actually protection from evil and good is actually pretty good.
Okay.
But there is a problem in which it is a concentration spell on a.
What are you going to concentrate on?
No. I that's not what I mean.
Oh.
I'm not saying that it's bad because it's a concentration spell because you're gonna want to concentrate on other spells. I'm saying that despite having good con scores, being a fighter means you're more likely to be on the front lines, which means you're more likely to be hit, which means concentration spells are harder to use.
Oh wait, you can get mage armor. Oh, that's great.
Nah, you'll have better
Is it
armor by
good?
then.
It's true. You do start with proficiency in.
Or no, I'm thinking of a different. What's
know
the one
what?
that gives you +2?
You do start with proficiency in con saves as a fighter,
Yeah,
and you can just be on the back
can
line
take
with a bow.
forecaster. But as you saw from my character, you can just roll double ones and get fucked.
I don't. I feel like I would never want to be on the back line with this. The being able to cast shield when you're on the front line is such a satisfying thing.
You know what?
Yeah.
Actually, I think
is so
honestly,
good.
I honestly I think that the optimal way to play this would just be to play a ranged Eldritch Knight.
Hmm. There's some downsides in that. Like the 7th level feature doesn't work at range, and that's where you get your slight increase in damage.
It does.
So it does
Oh, it does? I
work.
thought
You
it was-
just okay. So it does not have to be a melee weapon attack. It has to be a weapon attack.
Oh, okay.
So
So if you were casting a cantrip of some kind that was ranged, then yes, you could use it.
So you'd
Or-
firebolt, then shoot a bow.
Yeah.
or you could even like make a melee cantrip or whatever, and then vice versa, depending. I mean,
So
What's the point? Oh yeah, sorry. I'll let you. Oh.
I'm not exactly sure like how much this will translate over to my experience playing the Arcane Trickster Rogue, because they are worded almost identically, but it does seem like their playstyle would be a bit different. But the way I've been building my Rogue and playing my Rogue is the spells are just there to augment my main class abilities, the stuff I'd be doing anyways. I can just do them better because I'm doing them with spells at my disposal. So I don't build my play style around the fact that I can cast spells.
True.
I just use it to do my play style better.
yeah, I mean, the question is, how much benefit are you getting from that as an Eldritch Knight over any other subclass?
Yeah,
Like, what uniqueness are you getting as an Eldritch Knight that like
shield.
is
I do think this
shield-
is the tankiest fighter.
I think so, yeah.
I think that's true. I think so. I think plus
How
5
mu-
AC for
yeah.
your entire turn for 3 turns of combat, max at like 3rd level is super. Or is it?
Wait, what?
Oh,
Shield?
2 turns at 3rd
2
level,
turns
3
of shield
turns
at
at
3rd
4th level.
level, 3 turns at 4th level. Like that's. I mean, yeah. That's
Once you get to
never
7th level, you can
bad.
just have shield up whenever you want, practically.
Pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah. I mean, if you're not doing anything else, like even if nothing else existed except for the shield spell, like you've basically
Yeah.
become a fighter that has plus 5 AC as a passive bonus. Which
And you
is,
might actually get to use the
pretty decent.
damage part of absorb elements.
yeah, actually, that's true. I didn't think about that. You're
Yeah,
right?
there's a bunch. What I found is there's a bunch of spells that you don't really get the opportunity to use as a wizard, or like they almost seem like they don't make sense because like absorb elements getting to do the damage, and they just work so much better when you're in melee range.
Man, if only Eldritch Knights got to be half casters and could cast Tensor's transformation.
That would be insane.
Oh.
it's
Think
true.
about what could have been.
Wait, that's a 6th level spell. You need to be
Oh wait,
more
it's
than
a
half
6th level
caster.
spell? Oh god, never mind then.
Oh yeah,
You
full
need to be a
caster.
full caster.
Bummer.
Sad.
So, I mean, the thing is, what this class really, really lacks is it has almost no DPS, but it's very defensive and it has
almo-
a little bit of utility. It's
Almost
a lot
no
less than we think.
DPS.
We did value the scout's defense pretty highly, and shield is obviously way better.
You can take
Yep.
AoE, like even though it's not very good. At 3rd level, like being able to
True.
cast just 1st level spells is actually like a bigger
Thunderwave.
bonus than we're kind of making it out to be. Like even if you don't cast shield, even if all you're doing is casting like fucking burning hands or whatever, right?
Or
That's-
Thunderwave, yeah.
That's more
Either one.
AoE than and most other fighters will ever see in their life.
Yeah.
So at lower
I
levels,
think
it definitely has value.
Arcane Archer gets a lot of perks for having that kind of AoE that most.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
honestly, even at 7th level, I think you'll still find some value to be had. What I'm kind of sad about is that War Magic and improved War Magic is so high up for being such a lackluster feature, because it's like, okay, you can use your action to cast a spell and make one weapon attack as a bonus action. Like if that had no level requirement attached to it, it'd be really strong. But like the spells you're casting at these levels that you're gonna get it right at 18th level are like, what are you casting that you're gonna want to sacrifice 4 attacks for, or like 3 attacks,
Lol.
I suppose, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. At 11th level, that feature basically goes away.
Yeah. So I don't know. I kind of wish that like, I think this class could be tinkered into something way more interesting, because it's like surprisingly straightforward for how much it is potentially interesting because you get access to spells. But yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I think numerically it's pretty good, right?
Compare it numerically to the Arcane Archer, for instance. The Arcane Archer does a lot more DPS and has the same potential for AoE, if not better.
That's
because the Arcane Archer has its single target like accuracy thing at 7th level that makes it do a lot of DPS. The Arcane Archer has no defensive options really.
But you're an archer.
This is definitely not the DPS fighter. I think this might be the highest tanky, lowest DPS. I think
this is like second most AoE, most tanky, with very little DPS, but actually from 7th to 11th has a bit of DPS.
I would say it's actually like good at lower levels too. Like actively good, actively really good.
Which levels? Like 3 to 4?
3 to 4.
Yeah.
How so?
Shield.
Yeah, just I mean,
Utility.
shield is super strong, obviously, but like
I don't think shield's that good from 3 to 4.
But
honestly,
no, okay. But here's the thing: is at 3 to 4, spells like Thunderwave actually matter.
That's what I'm saying.
Point.
3 to 4, Thunderwave, you wouldn't even want to cast shield that often unless you're fucking.
Yeah, you would want to bump that deeps. I think at higher levels you could cast shield.
Yeah,
I think that's the general progression: is that you cast the spells at lower levels where they matter, and then you just start transitioning into only using shield and absorb elements.
You're like Arcane Archer. You only have 2 casts of Thunderwave.
Yeah, except oof. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Maybe B just on the basis of how tanky it can be.
Do we want to go to the tier list?
This is S tier because it gets Fireball.
Ah, true.
True.
Fireball.
I mean,
every other subclass we've given that got Fireball in every single one that we've done got automatic S tier or beyond.
I will say at 13th level, this is easily the best fighter.
No, fuck. Oh, no, you're right. That's not okay. Wait, is that? Oh, that's true.
Yeah, Sean's right. But I don't think it's S tier.
I don't think so either. There's
That
no
might
way
bump
it
it
could
up
be
to A
S tier.
tier.
Is this an A tier fighter? It might be.
I think it might be.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't believe you guys don't agree with my S assessment. All right, I can settle for A.
You can't wait 12 levels.
Yeah, I was gonna say that would be like if you were like, okay, so so Zeal clerics are super good because they get Fireball at 13th level. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't see you get Fireball US tier. I don't know where
Fireball equals S tier.
The wizard tier list is gonna be fun, isn't it?
Wait,
Luckily,
No, but all wizards get Fireball.
that's God. Oh my God, we've saved ourselves so much time.
Fuck,
Holy
we
shit.
have to move on because the next one is Gunslinger.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we're good with Eldritch Knight.
Okay. So Gunslinger is technically homebrew. It's okay. I say technically. It's explicitly homebrew. It's Mr. Matthew Mercer's homebrew special.
It's another Matthew Mercer.
Labeled
it's gonna have a
H.
billion. Oh, great.
So this is no. It's a short one. It's a short one.
Ish. It still doesn't fit on one page.
Oh no. Well,
we
thank you,
can't all be
Mercer.
champions.
Okay, but half of this is just the fact that you get guns.
Oh,
Which we
fair.
can skip over practically.
Yeah.
Can we skip over it? I think we have to look at guns.
Are they any different?
Okay.
I guess they are kind of powerful.
Okay, so
Oh
yes,
shit.
I think this is one of the first things that Matt designed because I'm pretty sure one of his like original players and their original characters was a gunslinger. Anyway, so firearm proficiency, you get proficiency in firearms. Exciting. At 3rd level, you get gunsmith. You gain proficiency with tinker's tools, and you may use them to craft ammunition at half the cost, repair damaged firearms, or even draft and create new ones. DM's discretion. Some extremely experimental and intricate firearms are only available through crafting. Crafting mechanics. Love that.
This seems like it's trying to add so many mechanics.
I mean, it's just adding guns to a world that doesn't have guns.
Adding guns, adding crafting.
Firearms are a new and volatile technology. They have their own. Oh, the fact that
That was a
guns
nothing
exist.
set. That entire feature just says nothing.
It's not a feature.
It tells you that guns exist. Okay. Here's the real feature. Guns have the reload feature. You must spend 1 attack or 1 action to reload. You must have 1 free hand to reload a firearm. They can misfire. Does this stuff matter? Does it? Okay.
Unfortunately.
Wait, does the subclass all get rid of it?
The subclass kind of relies on it. Right?
Doesn't the subclass create it in the first place?
To repair your firearm.
Wait. Can you go back to the sub? Wait, is this an entirely new page?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Oh, it. Okay, I guess. All right.
So each weapon has a misfire score, which is when you let's see, if the dice roll is equal to or lower than the weapon's misfire score. Most of these are 1, some of them are 2, some of them are 3. So basically, it's just like a crit fail score. The attack misses. The weapon cannot be used again until you spend an action to try and repair it. To repair your firearm, you must make a successful Tinker's Tool check. DC equal to 8 plus misfire score. That's criminally.
Wait, 1 action?
Maybe. If your check fails, the weapon is broken and must be mended out of combat at a quarter of the cost. I don't know if it takes an action even.
Oh, yeah, it must be repaired. Yeah.
Must make a check. Creatures who use a firearm without being proficient increase the weapon's misfire score by 1. Whatever. Explosive. Everything with upon a hit, everything within 5 feet of the target must make a dexterity saving throw or suffer 1d8 fire damage. If a weapon misses, the ammunition fails to detonate or bounces away harmlessly before doing so. So some of them have the explosive tag. And then ammunition. You know what ammunition is. Okay. So the guns are palm pistol, which does 1d8 piercing damage. It's a light weapon. Reload 1, misfire 1. Pistol. 1d10 piercing, musket 1d12, pepper box 1d10, which is reload 6, misfire 2. Blunderbuss is 2d8 piercing, reload 1, misfire 2. Bad news is 2d12, 200, 800, two-handed, reload 1, misfire 3, and then hand mortar, reload 1, misfire 3, explosive. So
Wow, most of these suck.
You get access to weapons that are God.
They have high dice.
Yeah, but think about it this way: if it has reload 1, it means you half your damage. You spend every attack.
1 action fire, 1 action reload.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right. Yeah.
Or 1 attack if it says whatever.
Reloading is such a clunky mechanic.
Like, let's look at the hand mortar, for instance, because that one has the most potential because it has AoE.
Mm-hmm.
That means if you're a 5th level, that means every turn you can fire it once. Because reload 1, you fire it once and then reload it. It will do how much damage? Let's see. A dex save or suffer a d8 of fire damage to the people near it.
And 2d8 fire damage to the target.
To the initial target. And does the explosive also do damage to the initial target? It doesn't seem to, because it says everything within 5 feet of the target. I don't know.
Who knows? It's the only explosive one.
But then 15% of the time,
It probably does, actually.
the gun breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I added guns to my campaign, I just reskinned bows. Much easier.
Yeah.
My body.
This is. I mean, I like that the
Yeah, I thought fighters would be easy.
Okay.
the character of.
Maybe if I look at bad news,
But this
normally
is
you shoot a D8 longbow twice. This is 2d12 once, and ignoring the misfire, which does more. That's 13 damage plus your 4. That's 17
I
versus
think this technically does more,
8.5
right?
times that's 17. So this
wait.
the bad news
No.
does
Never
the
mind.
same damage of just shooting a longbow twice, but it can explode and break.
yeah.
Guns bad. All right, cool. We got it.
So the guns are all bad.
All right, Adept
Yeah.
Marksman. You choose. Oh God, wait. Are there archetypes? Oh no, wait. Okay, no. This is the fighter archetype. SAC. You learn to perform trick shots to disable or damage your opponents using your firearms. You learn 2 trick. Oh, it's another page.
Oh my god.
It couldn't be that easy.
Fucking, we thought we were so happy with Matt Mercer
God.
after the Echo Fighter.
I knew it. I fucking knew. I felt it in my bones when you said Matt Mercer. Oh God, there's a lot.
Oh my god.
Okay, so you learn 2 trick shots. Take your fucking hand off the push the talk key. You learn 2 trick shots of your choice. Many maneuvers enhance an attack in some way. Each use of a trick shot must be declared before the attack roll is made. You may only use 1 trick shot per attack. You learn an additional trick shot of your choice at 7, 10, 15, 18. Each time you learn a trick shot, you can replace 1 trick shot you know with a different one. Already better than Arcane Archer.
Was that comment directed at me or Tyler?
Tyler, because I pick up way harder on Tyler's.
You like stared me down when you said that.
Listen, I just heard myself while reading and I wanted to die. You can use Go on.
Nothing. I thought you had me muted. Never mind.
Why would I have you muted?
Yeah, you have to have it for stream, don't you? Yeah, that wouldn't work out.
Josh, you get 0 sympathy from me. I live with this every day because of you.
Yeah, that's fine. I deserve it. I do deserve it. Bullying shot. You use the powerful. Sorry. You spend 1 grit point. Oh, fuck. You gain a number of grit points equal to your wisdom modifier. You regain 1 expended grit point each time you roll a 20 on the d20 roll for an attack with a firearm or deal a killing blow with a firearm to a creature of significant threat. DM's discretion. Oh god, you can tell this was so early in his career.
My brain is melting.
You regain all expended grit points after a short or long rest. And then your trick shot save DC is 8 plus proficiency plus your dexterity modifier. Bullying shot, you expend 1 grit point. Okay, they're basically superiority dice. That's it. Except there's a mechanic to get them back in combat.
And at 10th level, you can use them to repair your weapons as a bonus action. At 7th level, you can just draw your guns faster. At 15th level, you can reload as a bonus action. Hooray. 18th level, you create a little mine that's garbage. And at 18th level, again, you create a little harder. Okay, all the features are kind of meh.
Dan, have I ever told you what a wonderful human being you are?
For never doing this to us.
That was
All
so
right, D
great.
tier.
We can go down these, but yeah.
Okay, let's see. Charisma Intimidation to gain advantage on the attack roll. Interesting. So, 1 attempted dizzy, con save, or suffer disadvantage on attacks until the end of their next turn. Okay. You can just... Wait, what? What?
What?
Wait. Oh, okay. I see. I understand now. To make what? Hold on. Can someone explain this first shot to me?
The bullying shot?
Bullying shot?
You can expend 1 to gain advantage on the roll. Why would you?
What? Wait, what?
Why would you use this when Deadeye shot exists?
Well, yeah, Deadeye shot's just straight up better.
Okay.
Maybe bullying shot's straight up better because you also intimidate them?
No.
No.
It doesn't actually explicitly say it
It
intimidates
doesn't say
them,
that.
so-
It just tells you the mechanic for how it works. Disarming shot makes sense. Forceful shot, you can push someone back 15 feet if they don't succeed a strength save. Piercing shot is initial attack gains +1 to firearms misfire score. On a hit, the creature suffers normal damage, and you make an attack roll with a disadvantage against every creature in a line directly behind the target within your first range increment. Only initial
not
attack
bad.
can misfire. That is actually pretty good. All things considered, it's nice to have access to AoE, and this is a cheap AoE for
True.
pretty, like it's basically free attacks. With
Yeah, that's not
disadvantage, but it's
bad.
still good. I think this is probably one of the better shots.
Totally.
You can expend 1 or more grit points to enhance the volatility for each grit point expended. The attack gains +2 to the firearm's misfire score. If the attack hits, you roll 1 additional weapon damage die per grit point spent while determining damage. So you can just like giga charge your weapon and load all of them on and maybe have the gun explode.
So
It's true, but that's not that much extra damage.
No, it's not. It's probably overall a DPS increase just to get advantage on all your attacks.
Wait, are you talking about violent shot? Sorry,
Yes.
Violent shot.
an additional weapon die.
So at best 1d12?
So at best 1d12. So it's not 2d12, it's 1d12.
So, but could you add multiple?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can add multiple. It just
So
increases your chance
if
of
you had
failure.
5 wisdom somehow, I don't know how you'd have 5 wisdom and 5 dex. But like if you could add 5 d12 to your d12 gun to make it 6 d12, and then the gun would have a 65% chance to misfire.
To explode.
What happens on a misfire gun?
When you let's see, it's
So is that plus permanent to the misfire score?
Just
no,
for that.
just for that attack. The weapon, the attack misses, and the weapon can't be used again until you spend an action to try and repair it.
And if you fail to pass the check, it's broken and must be mended out of combat at a quarter of the cost
Yeah,
of the firearm.
DC equals 8 plus misfire score. So if you like really fuck up your gun with your 5 grit points, you can really do some damage. with it.
How are we going to evaluate the strength of this class? I
don't
can't wrap
know.
my brain
You
around.
can do it.
Oh god.
And
Okay.
it's not as hard as it looks. Does that violent shot? Can you give yourself dead eye while using the violent shot? That's really important.
You can only use 1 shot per attack.
Okay, then unfortunately, violent shot's not very good.
I don't think it is.
If you can give yourself advantage, I believe misfires become really unlikely because the misfire is based on your attack roll, right?
on the die roll. So
A kobold gunslinger is actually gets rid of almost all the downsides of this subclass.
that being said, it basically what a misfire is, it increases your chance for critical failure.
Yeah.
So if you spent 5, it would basically your rolling an 11 on your die would become a critical failure.
The thing is, advantage really skews results up. The odds of getting a roll below like 5 with advantage is really low.
Say that to the time I rolled double 1s.
Yeah, well, you didn't have advantage. You just sucked.
No, I did have advantage. That was a constitution check
Okay.
to remain concentrating.
Oh, yeah? Oh, then you did have advantage, and you sucked.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
had every
Fair enough.
advantage.
You're right. But I don't think you can really rely on having advantage unless you're playing like a kobold.
Unless you're
Like,
playing a kobold.
so a lot of these features are more harmful than beneficial.
Yeah, when you let's see, you expend 1 grit point to attempt to topple a moving target. On a hit, the creature suffers normal damage and must make a strength save or be knocked prone. That's not bad actually. Although
Yeah.
it would make your job harder because if someone's prone, you have disadvantage on attacks against them.
It is. It's not as good as Battlemaster either because Battlemaster knocks prone and does a D8.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so if you have disadvantage against someone, then there's a higher chance that your gun is going to break?
Yes.
This
Someone's
is
laying down your gun to explode.
Wait, that's really funny.
Yes.
this class. This is hurting my brain.
I mean, I think this is clearly one of the first classes that Mr. Mercer ever designed.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't like it, but we might still be able to. It might not be the worst mechanically, like power level wise.
I don't know how to evaluate
about
that.
we've got our pseudo battlemaster maneuvers. Do we have to talk about anything else? Proficiency bonus to initiative is good, straight up.
So at 15th level, reloading firearms as a bonus action somewhat removes some of the downsides. It mitigates that somewhat, but I don't think enough to really consider. I think honestly we're pretty much just looking at the guns and the shots.
I think the guns are a downside, and you gain features to mitigate that downside. I think the guns are worse than a bow.
Okay, so here's
Yeah.
the thing, right? Is that their guns, the way that they're designed for this subclass, are basically risk-reward weapons. But risk-reward weapons in D&D are pretty bad because risk-reward is the game.
Yeah, and especially because your reward here is like nothing.
It's not that much, right? So the problem,
You gain I gain 2 damage, but I have to reload, so my DPS is overall like shafted.
right? The problem that we approach when we have mechanics like reloading, especially mechanics that require you to like spend attacks or messes with your your action economy in any way, is fighters, and this is true for any class that adds their ability modifiers to damage. Most of your damage, most of the time, is going to come from making more attacks, not loading more onto one attack. At least when we look at the way fighters operate. So
Th-
as
this-
fighters, you want to be making as many attacks as possible. You don't want to be loading a lot of shit into one attack.
This class gets kind of saved at 7th level, where but you're gonna have to just pump money into it, because the way it works is you get these powerful one-shot reload guns, and then you just
And
draw
then
a
you
different
just
one.
you can just money your way out of this problem.
However, unfortunately, Matt Mercer tied this to the fighter class. I think this would have fit better on like a rogue, honestly, or something, like, because at 11th level you now have 3 attacks, which gets
Yep.
really, really clunky.
The
with your draw.
Reaper.
Because you can only stow like that and draw a different firearm once. Like,
So one of your things has to have reload 2, and the other one has to have reload 1.
Oh, you're
and
right.
then the
you have to,
following
like,
turn
Yeah.
gets shafted because you have to start your next turn with a reload, or with a pulling out a new gun, and you better hope that gun can shoot 3 times.
I
And then
think
the
this
turn
is the
after
point.
that,
This is the point at which you stop stowing firearms and you just start drawing them and dropping them.
Yeah, but then you need
you still can only do that once per turn.
then you need anywhere from to n times 4 firearms, where n is the number of turns in the given combat.
The Reaper.
Oh, that discounts action surge, by the way.
And yeah, and you're right. And the bonuses you're getting for all this jankness is like you're turning your D8s into a D12. It's like, oh, whoop de fucking do.
Yeah, that's the thing is that if muskets were the same as longbows, it is slightly overpowered, but not that much, because actually, like, okay, dexterity is
The brute subclass does more damage with 0 downsides and
right,
jank.
exactly. So dexterity is a very overloaded stat in Dungeons and Dragons. It really does like way too much. So having the
Preaching to the
highest
choir.
damage weapons is technically unbalanced, but you're really operating on the scale of like 1 to 2 points per like point. What is it? 0.5 per die. One point per die size.
Going from a D8 to a D10 is 1 extra damage.
Exactly.
A D10
It's
to
actually
a D12.
so little. Like when you're talking about damage dice specifically, the actual increase is like so little unless you start adding more dice instead of increasing the die size. Like it's not a very big increase. So like this really isn't worth it, because it's adding a lot of downsides for not a lot of upsides, and those upsides come with lots of conditions.
So, can you think of another subclass that had like a damage increase that came with a whole lot of conditions and damage like negatives? And
Barbara?
yeah, how about that? So, I think we can rate it. I think we should keep that in mind. Where do you think it goes?
Where do I think it goes? I think it is. I honestly think it's probably D tier. I don't think it's quite F tier.
Well, so it starts off, as Dan was saying, and I agree, with an inherent downside, an inherent detriment. The class leads with an inherent detriment, which is you have to use these firearms.
Here's the thing, though, is your secondary mechanic is essentially combat superiority, sort of, and you can literally just gain advantage on every attack for like 3 to 4 attacks.
Probably no more than 3. It's wisdom modifier.
It's a wisdom mod, but you might just be only dex and wisdom, so...
And every time you roll a 20 on attack or kill someone with a gun, you get 1 back, which is actually a good mechanic. I wish Arcane Archer had that. Or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually wish that Arcane Archer had a mechanic like this.
And you get them back on short rest. But that is those. Even though that is good, that is worse than the ones. What do you call it? Battlemaster has, I believe. Yeah, I think statistically advantage. Maybe it's about the same as adding a D8. Although you'd only ever add the D8 to accuracy if you know you missed by a little bit. I believe this shot has to.
It's way more.
I think you have to
efficient.
choose to shoot. You have to choose to give yourself advantage before you shoot. You could easily waste all your shots.
I mean, that being said, though, like there are other sort of modifiers here. Like if you allow feats, obviously you're going to take the Sharpshooter feat. And having a ready way of giving yourself advantage is obviously very good. If you are an elf,
true.
you can take elven accuracy, and that's
I
obviously
think
going to be very
that feat
good.
is so broken though.
It is very broken. It's very overtuned. But like, yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's
you're right,
places
though.
for it. I think
an elven accuracy sharpshooter with gunslinger is very easy advantage, and you'll keep getting crits, so you'll keep refunding your grit
Oh,
points.
you're right. Yeah, it keeps rolling.
There's no way this is C. Maybe C.
I don't
it
know.
might be. Well, the thing is, how highly do we give it ratings for that strange feat combination that's super gamey?
Yeah, I don't know. I've actually don't really know how to factor feats into this.
Because like, I mean, literally so many classes would be better if you just considered them being a kobold and stuff like that. Because like, oh boy, you can use your grit points to give yourself advantage. If you're a kobold, you just have that usually.
Yeah, this is it's extremely clunky in a way that doesn't add meaningful complexity. It's just hard to play for no reason.
Yeah, I actually think a kobold, any archer, any fighter without a subclass could just be a kobold with sharpshooter and oh, you can't take elven accuracy as a kobold though. So
yeah, I mean that would sure be pretty broken, huh? I don't know. To me, it could be in D, it could be in C. Like it has.
I think it's gotta be C.
It has like things attached to it that are usable. These are usable abilities. I think
it has stronger mechanical benefits than Banneret by a decent bit, I think.
Oh, you're right.
I think it's an easier class. Congratulations with you, Mr. Matthew Mercer. This is an extremely average class.
No, we're only talking power level. Like I said in chat, because Evan nailed it as well. It makes it unique is the complication of the features, and then you get rid of half of them, and then it's still complicated and it's still not good. And like from a design perspective, this is F tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a design perspective, this is worse designed than Arcane Archer.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, at least Arcane Archer is just like very
has potential
straightforward about its downsides.
Yeah. So what's next?
That's also the thing about Gunslinger is that it's not only clunky, it's also very slow because everything you do basically adds dice.
Oh, it would take so long.
Because like you have to calculate misfire, and then like you just like you're doing a lot of stuff. Anyway, Psi Warrior. This is the one from Tasha's Cauldron. This is the officially published Psi Warrior. Oh god, you get psionic power, which is a D6. You have a number of dice equal to twice your proficiency bonus, and they fuel various psionic powers. Let's see. Some of them expend the die. You can't use the power if it requires you to use a die when your dice are all expended. You can only expend long rest. Okay, it's a long rest mechanic.
In addition, as a bonus action, you can regain one expended psionic energy die, but you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. What the fuck?
This is a weird way to.
That's just they didn't want to give you +1 without that bonus action. Yeah, that's fucked up. Doesn't matter though.
Let's see. The die increases at 5th level to 8, D8, D10, D12, and then these are the powers that use your psionic energy dice. Protective Field. When you or another creature within 30 feet that you can see takes damage, you can use reaction to expend one psionic energy die and then reduce the damage rolled plus your intelligence modifier as you create a momentary shield of blah, blah, blah.
Interesting.
So this is damage reduction.
You'll block like 8 damage or something.
Mm-hmm.
As a reaction.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Is it even 8 damage?
I don't know.
If you have maxed out int.
Well, no.
3 plus.
Let's say you have 3
like
int,
6.5,
right? And you roll a 4.5, like because on your D8, that's 7.5 damage.
It's a D6 at base
level.
level.
It's a D6. Okay, well,
but it becomes a D8
at 5th level. It's
yeah, 2 levels later, it's a D8. So yeah valid.
Okay, and Psionic Strike. Immediately after you hit a target once on each of your turns. Immediately after you hit a target within 30 feet of you with an attack and deal damage to it with a weapon, you expend 1 psionic energy die, rolling it and dealing force damage to the target equal to the number rolled plus your intelligence modifier. Wait, that's really good, isn't it?
Plus the int modifier. Ooh.
That's not bad. Wait, so at 5th level that
At 5th
might
level,
be
that's like
7.5
8.5.
damage. And you have like 7 of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
have
do.
6 dice.
That's
You have
actually
a
a
lot of
lot.
them, actually. Okay, all right. And then telekinetic movement. You can move an object or a creature with your mind. As an action, you target one loose object that is larger, smaller, or one willing creature other than yourself. If you can see the target and it is within 30 feet of you, you can move it up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Alternatively, if it's a tiny object, you can move it to or from your hand. Either way, you can move the target horizontally, vertically, or both. You can't do this again until you finish a short or long rest, unless you expend a psionic energy die to take it again. Oh, so this one you can do for free.
The first time, yeah, that's how I read it too. Moving other creatures? Very interesting.
Up to 30 feet?
Yeah.
Amazing, but interesting.
I mean, there's
like
definitely
it.
uses for that, especially because as forced movement, technically it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can like people at a difficult situation.
God, I'm realizing there are way more fighters that add significant damage, like DPS increases, than I initially realized.
Yeah,
To the point where I think
didn't there'd
our
be a lot
list
either.
might be skewed too high upwards. The average might be a little further down. Like, we might have to readjust some things.
Yeah.
Okay, we can discuss that later.
At
Or
7th
we can
level.
discuss that when we rank this. So at 7th level, you get Psi Powered Leap. As a bonus action, you gain a flying speed equal to twice your walking speed until the end of your current turn. Once you take this, you can't, as a bonus action, you can't do so again unless you finish a short or long rest, unless you extend Psionic Energy dice. When you deal damage with your Psionic Strike, you can force the target to make a strength save throw against a DC equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your intelligence modifier. If the save fails, you can knock the target prone or move it up to 10 feet in any direction horizontally. So this actually just augments your Psionic Strike. It doesn't require extra dice.
Nice.
You're right. You can knock them prone or move them, assuming they fail a save. God, I hope you've got high int because I hope you rolled real well on your stats. 'Cause otherwise,
This
yeah,
is
at
pretty
10th,
mad.
At 10th level,
that's it. I will say a lot of the other ones that were mad. I literally had to Google what that was. Multiple ability score. What? Wait,
Multiple ability score dependent.
dependent.
Sorry, you could have
Mad.
asked me.
No, I looked it up. It was fine.
Okay.
I do think so far this one gets more benefit from the int than some of the other ones, which is
It is
literally
more
just
mad
the
than
save.
Eldritch Knight.
It's more mad, but it also gets more benefit. Like,
That's what
Like
I'm
you're-
saying.
okay,
It's
oh,
more
I see.
dependent. You have less reason to put points into int on an Eldritch Knight than you have here.
That's true. And yet at the same time, like you could. No, you can't quite do that, can you? Oh. Holy shit, this is mad. We lost Josh temporarily.
But that telekinetic thrust is.
okay.
When does that happen? Does it cost anything to do that?
It happens when you do the psionic strike, which is the damaging attack one.
I see.
So yeah, you
It'll make them knock prone.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you'll have advantage on the rest of your attacks.
yes, you
Wait,
will.
actually, this is nasty as hell. What the fuck?
And you basically have like 7 uses of that.
You have seven. You have seven. You have 6 uses of it, right?
Plus 1, I guess.
Oh, you get +1.
Plus 1 from your bonus. You can refund one. You can
You
generate
can refund
another
one.
one later.
Oh, I see. That's what you
You're
mean.
adorable. Yeah. You know my favorite thing about this? There's no size limit.
There's no size limit. You
true.
can knock someone prone. I mean, it's a strength save.
It's a
so
strength
if
save,
something
you
is
won't.
abnormally large, it's not going to be affected. But also, like, you're going to be psionic striking anyway. This is basically free.
This
Yeah.
is compare this to a battle master doing prone tripping attack every turn. Tripping attack at 5th level is the same damage. It's a D8, but it doesn't have the int modifier, so it's like 3 less damage approximately. And this one,
I think it's.
but the other one
S tier.
is DC on Dex or Strength, so it's
This
probably
class is
slight.
disgusting.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Okay.
We can
I
keep
mean, but
going.
this
Well-
is really just a whole bunch of tripping attacks that do right.
Yeah, it is.
Tripping
with
attacks
si-
with
with
with an extra like 8 damage attached.
What 8? No, like 3 extra damage.
No, because trip attack gets extra damage. Oh, that's a good way of
Oh,
reframing
over
it.
trip attack, you're saying?
Yeah, because Trip
Okay,
Attack is a D8 plus 0. This is a D8 plus 3.
The one caveat that's worth there, though, is the fact that you know how you were saying that it's inefficient for Battlemaster to use it every turn. Like it's you get more of these. Straight up, you get more of these than you get Superior Die. I'm pretty sure.
You do get more of these.
You
but
do
the
get more of
Battlemaster
them.
can also use their accuracy one. Yeah.
They scale quite a bit. And they you know the number of dice you get scales pretty hard.
You can only use one of these per turn though. A Battlemaster
Really?
can
Oh, that's
spam
true.
them.
Wait,
It is
you
a lot
can't-
harder to spam them.
So this one in a one combat per day is a lot worse than a Battlemaster because I only use it 3 times probably.
I didn't realize you could only use one per.
Yeah, that's the main downside here, I would say, because it gives you
One's on
lots
each
of, you almost never run out of these.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right. Well,
That's
let's
true.
keep going.
Mm-hmm. I think Battlemaster has the advantage there. What's 10th level? Did we read that?
No, we're on 10th level.
The psionic energy
10th
flowing
level
through you has
is-
bolstered your mind.
Yep, resistance to psychic damage. And if you start your turn charmed or frightened, you can expend psionic energy die, psionic energy die, and end the effect on yourself. It's
pretty good.
Every effect on yourself, subjecting you to those conditions. Pretty good.
Decent.
I like that.
Like it's nice that you get a resistance.
Especially for someone who goes up in melee and wants to knock people prone, you're more likely to get frightened by and charmed by stuff.
That's true. Those are pretty common conditions, and just getting to expend a die, because
That's exactly what barbarians hate.
Like you just mentioned, you're probably not even going to be using all these anyway. So
Yeah.
You have plenty.
you do have plenty to use, and it's basically free. And it's every effect, which is cool.
Oh, we didn't mention it, but the psi powered leap actually decent. But I really just kind of view it as a bonus action dash.
Lol.
That happens to also give you a flying speed, which is nice. Actually pretty good, but for the most part, bonus action dash, yeah.
When you get up to like 5 proficiency bonus, you have like 11 of these psionic powers.
Yeah, you'll struggle to get through them. Hopefully, maybe there's something that lets you burn through them. Actually, I don't know.
Hopefully.
Nope.
Oh. What are the other features, Josh?
I like that I pick up on the mic, but because I muted myself on stream so people don't hear my crunching. Okay.
15th level.
Yeah, please read it for me, actually.
You can shield yourself and others with telekinetic force. As a bonus action, you can choose creatures which can include you that can see that you can see within 30 feet of you, up to a number of creatures equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1 creature. Each of the chosen creatures is protected by half cover for 1 minute. So that's 2 AC and 2 to saving throws or something. Until deck saves until you're incapacitated. Once you take this bonus action, you can't do so until a long rest. Oh, or you can spend a psionic energy to get. Wow.
I actually really like that.
And this lasts
Wait, this seems really
a minute.
strong, actually.
This is really you could just have it.
Yeah.
Just like for the rest of the game, your entire party is always going to have half cover forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And half cover is not bad. Let me look it up. It's actually quite good. Half cover is 2 AC and deck saving throws. That's
really good. Yeah.
For your entire
The
party.
whole party. Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
bonus action too, and like most fighters are gonna be spending that like attacking, and this seems
Or
like
just
it's-
nothing.
or just nothing, right? And this seems good.
This is really
It lasts a minute as well.
God, Jesus.
The entire combat. Yeah.
And like again, I know we just said it, but like the fact that it like literally you can just use it whenever you want is kind of nasty.
Mhm.
You'll have so many of them to spend right now.
This is
18th
like,
level.
in some ways, is my dream fighter because I love just resources that you never run out of.
Yeah.
Well, you should play it. It's Tasha's or something, I think.
I said earlier, this is probably the one I would have played if I were to play a fighter.
Nice. Telekinetic Master, 18th level. Your ability to move creatures and objects with your mind is matched by few. You can cast the telekinesis spell, requiring no components, and your spellcasting ability for the modifier for the spell is intelligence. On each of your turns, while you concentrate on the spell, including the turn when you cast it, you can make 1 attack with a weapon as a bonus action. Once you cast a spell with this feature, you can do so again until you feel a long rest, or you can just spam it because you have infinite psionic energy.
Whoa, what the hell?
So,
How long does telekinesis last?
telekinesis is a 5th level spell that lasts up to 10 minutes. So you can just spam a 5th level spell.
Oh my god!
And you can do all
and
sorts
it
of
gives you a
bullshit with
bonus
that.
action attack.
You can carry up to 1,000 pounds. You can try to move huge or smaller creatures to move them in 30 feet in any direction, including upwards. Until the end of your next turn, the creature is restrained in your telekinetic grip. So you can. This telekinesis is pretty strong for a melee caster. You just walk up, you just grab an enemy and lift them up 30 feet and hold them there. They can't attack you because they're stuck up there.
You're right.
Yeah. It is an ability check contested by that creature's strength check, which you'll have a decent chance of winning.
Only if you pumped in, but yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I think you
honestly,
pump int on this class, guys.
Yeah.
I think so too.
kind of do.
I- Is this an S
What
tier
is it?
class? I think this is an S tier class.
Well, hold up on a second, because
Yeah.
up until I don't think so, because up until 10th level, you are just a worse battle master, in my opinion.
Okay, fair.
Because battle master just can do everything this can do, but better, minus like 3 damage, like every once per turn, 3 damage, and actually, but yeah, and battle master will overall do more DPS in any scenario and have more utility, except for telekinetic, the movement ones, which battle master can't do. Are those that good?
I actually quite appreciate the utility of moving party members. I think that's actually good, but it's
As an
it's
action?
somewhat niche. Yeah, okay, fair point. You've
Mhm.
action search, but still. You can battle masters reduce damage of party members? Because that's the only other thing that this can do. It's pretty minor though.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of that protective field is kind of on par with the scout one. If
Yeah. Here's the thing though.
it has more uses though.
You'll probably want to use it a lot because you can't deplete your thing with Psionic Strike alone. So you're probably actually going to use
True.
protective field as well.
It's true. Yeah, and you can just spam that psionic leap because it's a bonus action. You're not really using your bonus action until 15th level.
Yeah, so you can have a flying speed for the majority of the fight. Until the end of your current turn. So actually, no,
Oh, never mind.
you can't stay in the air, unfortunately, until you.
All right.
Yeah.
Though.
It's good. Is it S tier at the lower levels? Probably not.
No, I don't think
Higher
it's S.
levels, maybe, but we wait heavily for the lower levels.
But compare that 15th level ability to a fireball. I'd take a fireball any day. The 15th level ability is quite good though.
I mean, I don't think it can ever be lower than A.
I think
That's the thing though. I feel like it's better than Scout.
Okay, I agree, and I'm actually willing to move Scout down.
I think so too.
And maybe Arcane Archer.
And I think I think it is better. I think Arcane Arch. I was actually looking at those two exactly and considering moving those two down to B, and I might consider moving Cavalier down to A.
Yeah, because we already agreed that Scout is better than Arcane Archer. Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, my thoughts on it. Cavalier has the potential to be strong, but the jankness, it can't compete with the reliable strong of Echo Knight and Brute.
So if we're moving Scout down, do we also move what was the other one? Battlemaster? Down? Because we couldn't tell which was stronger between Scout and Battlemaster.
I still think Battlemaster was a bit stronger.
I think Battlemaster is barely stronger. But
oh no, maybe we can't move Scout down then.
Well, we either move both of them. I think we either move both of them or keep Battlemaster a tier above. Because
yeah,
because Scout just has a lot less utility than Battlemaster. Battlemaster can do so many interesting things. Scout can reduce damage.
Yeah, which is good.
It's good. It's just now we're seeing the Psi Warrior can also do that.
Yeah,
and kind of in a better way, like with all its other shut with more. It has more resources. It's more happy to do it on a Psi Warrior. Like the Scout's like, should I use one of my 4 things to reduce damage? No, the Psi Warrior's like,
The Psi Warrior's like, I got 8 of these things.
Yeah. I'm looking at this. I think I'm happy with it.
I like this as well.
Okay.
I'm completely on board, honestly.
I love that Eldritch Knight is batting above its weight because of Fireball, but I think it deserved it.
I threw that out there as a meme, and
Yeah, I you know what? If a fighter, you said that, but then Dan said that Fireball is a better 13th level feature than any fighter will have access to, and I just couldn't compete with that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but it's
true.
13th level.
Like, compare a Brute fighter to an Eldritch Knight at 13th level. The Eldritch Knight will outperform that Brute heavily.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring this up. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, no, I like this. This is
Fireball good.
I can't fucking believe it.
I mean, it frankly is just it just tells you how D&D is set up, where Eldritch Knight is like it's kind of honestly a little bit boring, but like Fireball is like so strong. It's so weirdly boring. I hate how weirdly boring it is.
Yeah, it's because they're spells.
It's because it's invocation and activation spells are the most boring
the
spells.
most boring by far.
Yeah,
They're
no, you're
combat.
right. They get the least interesting spells and nothing else really for it. But yeah,
Well, they get shield and absorb elements.
okay, shield and absorb elements. Yes, very very strong. But like the thing is that
Oh no.
just tells you that
Let's move on, please.
Fighters do not get AoE.
So before we move on, can I propose that we request Steven make food now because I'm starving?
But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more.
No, I can't focus. I need food.
No,
All right.
100%. I was literally feeling dizzy, which is why I started eating.
Yeah,
chips.
exactly.
I've been eating while we're doing this.
I'm gonna go tell Steven. You can start reading.
Knight.
Okay, the next one is Knight, which is an unearthed arcana. This is one that never made it to. Oh wait, I see why it never made it. It just got
same with
turned into
Brute.
Cavalier.
Oh, do we just want to skip this?
Ooh, This is one we have to skip then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Unfortunate. Because yeah, this is definitely just Cavalier.
Not so unfortunate for our time here,
There
but
are some unique abilities to it, but in general, it just got turned into Cavalier. I think we just delete this.
That 7th level feature was actually they shunted that one to 3rd level as well.
Wait, which one?
No, don't worry about it.
Oh, I saw what you mean. Oh god.
Yeah, Monster Hunter, huh? Oh god, is that a real subclass?
Monster Hunter? We'll check it.
I'm.
Oops tier.
Oops.
We already finished one, Sean.
Holy shit! You're efficient.
We're so good
Yeah.
at
You're
this.
so fucking good.
wait until you find out what that one was.
I heard as I was leaving. Wow, I didn't realize.
Don't give it
Cavalier-
its own tier, Josh. Just don't place it.
Fine.
Yeah, yeah. What was I gonna? Oh, Steven. By the way, Steven said that he is making roasted squash as well to go in it, so it'll
Nice.
be even longer.
Well, good luck. Okay, anyway, so Monster Hunter is from Unearthed Arcana 13 Gothic Heroes. Excuse me. Never made it a print, I guess. You gain proficiency in 2 of the following skills of your choice: Arcana, History, Insight, Investigation, Nature, or Perception. And you gain proficiency with 1 tool. Oh no, you can gain proficiency with 1 tool in choice of 1 skill.
Wait, this is Scout 2.0.
Superiority dice. You get precision attack. You get
See?
when you damage a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to add it to the damage roll. You can use this ability after rolling damage. If the attack causes the target to make a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration, it has disadvantage on the save.
kinda
Super
fun.
super niche, but very fun if it works.
Yeah.
Sharpen senses. When you make a wisdom perception check to detect a hidden creature or object, or a wisdom insight check to determine if someone is lying to you, you can expend 1 die and add it to the roll. You can use this feature after seeing the total before learning this. Blah, 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 blah. Superior willpower. When you make an int, whiz, or charisma saving throw, you can expend 1 superiority die to add it to the roll. And you can only do it after, before you know if it succeeds or fails.
Great.
That one's actually good.
for wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdom saves. Charisma too. There's a couple charisma. There are a few charisma saves, but all of them are the nastiest shit you will ever
Also,
encounter.
It doesn't use
because...
reaction actually. That
Yeah.
Oh, that is actually better. It's also good because wisdom is the frightened save. So since you're a frontliner, you don't want to be frightened. It's terrible.
I just thought of something. These subclasses, like Scout and Monster Hunter, they actually are the perfect subclasses to take that fighter superiority die feat, the one that takes you, the battle mat that gives you extra maneuvers.
Oh, wait.
You can snag the best ones from Battle Master.
Wait,
And then you're just a better Battle Master.
I never thought about that. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. How many maneuvers do you get from it?
I'm gonna guess 2.
It's like something like 2. Yeah.
Huh. Let's see. Oh God, what the fuck is it called?
I refuse to let you write this based on that feat, though.
No. We're not really giving feats. Yeah, okay. You learn 2 maneuvers from the Battlemaster Archetype and gain 1 superiority die.
All right. That's extremely funny. That applies to multiple classes.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Was Scout ever actually printed? I think it's Unearthed. No, it's Unearthed Arcana.
Scout was never printed. It's in the Unearthed Arcana directly before this one. So I guess they were just playing with superiority dice, which I'm kind of sad that they didn't continue.
This die is added to any superiority die you have from another source.
Yeah,
so
it's actually really funny because like I could see superiority dice being like a larger generalized mechanic for martial classes or fighters specifically.
Just fighters specifically, yeah.
Like the question is, should Battlemaster just be what a base fighter is?
Maybe. Although some people wouldn't enjoy having that many choices.
That's true. Some people really do just like brute dice, good attack.
Just because you have the choices doesn't mean you need to use them.
All right. Well, let's evaluate this. Precision is obviously the best one, but superior willpower is pretty unique, and no, I don't think Battlemaster gets anything like that.
No, they don't. That's one of the Battlemaster would take that all the fucking time if they could.
So if you're about to get charmed or you're about to get frightened, you could do this. You only have 4 die though, so
it does go up eventually, but yeah, 5 to 6. What else do they get? Do they get anything else?
The other 2 are very niche, but not bad. At 3rd level, your study of the supernatural gives you a limited ability to use magic. You can cast Detect Magic as a ritual. I always like that. I think it's a very good spell to be able to cast as a ritual whenever you want. You can cast Protection from Evil. Good, pretty good spell. You cannot cast it again with this feature. Yeah, until you finish a long rest. Your wisdom is your spell cost. Okay, that doesn't matter because they don't need wisdom. They don't need a modifier for those. Oh, yeah, and you get the language. Okay. I actually like these spells, the spell choice they give you for utility.
Spells to have.
Yeah.
This actually provides you some utility, like some combat utility.
Detect Magic comes up a surprisingly large amount, and if you can just cast it for free whenever you want, that'll come up.
I mean, it also frees up your wizard or whatever from having to take Detect Magic.
True.
So
if you
Protection
even
from
have
Good
it,
and Evil is actually better than most people give it credit for. Until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. All of them, by the way, at the same time.
Ooh.
Protection grants several benefits. Creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. And then if you're already charmed, frightened, or possessed, it is on hold, basically.
Wow.
No, it has advantage on any saving throws. Yeah.
You could use this in my campaign.
Yeah, this would be a really good spell to cast in your game. The reason I usually don't do it is because it's a concentration spell.
What could you possibly be concentrating on that's more important than protecting a single party member from?
Who would I? Yeah, I was gonna say, who would I even use this on? Myself? I guess so.
All right.
Actually, would be really broken if you. Well, anyway.
If I could cast Bless and this, and Sanctuary, yeah.
And Spiritual Guardians.
Oh, and Spiritual Guardians. You're right. Although I suppose I could just cast this and Spiritual Guardians.
What?
No, wait, they're both concentration. Fuck.
No,
Yeah, okay, I
what are
found
you-
the problem with this spell.
Yeah, what? It's a problem with all cons. Anyway, Monster Slayer. At 7th level. Oh, actually, did we mention you gain the ability to speak one language of your choice: Abyssal, Celestial, Infernal. Lovely.
That's pretty cool. I like those.
At 7th level, when you expend superiority die to add damage roll, you can expend up to 2 dice instead of just 1, adding both to the roll.
Oh,
Both
okay.
dice are expended as normal. If the target is an aberration of Fiend, a Fae, or an undead, you deal
This isn't
maximum
very good.
damage with both
Wow.
dice instead of
Oh, wait.
rolling them. It was really bad right up until that last sentence.
So
It was
the
worthless until then.
I would say the only one you can actually use this on is sharpened attack from your base set of
Yeah.
options, unless you take something else from the feat.
The feat. But sharpened attack at 7th level, that's a D8. So you run up to someone, and instead of doing your standard, like let's say you have a great sword, you have 2D, you do like 11 damage, and you add another 4.5 to it, and now you add another 4.5.
But if
But
it's
then-
Fae, Fiend, or Dead, you deal 16.
That's true. So you go from 15.5 damage to 31.5 damage. This is a 16 damage for one superiority die if you can find the right conditions, which is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, Fae, Fiend, Undead, pretty, I would say fairly common enemy types, Fiends especially.
That is better than turning a miss into a hit.
Yeah.
Not that much better though,
But it's not, yeah, and like, well, they are very common, and you probably will find this use case
Also,
for this. I do qualify because it's a condition. I consider it somewhat niche. That last
Yeah.
sentence.
At 10th
Yes.
level, so at 10th and 18th level, you do get superiority dice bumps, so that damage goes from 20 or from 16 to 20 to 24. Just,
True.
just, some scaling.
It does. That is important.
And they get the
You
boring ass.
and then you get superiority die when you.
I will say
roll
that
initiative.
the first part of this feature is not enough to use it over
Ever.
turning a miss into a hit. The second part of the feature is worth it.
Yeah. It
If
it
you
adds
can
it adds a
find-
condition in the case that you're fighting one of these that you'll probably
Mm-hmm.
be doing that. It also makes you especially effective at fighting liches.
Oh,
Because
you're
they're,
right.
because they're undead and usually are concentrating on spells.
And they're gonna have disadvantage on the con save to concentrate on your like 30 something damage hit.
Right, exactly.
So they're gonna have to have disadvantage beat like a 16 or something.
So the best use case is that you're in a campaign that has a lot of Fae, Fiend, or Undead.
Yeah.
But also protection from
It is
good people,
niche.
great spell to be able to cast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially. So what's kind of nice about protection from evil and good, especially, is because it is a concentration spell. It might seem not as good, but because it gives creatures disadvantage of these types disadvantage on attack rolls against you, you're actually less likely to get hit.
I'm a little confused right now because Monster Slayer is a 7th level feature. I'm looking over at Scout and they don't have a 7th level feature.
Scout.
So I wanted to compare the Scout 7th level feature to this 7th level
The
feature.
Scout 7th level feature is, I guess, just a superiority die.
No.
They
Wait.
gain one at 7th level.
Oh, you're right, I guess. Oh, and they get another favored terrain.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, no, this should never have been put in. This should not be the scaling you want.
Well, this is definitely better than Scout.
Yeah,
I
but
agree,
it's
I
but
agree.
so it's actually really
Scout
easy
has
to
the
rate
def-
this.
yeah.
It's better than Scout, and it's probably not
Worse
S
than
tier.
A
So we
tier,
just
yeah.
we have to drop it in A by
It's
default.
true. It's true.
And I actually don't know if it's better or worse than Battle Master, but I don't think it matters because I think
It doesn't.
it's fine if they're in the same tier.
I think Battle Master is slightly better for battle, and this one might have a little bit more utility
Yeah.
and defense because it has willpower.
Yeah, it has willpower. All right, that was nice and easy.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh God.
This one is the Psi Knight. Oh God.
Wait, how? This
So-
is different than the other
so-
Psi one.
So,
Yes.
yes.
There were 3.
Unfortunately,
Oh boy.
If you read it, this one was never actually.
this one was never published because Psi Knight or Psi Warrior came from Psychic Warrior. I think.
Yeah, there was Psychic Warrior, which turned into
Oh
Psi
no, wait,
Warrior,
never mind.
and this.
I'm wrong.
and Psi Knight.
Wait,
turned into
This
nothing.
is just Psi Warrior.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait,
It's
what's the other
it's-
one? What's Psychic Warrior?
I don't know. Let's see. Just wait 8 minutes for Wikidot to respond.
it's so slow.
I don't know why.
Is Psychic Warrior the unique one?
Psychic Warrior is the unique one.
Oh, God damn it.
Boo.
Wait, are we sure it's unique, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
It,
not.
it has psionic thrust, though.
No. Psi Knight has psionic thrust.
Oh,
And
I was
Psi
looking at your
Powered
stream. Sorry.
Yeah. Psychic Warrior. Oh my god, this is so fucking confusing. This naming scheme sucks ass.
Yeah.
Psychic Warrior gets Mage Hand cantrip, and it's an invisible spectral hand. They get Psionic Armament. When you choose a long rest, choose whether to augment your defenses or your strikes, and they last until you finish a long rest.
Fuck it, keep going.
Okay, fine. We'll put Psi Knight.
We'll
I don't know.
rename
Can
it,
you
yeah.
just? I was like, can you just like quickly make a new tier list or something?
I can make you a new picture for that, yeah?
Okay, yeah, and we can just upload it or whatever. Anyway, augmented defenses. When you or a creature within 30 feet of you takes damage, you can use your reaction to roll a d10 and reduce the amount of damage taken by the number rolled. And when you reach 10th level, it changes to d12. Augmented strikes is once during each of your turns when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can also deal 1d4 psychic damage to that target. When you reach the 10th level in this class, the psychic damage increases to 1d6. Once per turn.
Yeah, once painful.
We're not in brute territory anymore. 7th level as a bonus action, you can telekinetically lash out at a creature within 20 feet of you. The target must make a strength saving throw against a DC equal to A plus your proficiency plus your intelligence. On a failed save, the target takes force damage equal to 2d6 plus your int mod and is telekinetically moved 15 feet directly toward or away from you. Your choice. On a successful save, it takes half as much damage and isn't moved. You can use this a number of times equal to your int mod. You regain all expended uses on a long rest.
Pretty good.
At 10th level, you get Telekinetic Bulwark. When you take the attack action, you can forego one of your attacks to project a bastion of psionic power in a 10-foot radius. It lasts for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. For the duration, you and your allies in the area gain the benefits of half cover. Oh, they just combine the two. That's why.
Oh no. Oh wait, hold on, Dan.
This one is unique enough, though. The Bulwark is the only thing they took.
That's the only thing. Fair enough.
Once you do so, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest or until after your second win feature. Starting at 15th level, your attacks can channel Psychic Agony. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can also deal 2d10 psychic damage to that target and force it to make a con save against DC equal to A plus your proficiency plus your intelligence. Unless the save succeeds, the target falls prone and suffers disadvantage on ability checks until the end of your next turn. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. At the 18th level, using your reaction when you take damage, you can give yourself the following benefits for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. At the start of each of your turns, you regain 10 hit points. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet, and if you're prone, you can stand up by spending 5 feet of movement. Once you activate this feature, you can't use it again until you finish your long rest. Yeah, there's a lot of fighters.
There sure are.
I don't know. Like,
We're losing our goddamn minds here.
Well,
I'm just
contributed to
upset.
this
I'm
one.
just upset about the Psi Knight, Psi Warrior, Psychic Warrior Trinity.
Here, Josh, add this.
Okay. How do I add this? How do I add a thing, Dan?
Oh, I have the ability to add things. Do you know? Let me look. I have an edit button at the top.
Oh, I don't have that.
Oh, get good.
Well,
Okay,
so
just edit and upload it so that we can just refresh.
In the meantime, though, we can use the Psi Knight and pretend it's a
Sure.
psychic, whatever. I've already forgotten. I was it's a psychic warrior. Is that what it's called?
Psychic Warrior.
Psi Warrior, Psi Knight, Psychic Warrior.
They literally just smashed the two together. I'm
Smash
so
them
upset.
Wow.
together. Are you sure you want to rate this? Go back to the list.
I'm on the list.
Or not the list, sorry, the page.
Oh, I remember now. Like Sinai was like kind of weird. So I remember reading this.
Oh.
This is the Arnath Arcana version. What happens is the die just gets smaller whenever you roll it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it was a really weird mechanic. And probably for the best that they removed it because it was kind of garbo.
Like, you just lost it for a bit.
I did. I don't know where I'm putting this shit. Like, it's really thrown me off.
All right, we've said nothing about this class.
Mage Hand, its utility, it's fine. Augmented defense or strikes. I feel like 1d6 damage at 10th level per turn is not that good.
That seems kind of trash.
Seems kind of garbage.
Whereas
I think the defense is way better because you can do
Yeah.
it for free once per round, basically.
reaction to reduce damage by 1d10.
By
Yeah, I
1d10.
think you'd take that. It's not
The
amazing,
defenses
but it's
are better.
it's better than the tiny damage
Strength
increase.
of Mind is extra damage as a bonus action, and you can move other creatures, which, I mean, could be useful. Is not the most useful thing in the world. It's extra damage, but it's like just 2d6 flat damage, like 7 damage.
Well, plus
plus int.
Plus int, so like 10 damage.
Yeah, it's yeah, but it eats your bonus action, and they have a save against it.
Yeah,
Did you take?
It's half damage.
Half damage.
It isn't intelligence modifier.
Dan,
but
we'll get Dan in here to, really properly crunch the
You're
numbers.
on your own.
Let's see,
I would say that I'm underwhelmed by this instinctively, but moving enemies feels like it has way less utility than moving players. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
It's because you can't you can't do anything interesting with them, like use it to kill them.
And the other thing is, I think the reason is because you can move one enemy, but there might be 6 more.
Yeah.
I feel like in all our campaigns, we're just always outnumbered. So moving a single enemy is whatever, whereas moving a single player is huge.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're right.
right.
It's just more you get more impact out of it because what you do when you're moving an enemy, generally speaking, is you're playing with range and you're trying essentially to push them where you want them. And where you want them is usually in a place where they can't do damage to other people. But you're right. If you're surrounded by more than one enemy, it doesn't fucking matter. So if you can move your ally, you're preventing all of that at once. And also, it's because of the weird interaction around forced movement, right? Because forced movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity, it is both better to move your allies and worse to move your enemies.
You're right. So, in short, the movement is kind of underwhelming. The damage is a bonus action of piddly bonus damage, and there's a save tied to it. You can use it a few times at least.
Okay, I will say the damage isn't terrible. It's like a great sword with a weaker modifier. And it's a save too, so you're guaranteeing damage.
Compared to the rest of what the fighter subclasses can give you, it's not very much. On its own, I think it's good, but compared to the rest of the fighters,
Telekinetic Bulwark is fine. We said that it was good. It's a good ability. It replaces one of your attacks, but you're a fighter. You get 1 million attacks.
Oh, this one's worse than the other one.
I think this one is worse than the other one.
Because it's an attack instead of a bonus action. It's a pretty niche thing, though. Like, it
lasts for
be
a
fine
minute,
either
right?
way.
So all you're doing is focusing one attack at the start of combat, and everyone else gets a very long-lasting buff, which is like pretty good, pretty decent. Like if you can buff your whole party for 2 AC, like I don't see why you wouldn't.
Yeah, agreed. That's good.
Agonizing Strikes is Like it's good, I think, but it's like 2d10 damage is like a decent amount of extra damage to do. You can do it whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack. Okay, no, actually, this is pretty good. You can knock someone prone.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have the turn modifier that the other sort of abilities have, so you can keep spamming this. And at 15th level, you can spam this basically 6 times in the first round of combat.
Yeah. Well, actually,
okay.
no.
You can spam it 3 to 5 times, depending on how jacked your intelligence modifier is.
Yeah, you're actually hurting for resources quite a bit more on this one compared to the other one. But you can also expend them
But like every
so
feature
quickly.
gives you a resource, basically. It's not like they're tied to like the number of dice you have.
You're right.
It's like each one is uniquely a resource.
It's interesting. That's probably why they doubled the proficiency, because they didn't want.
Yeah, they probably just wanted to streamline it. At the let's see, Psychic Dreadnought is very whatever. 10 hit points at the start of your turn is like all right. But you have to be conscious.
At 18th level too.
At 18th level, like it's 10 health per turn is better than 10 health per turn if you're below half health, but you know,
Walking speed increased by 10 is good.
you know what? Actually, all right. This is, I think, better than the other one. Better than Survivor.
I sent the thing that you can test and see if it works. I'm going to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, it looks like it works. I will just copy the rankings. 1 sec.
What a scuffed stream we have today. Thanks everyone who's somehow still watching. You insane people.
Some of it was scuffed in ways that could have been prevented.
I mean, in theory, all of it could have been prevented, but like later start due to chair modifications.
Due to wanting to watch someone weld.
You mean watch someone? No, it was the other thing. I forget the name of it. But yeah, listen, I had to be on hand in case he killed himself.
All right.
And then on top of that, one of us was muted for 3 hours.
Okay.
Speaking
that
of
one
things,
was very scuffed.
Speaking of things that could have been prevented.
That could have been prevented. Yes.
Yeah. And then this.
But in all fairness, I think I forgot about it because everything else had already gone so bonkers.
That's maybe we'll never know.
I don't know. Where are we putting Cyanite?
I have no fucking clue. Pull up the list again. Wait, is it Cyanite? No, it's
no,
it's not.
It's Psychic Warrior. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah. B.
Okay, Psychic Warrior.
B. There's a small chance if Dan were here that he would crunch the numbers and be like, technically this is better than Psi Warrior.
Psi Warrior.
But I can't really be bothered.
I feel very similarly, honestly.
I'm almost okay just putting them both on A.
I think that is appropriate. I think so, actually.
Tyler?
I don't know if I have any input with this one.
It's a bit of a mind boggler, that one.
Yeah.
I hate this. We might have to have a talk about which Unearthed Arcana ones we include.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We just
Especially
didn't.
this many.
We did not vet this one properly, but that was kind of our fault, but also kind of a lot of Wizards of the Coast's fault.
Yeah.
I've been going out longer than the D&D session, and the hour plus of hanging out afterwards. Yeah, I'm so tired.
It's okay. There's only 4 more. We're almost there, and there will be food waiting for us.
Imagine if we hadn't even gotten the food started by now.
Dan, have you returned? Whatever. I think he can argue with us about this, but I think you can start the next one.
Okay. Should we start the next one, Dan? We should start the next one.
We can start reading it.
Okay. Renegade.
Oh, no.
This is from Legends of Runeterra. Oh, guys, the League of Legends one.
Oh boy.
All right then. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency with the following 2 skills: Deception, Persuasion, or Sleight of Hand. So 2 of the following skills: Deception, Persuasion, and Sleight of Hand. So free proficiencies. Oh,
What'd I miss?
no.
Yeah, you want to go back to the tier list?
Do we?
We slapped Psychic Warrior in A tier. I think it's probably on par
Echo.
with.
Someone's holding push to talk.
Stop it! Someone's probably on. It's probably on par with or slightly weaker than Psi Warrior. It's hard to say.
Wow. Was it that good? Damn.
Okay. No, we have to do it real quick. Switch back to it. I'll go through it quickly. Here's the issue, Dan. Right? Augmented defenses is okay, but probably worse. I think the biggest issue was that they have the exact same 10th level feature that we all really liked, and then they also get some piddly damage on a bonus action. Except it's 2d6 plus int. And it's a save, and it's like, okay. And then 15th level ability, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can do 2d10 psychic damage and make them and knock them prone if they fail a save, right? And you can do that multiple times per turn, but you can only do it a number of times equal to your intelligence mod. So where the fuck do you relate that to the other one, which can do less damage, but more times overall, but less times on the same turn?
How often can you wait? Where's the number of features this thing gets? It gets Mage Hand. It gets. Oh wait, it can augment. Oh, you have to choose either defense or strikes.
So you choose whenever you take a long rest that lasts until the next rest you take.
So you can make it so once on each of your turns you could do 1d4. That's really not.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Pretty shit. I think the defense is way better.
But the other one is you can get the reaction ability to reduce the damage by like 5, so it's worse. It's still both of these are worse than the other psychic guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe you're right.
Strength of Rind, 7th level as a bonus action. Oh, so this is just free damage.
It's just free damage.
Yeah. This is just,
a number of times
free like weapon attack practically, and you move them.
Though there's a save.
Let the half damage on a.
But it's half damage.
It's guaranteed damage.
That's guaranteed damage as a bonus action. Yeah. And compared to a weapon attack, you can miss your weapon attack. This thing always does damage. So if your intelligence bar is like 3 or 2 or something, it's what is that, 9 or 10 damage, and then 5 damage if you fail. So it's
telekinetic bulwark is the exact same thing we saw, pretty much.
That's a pretty heavy. That's a heavy DPS increase. Yeah.
Yeah, you see the issue, and then get the agonizing strikes.
Wait, I didn't look at 10th level yet. Sorry.
The 10th level doesn't matter. It's the same as the 10th level.
It's the one that gives half cover.
Oh, that's the same. I see. 15th level. 11 damage. Con save.
I think you can actually. I think this numerically is really strong.
Wait, how often? Let's see. Not. But you can do this a lot less than the other one can.
Yep, but you can spam it.
You can spam it.
And does it? And the other one didn't do damage, and this one does damage. And you can
no, the other one did damage.
The other one that does damage, you can only do it once per turn, though. This one,
how much damage did the other one do?
I think less damage.
It did your die plus int modifier.
Oh, you're right. Maybe it's.
No, I'm talking about the prone part. I'm pretty sure the prone on the other one didn't actually add damage.
It didn't add damage, but it was on top of.
Yeah, so you can only proc that prone ability by using the one that adds damage.
Yeah.
So it's damage and prone with the two combined, and this effect is damage and prone. Although it's way later.
Except for the other one gets to spam damage and spam protection fields. This one gets one of those.
Yeah.
This one has to choose either defense or offense.
The protection
and its offense is worse.
Yeah.
Yep. The other one gets a lot more uses of the prone. But the prone doesn't actually do damage, but it adds damage there.
But that's 2d10 damage, though, is the thing, and that's like more than once per turn at 15th level. Like,
yeah, how many of those do you get? Like 3 or 4, maybe at most.
I mean, yeah, at 4, you're unloading like 8d10 damage, and then
you're using all of them in the first turn.
You might use them over time.
You might use them over time, or you might just Giga Blast all your damage like a Zug fighter.
Yeah. The other one has the option of the other one is forced to use them once per turn, so it's less bursty. So that is a downside, even though it has more damage overall because but it's over time.
Yep.
So it's a hard one to rate.
Yeah, they are pretty close. I do prefer the other one because of the fact that you get defense and offense.
I think I would prefer to play the other one.
Only defense until 15th levels, but you get that 7th level feature that's really good. The 7th level feature on this one's way better than the other one.
Yeah, I guess. Although caveat, the other one, the knocked prone thing, is its 7th level feature, whereas this one it's a 15th level feature.
You're right.
Yeah,
you get
So actually,
but this one you get the 10th level feature at 10th level instead of 15th level.
oh,
Yeah, this is actually a much more relevant again, telekinetic bull.
I think this one is better in some ways and significantly better in some ways and significantly worse in others.
So it's pretty comparable. It's an A-tier class.
Yeah.
Done. Let's go. Renegade.
Amazing. Yeah. I mean, that 7th level feature is too good. So.
Okay, you get 2 of the following skills: Deception, Persuasion, or Sleight of Hand. Additionally, when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you begin constructing a custom firearm that suits your unique brand of Renegade style. The process begins by selecting the form, etc., etc. Pistolier, speed over and style over raw power. It's a small flintlock handgun. As an action on your turn, you can target a creature within 30 feet and shoot. Make a ranged attack roll against the target. You are proficient with the attack, and on a hit, the attack deals piercing damage equal to 1d6 plus dex mod. The number of shots you can fire during a single action increases when you reach higher levels and subclasses 2 at 5th level. 3. Whoever wrote this didn't know how D&D worked.
Yeah.
Well,
They could just specify a weapon.
Yeah. Anyway, like all they had to do was say it's a weapon that does 1d6, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Sniper is a large two-handed firearm. They can inflict massive damage in a single shot as an action on your turn. You can target a creature within 120 feet and shoot. Make a ranged attack roll. I understand why, but like I'm just saying. Make a ranged attack roll against the target who are proficient with the attack. And on a hit, the attack like seriously. On a hit, the attack deals piercing damage equal to 1d10 plus your dex mod. You deal extra Sorry.
yes.
You deal extra damage while using.
we're so close.
You deal extra damage while using this form when you reach higher levels. Dealing damage equal to 2d10 plus your dex mod at 5th level, 4d10 at 10th at 11th level, and 6d10 at 20th level. Does that average
Hey,
out?
look, they properly scaled it out.
I was gonna say, I think this
5th,
actually is
11th,
properly
and 20th.
scaled.
What happened to 5d10?
No, it goes up by 2s.
No,
It
true.
goes up by 2 because you're accounting for the dexterity.
It's per
modifier.
attack.
It actually works.
Actually, it is gonna work.
Yeah.
So, in what you're saying is you get no benefit from this.
You actually do get a benefit, I think.
Well, let's do the math on it. One attack with normally you'd be using a D8, and at 20th level, it's 4 D8s plus 20, right?
4d6 plus 20.
No, a longbow is a D8.
Oh yeah, okay.
So 4d8 plus 20 versus 6d10 plus 5. I imagine the 20 is going to win, but let me actually do the math on that. Let's see. 6. So 38 damage on the sniper and 18. 38 damage on the other one.
Okay, all right. So they're statistically
It's
the same.
identical.
You said they scaled it. It's 1d10 initially, and then it goes up to 2d10 plus
2d10.
dex.
And then 4, and then 6.
That initial
Wow.
1d10 to 2d10
Yes.
doesn't. That's correct.
That is, I think, the point at which you are weaker than someone using extra attack.
Yeah.
Weaker.
I was
And then
gonna say, that
11th,
doesn't seem right.
11th level, you're less weaker, but you're slightly weaker. And at 20th level, you even out exactly. However, any sort of magic weapon, even a +1 magic weapon, means multi-attack is better
True.
at all stages.
That is very true. Although this class
Except for
gets
3rd and 4th level.
okay, so important to consider is that this class does get firearm upgrades. So these are the base forms of the guns, and they get upgrades.
Great.
Oh boy, another.
Oh,
cave.
fuck
Oh,
me.
no.
I hate it. I hate
Great.
it a lot.
Okay. All right. When do you get upgrades? You gain one let's see. One minor upgrade and one major upgrade at 3rd level. You gain one additional minor upgrade at 5th level and one additional major upgrade at 10th level. Okay, so you're gonna essentially, in most modes of play, you can get 2 minor upgrades and 1 major upgrade. So let's check
Is
them
this
out.
fucking what do you call that genre of game where you just keep going in dungeons and die?
Well, like a roguelike.
A roguelike. This is a roguelike, but it's a subclass. You just get upgrades every once in a while.
God, you're right.
That is funny.
So this is from Legends of Runeterra. So this is like the League of Legends tie-in, which is why they don't know how to format the actual like. Okay, this is actually very offensive to me that they can't format this shit properly. It's like exceedingly offensive to me for no reason. I don't know why I'm so upset about it.
It's okay, Josh. Calm down.
Anyway, so blade and black powder. You create a matching blade to accompany your firearm, rendering you a deadly opponent in both melee and ranged combat. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your ranged attack rolls. Pretty cool. Additionally, when you use your action to shoot your gunfighter form, you can use your bonus action to strike at a creature within melee range. Make a melee attack roll. The attack roll uses your dexterity modifier, and you're proficient with the attack. On a hit, the attack deals slashing damage with a 1d6 plus your dexterity modifier. So that's a free attack you're getting. This is just a free. You're basically dual wielding.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have to be within 5 feet.
But you have to be
of
within
them?
5 feet.
Sick. What's
That's a really good upgrade, though, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
In terms of DPS.
as a fighter, like even if you're using a ranged weapon as a fighter, you're still a fighter. You're still the second tankiest class in the game. Okay, third tankiest class.
Wait.
Fourth
Well,
tankiest class?
If you use sniper and then your bonus action would be another sniper or just like a gunshot, like what?
Well, okay, there's a lot of these, Dan. We gotta move it along.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm asking how does it work?
What do you mean? How does it work?
What I just asked. It says that you can make a bonus action attack.
You
with the gun.
need to be a pistol guy.
Oh.
So you can
Oh,
choose
okay,
Requires
you choose
pistol,
sniper
yeah.
or you choose pistol, and then you can augment.
I see.
Yes.
I follow.
So by repurposing some salvage hex tech parts, you equip your gun with an arcane net. As an action, choose a creature within range of your firearm. The creature must succeed a strength save or be restrained. At the end of each of its turn, the target can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on a success. And
full
that's
action,
the longest.
Good,
Full
except
action.
full action hurts. So
Full action hurts.
decent.
What's the DC?
I
The
think it's
DC is equal
it
to 8
says
plus
up
your
at the top.
proficiency
Oh, there
plus
it
your
is.
charisma. Oh, that's
What?
Scroll up, Josh.
Like charisma?
Excuse me. Charisma.
What?
well
yeah,
then.
I wouldn't have chosen.
What if it was your dex? Yeah.
Collateral damage. You alter your ammunition to have explosive capabilities. When you hit a target with a successful attack from your firearm, all creatures within 5 feet of the target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 piercing damage. It's pretty bad,
Awful.
huh?
Trash tier.
It's sniper form. You only attack once per turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Crosshairs. Prerequisite 5th level. You will be 5th level, right? No, you get a minor upgrade at 5th level. Okay. If you haven't moved this turn, you can aim down your sights as a bonus action, reducing your speed to 0 and granting you advantage on all attacks you make using your gunfighter's form feature until the end of your turn. Wait, this is nasty as hell.
That's
Yeah,
really
that's
good.
actually good. That's
If
like
you're a
mandatory.
sniper, you just sit back there
This
and
is-
you're just an elven
I was gonna say-
Elvis Archer sharpshooter.
This is essential
No.
on the sniper, but I think it might be way better on the pistol guy.
You're right.
Because
it might
you're
be.
basically you don't miss anymore.
Well, what's the range on the pistol? Isn't it 30 feet?
30 feet on the pistol, yeah. So it is
Yeah,
30
that's-
feet. It's pretty.
that's kinda rough.
No, you just walk up and do it.
Okay,
That's
you'd
true.
have
If
to
you-
have the black powder thing that
Yeah, I was
doesn't
gonna say if
have
you take black
disadvantage.
powder and you take crosshairs, then you never have to move again.
There you go.
You just sit there and just DPS.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, let's see. Sniper form, 5th level. You add a second barrel to your firearm. When you use your gunfighter form, you can shoot twice during a single action instead of once. The shots can target the same creature or
Wait.
different creatures. Make a what?
Wait, that's nuts.
Wait,
It's just
That's
wait,
great.
what?
That instead of attacking 4 times, you attack 8 times, and then action surges 16 times.
Oh, okay. So this balances out the 5th level, but then like way overtunes it.
No, it's incredibly overtuned.
Because you're basically loading extra attack onto something balanced around not having extra attack. Why would you?
Okay, keep reading these. Eventually, we gotta find out how many of these upgrades we get. See what's possible, but
And then
Are-
smoke
keep
screen.
reading.
So these are all the minor upgrades. This is a minor upgrade, Dan.
Wait, the double barrel's a minor upgrade?
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
minor
That's so
upgrade.
broken.
It's
We're
so
just
nasty.
not even getting into them.
I think this here. Okay,
It
here's
breaks it.
my
It's
prediction.
broken.
Here's my prediction.
What?
This is going to be more broken than all of the major upgrades.
I bet. It's gotta be, right?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay, smoke screen as an action. You can release a burst of ash and smoke. This cloud forms a 10-foot cube centered on a point of your choice within the firearm's range. Spreads around corners as a cube's smoke lasts for 10 minutes. It cannot be dispersed, and it's considered heavily obscured. So it's basically like darkness
Okay.
that you can't dispel.
Decent.
As an action.
It's,
Yeah, not amazing.
It's not amazing. Although, I mean, people cast darkness as an action, so.
Yeah, it's time for
Also,
time for your-
it's funny that it says it can't be dispersed.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, this is just darkness, but kind of better, huh?
Yeah.
time for your hex
It's
blade.
just
dip so
permanent.
you can get Devil Sight. Anyway,
Devil Sight.
no, it
Devil
wouldn't-
Sight doesn't. Yeah, it
it
only
wouldn't do it
works
because
in
it's not magical
darkness.
darkness. You're right. Okay.
Isn't darkness 5 feet, not 10 feet? No, darkness is like 20 feet or so. This is huge.
Darkness is a 10-foot radius, if I
10
recall.
foot? Okay. Major firearm upgrades. As an action, you can fire a barrage of bullets. Each creature in a 15-foot cone originating from yourself must make a dex save, taking piercing damage equal to 3d10 plus dex mod on a failure and half as much on a success. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again unless you finish a short or long rest. Yeah, that's way worse than double barrel.
Pretty good AoE, but I'm guessing this double up's gonna break the game again.
Double up. When you hit a creature with a successful ranged attack with a firearm, you can immediately cause the bullet to hit another creature within 15 feet of the original target. The second target takes piercing damage equal to your dexterity modifier. Minimum one. You can redirect a bullet in this way a number of times equal to your charisma mod and regain all expended use. No. This is bad.
No.
It's bad. I thought it would be another bullet damage.
This is actually
Yeah.
supremely bad, especially compared to this one. Why is this a minor upgrade? Anyway.
or major or the double barrel. Yeah, that's
You equip your
someone
firearm with a
did not
volatile
think.
piece of a stolen hex tech, allowing you to release a piercing bolt of electricity as an action. It's a 1 foot wide, 30 foot long line. Each creature must make a dex save or take 3d8 lightning damage, half as much on a success.
Bad.
This is
It's nice to have
bad.
AoE options, but they can't compare it to the other thing yet.
As a bonus action, you can charge your weapon with blazing force until the start of your next turn. Whenever you make a successful attack, you deal extra fire damage equal to half your fighter level rounded up. You can charge your weapon this way a number of times equal to your charisma modifier.
Okay.
Minimum of 1. Regain all uses after a short or long rest.
So at 11th level, you deal extra fire damage equal to you do another 5 damage every time you hit. That's pretty good.
You can choose this at 3rd level.
Okay. But at 3rd level, the damage is kind of piddling.
Is that for the whole turn until the start of your next turn? So it's every attack you make that turn.
Yes.
good.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this
that's
just
good
augments
then.
your weapon to be better.
It
Why
seems like
doesn't it
there's some
scale?
obvious choices.
There's very little balance
Yeah.
here.
So
yeah,
the
there's
major
obvious.
upgrades
That's what Tyler
suck
says.
dick, and then the minor upgrades are all really good. What? I don't understand.
I mean,
Okay,
the
some of them
Trauma
are
Fire
less
major
good, some of
upgrade's
them are
good.
extremely broken. But I would say like this is pretty good. Like it's just a straight up another attack you get to make, and it removes the 5 foot limitation on ranged weapons.
And the crosshairs is nuts too because you just have
This is
advantage on
super,
all
super
those.
good. Yeah, this is
This-
just the forms also.
Yeah, now we go for the class.
Oh boy.
At 7th level, you learn to exploit. So you get 1 minor upgrade, 1 major upgrade when you pick it at 3rd level, and then you get 1 minor upgrade at 5th and 1 major upgrade at 10th. So starting at 10th level, you
Can
learn
I
to
get 2 minor upgrades?
yeah, can I just swap this major upgrade for a minor upgrade, please?
Let's see.
The damage dealt by your firearms, including damage dealt via firearm upgrades, ignores resistance and immunity. That's nice. It's not amazing. It's not like super exciting.
That's pretty nice. Well, it depends on the campaign, obviously, but that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's not going to happen very often. But almost.
Not really.
When do you find an enemy resistant to piercing damage?
Barbarian, not very often.
Not super often.
This is
Immune to
basically
piercing
that
damage.
feature that feature that says it overcomes magical resistance.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah,
It's just reworded in its own fun way.
because they don't know how the game works. Yeah, checks out.
Yeah. Let's see. At 10th level, when you use your second win feature, your AC gains a +1 bonus. Yeah. Like, do you see what I mean? It's like it's just
That is
worded so
weird.
awkwardly.
It
Your
should
AC
be-
gains a +1 bonus, and your movement speed increased by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. Very eh.
That's really lackluster.
Extremely eh for such a limited feature. You get your second wind once, and it's giving you +1 AC at 10th level. That's actually really kind of not good.
15th level though. Let's see.
You can't get both double barrel and crosshairs because they're both level 5 only. Oh, that
you can't
that
get
is true.
yeah.
So
You
are
can't
locked.
remove an upgrade.
Wait, you can't get what?
You can't remove and replace
You can't trade
upgrades.
the upgrades. Yeah. So
Yeah.
you're essentially locked into a path. It's like when you're playing League of Legends and you have to upgrade your skills or whatever. I don't know. I've never.
Wait,
played
I
League.
don't. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it says you only get to choose it once, and then it doesn't say you never get to change it.
At 15th level, it says whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace any of your firearm upgrades with a
Oh,
different
never
one.
mind. You're broken.
Oh yeah, I didn't read that bit yet.
You
but
cannot have more than 2 major upgrades equipped at a time. Who gives a shit?
That is pretty late though.
Yeah, you just go
I don't-
3 minors, 4 minors.
I mean,
I
it's
see.
pretty late, but even if you just have double barrel at 5th level, it's still nuts.
Yeah, there's other ways to get it.
Once you get to 15th level, then you have advantage and double barrel.
Which is disgusting.
Yeah, all we care about is those 2 minor ones. The other ones we're not even talking about.
It doesn't matter. You're never gonna take them.
What's the 18th?
Let's see. A single concussive blast. As a bonus action, you can either throw or set down a small explosive. If thrown, the explosive range is 60 feet, detonates immediately. If set down, it can be detonated remotely from up to 60 feet away as another bonus action. When detonated, each creature within a 15-foot radius of the explosion must make a dexterity saving throw, taking 12d6 force damage on a failure and half as much on a success. The DC for this saving throw is equal to your firearm upgrade DC, which is 8 plus your proficiency plus your charisma. Not great, but I mean, hey. And then a short or long rest to recharge it.
That's a lot of damage.
12d6 AoE damage? Even
That's
at 18th
1.5
level is not like
That's
not bad.
1.5 fireballs in almost as big as fireball radius.
Yeah, almost as big as fireball, and you get it on a fighter that can just do a lot of other damage.
Dude, 12d10 at 20th level per turn.
Yeah.
I like how you can detonate it remotely as fucking being a fucking terrorist. Ugh. Let me place this bomb here and walk
So
away.
in terms of like overall power level, obviously this is like sick, nasty, super nuts. Just
yeah.
because you basically break the like just taking sniper just a lot. I thought that this would be way better, but they actually scaled this properly. Like they got all the numbers correct, and then for some reason they went and they just kind of like broke it.
Did an oopsie on the features.
They were like, yes, good.
I'm gonna attempt to skip us ahead 10 minutes. Where do you think this ranks?
I think it's an
S.
S tier class.
Yeah, it's S tier.
Wait, but before does Sharpshooter work with the pistol form and double barrel? Because
No, I think only the sniper form. Or
double barrel's
barrel's only
only sniper. That's right.
Double barrel is only sniper.
Damn.
It would be extremely
double-
funny to just go. Brr, 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 brr.
Yeah, but like even the pistol form has a lot of potential with
It does.
just
It's actually pretty good still.
like crosshairs is kind of nuts with pistol. Yeah,
And then you combine it with the major one that is half your fighter level each time.
true. And they'll
Yeah,
just do a
this
fuck ton of damage.
absolutely would be pretty nasty. But like, oh my god, seriously, why would you write this?
it feels like maybe this is designed around campaigns that have ridiculous magic weapons like ours. And to give you motivation to still use this even with access to that.
This wasn't super official though, wasn't it? It was like
This is,
League of Legends. It was one of those
this
League of
was-
Legends ones.
Yeah, this is from Legends of Runeterra: Dark Tides of Bilgewater.
Which is
Hold on.
like what? What?
Finish your thought.
No, go ahead.
We haven't discussed the double barrel sniper. Like,
have.
hold on.
We have.
No, we discussed the mechanics of it, but double barrels, is that a thing?
No.
I didn't think
No.
so. That didn't
Okay,
seem right.
there's exactly one game that has a double-barreled sniper. I shouldn't say that. Maybe League of Legends has one, but there is one game that has a double-barreled sniper rifle, and it's called Titanfall 2. There's a gun in it called the Double Take, which is a double-barreled energy sniper. And when Apex
Not the triple
Legends
take?
started, they made the Triple Take, which is a triple-barreled energy sniper. Apparently, Dark Tide of Bilgewater got Did D&D Beyond remove the Runeterra Dark Tides of Bilgewater campaign due to Wizards of the Coast's Magic the Gathering ? Anyway, yeah, this is like... Okay, so the thing is, I think that in general, what we should go by is, in general for classes, we should go by whatever is available on D&D Beyond. And then also whatever Unearthed Arcana we find to be particularly fun.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So this was a class that was available in D&D Beyond, which was the official Dungeons & Dragons app. So it is more official than not, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go for Rune Knight, which is in Tasha's Cauldron.
Oh, good.
Oh no!
What?
Scroll down.
Oh no! Look how long that scroll wheel is.
Remember this one?
Okay, let's see. At third level you get Smith's tools and you can do Giant Speak, which is cool. All right,
Fighters
Rune
was
Carver.
bait.
You learn 2 runes of your choice, and then you get more runes later. So 2, and then at 7th you get 3. At 10th you get 4, and at 15th you get 5. Whenever you finish a long rest, you touch a number of objects equal to the number of runes you know, and inscribe a different rune onto each object. The object must be a weapon, a suit of armor, a shield, a piece of jewelry, or something else you can wear or hold in a hand. Your rune remains on an object until you finish a long rest, and an object can only bear 1 of your runes at a time. You must have the level requirements. Save DC equals 8 plus proficiency plus constitution. Pretty Gucci. Not as good as strength, but, I mean, constitution is a good sort of secondary stat for a fighter boy. Okay, here's the runes. Cloud is advantage on sleight of hand and deception checks while you're wearing an object inscribed with it. When these are so long. When
What kind of rabbit hole am I looking at right now?
when you are a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of you other than the attacker. The chosen creature becomes the target of the attack using the same roll. The magic can transfer the attack's effects regardless of the attack's range. Once you invoke this rune, you can't do so until you finish a short or long rest. That seems potentially pretty good.
That's nutty. It's not a willing creature, right?
I was looking at the wrong
not a
Rune Knight. Let me get over to the right page.
Were you opening the Unearthed Arcana?
I opened the Unearthed Arcana Rune Knight.
Okay. This seems really good. It's not a willing creature. You just can't make the attacker choose to attack the attacker. We like this effect because it's hilarious.
Yes.
Which one are we talking about? Cloud?
Cloud
rune. The passive is whatever, but it's when someone makes an attack, you can make them make the attack against someone else using the same roll.
Regardless of the range.
Can it be an enemy? Can you make it?
Yes, it can. Regardless of the range, within 30 feet.
So how often can you do this? And is it a reaction?
It's a reaction once per short or long rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Fire rune. Let's see. While wearing or carrying an object inscribed with this rune, your proficiency bonus is doubled for any ability check you make that uses your proficiency with a tool. All right. In addition, when you hit a creature with an attack using the weapon, you can invoke the rune to summon fiery shackles. The target takes 2d6 extra fire damage and must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained for 1 minute.
Ooh.
While restrained by the shackles, the target takes 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of its turns. The target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, banishing the shackles on a success. Short or long rest. While wearing, Frost Rune is advantage on animal handling checks and intimidation checks, and then you can invoke the rune as a bonus action to increase your sturdiness. For 10 minutes, you gain a +2 bonus to all ability checks and saving throws that use strength or constitution. Once you invoke this rune, you can't do so again until you finish your short or long rest.
Meh.
That's very meh. Stone.
I like that you're generally gathering, just slowly gathering passives.
Yeah, that is pretty funny, actually.
I like it.
You gain wisdom on insight checks. You gain advantage on insight checks and dark vision out to a range of 120 feet. Potentially pretty good, actually. When a creature you can see ends its turn within 30 feet of you, you can use your reaction to invoke the rune and force the creature to make a wisdom save. Unless the save succeeds, the creature is charmed by you for 1 minute. While charmed, the creature has a speed of 0 and is incapacitated.
Ooh,
whoa. It repeats the save at the end of each of its turns, ending this short or long rest.
What's the DC?
It's equal to 8 plus your proficiency plus your constitution mod.
Oh, nice.
7th level or higher, you can have access to the Hill Rune. It gives you advantage on save throws against being poisoned. Pretty cool. Resistance to poison damage. Pretty cool. As a bonus action, you can resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage for 1 minute.
Whoa.
That's really strong.
Wait, damn! No wonder it's locked to 7th level or higher.
Yeah.
And then Storm Rune, while carrying this object, you can have advantage on Arcana checks. Actually, surprisingly useful, and can't be surprised as long as you aren't incapacitated. You can invoke the rune as a bonus action to enter a prophetic state for 1 minute or until you're incapacitated. Until the state ends, when you or another creature you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, a saving throw, or an ability check, you can use your reaction to cause the roll to have advantage or disadvantage. Once you invoke this rune, you can't do so again until you finish your long rest.
I mean, we've seen fighters that can do this like 5 times, so, but not the disadvantage part.
Yeah, the disadvantage is kind of nice, especially because
you can only use this once, which is like
no, you can do it. You can do it anytime for 1 minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is for the minute. It's infinite.
Yep.
It just uses your
Wait,
reaction.
if you had, and then on your next turn, could you enter your Hill Rune state?
Oh yeah,
Can they both be active at the same time?
I think so.
Wow.
I believe so.
Like, that's actually a lot better than I thought.
Hill Rune's insane. You just get rage minus the
That's
extra
actually
damage. Yeah,
That's actually
The
super
downside.
super.
and you can't
nasty,
drop
yeah.
out of it either.
You can't, but the downsides are you only get 1, whereas a Barbarian would have like 3 or 4 of them right now.
Okay, yeah, but like
Yeah.
you're not gonna get canceled out of it, and it comes back on a short rest.
Barbarians don't really get canceled out of it. Not they
Well,
really
they have enough that they don't have much of an issue with it.
Yeah, but like also you get this at 7th level, so from 3rd level through 6th level you don't have it. So, but it is
I
really
think
good.
okay, no, I actually think this is better than rage in a lot of circumstances.
Yeah.
Because as far as I can tell, these effects don't end when you become unconscious.
Stone Room is until you're incapacitated. Is the other one? No, I guess not.
Isn't.
Hill Rune is not. Yeah.
Okay. I mean that is better than rage. You just
Straight
only
up,
get
this
one
is
of them.
this is just good rage.
Yeah,
It's good rage, but you don't get your bonus strength damage that rage gives. And
that's
Yeah.
what 2 damage. Yeah,
Well, I mean, at 7th level, it's like 3, I think.
3.
Yeah,
It adds up.
It's amazing. I think this is an amazing feature. It's just I just weighted less because you get it a little bit later, but still felt
7th
pretty
level
early.
is
7th
still
level's
like
pretty
very
early.
achievable. Yeah.
No.
And at 7th level, you do have 3 runes. So that is the primary like limiting factor is that you have a very limited number of runes overall. At 15th level, you are going to have 5 of them, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6.
So
Almost all of them,
you can get all but 1.
which is fine because some of these are like.
At-
are you
yeah,
really
at
going
10th
to take
level-
this frost rune?
At 10th level, you're pretty much always going to have Hill Rune, Storm Rune, and then it looks like Fire Rune is pretty good, and you'll just take one of the rest.
You
I don't
probably take Cloud Rune. It's very funny.
To be fucky, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and at 3rd level, you can imbue yourself with the Might of Giants as a bonus action. Jesus Christ, this is a bonus action heavy class. You magically gain the following benefits, which last for 1 minute. If you are smaller than large, you become large. Oh! All right, S tier class. Along with anything you're wearing, if you lack the room to become large, your size doesn't change. You have advantage on strength
Small.
checks and strength saving throws. Or you become the grapple god.
And athletics.
Oh my god.
Once on each of your turns,
But it's a
one of your
bonus action.
yeah. Once on each of your turns,
And then
one of your
Storm Rune's a
attacks.
bonus action, and then Hill Rune's a bonus action.
Yep.
With one of your attacks with a weapon or an unarmed strike can deal an extra 1d6 damage to a target on a hit. Okay. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Ooh, pretty juicy.
Yeah, the 1d6 damage is not bad. It adds up.
It's not bad. It's also basically free if you're
Yeah,
not going to
that's-
activate another rune.
I would call it piddly, but you'll take it.
I mean, that's 3.5 damage around. At 3rd level and 4th level, that's pretty amazing.
That's
like
really
at
good
5th
at the lower
level-
levels.
At 5th level, it is now weaker than Brute, but Brute is very strong.
Yeah.
And then everything beyond that is because it never fucking scales.
It never
Well,
scales.
actually, no, we haven't read the rest. Oh, it scales. Never mind. Keep going.
At
Oh.
7th level, you learn to invoke your rune magic to protect your allies. When another creature you can see within 60 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the attacker to re-roll the d20 and use the new roll.
Wow.
Number of times is equal to your proficiency bonus, and you get them back on a long rest. Okay.
So many resources.
This is a very resource-heavy class. This is actually a very interesting class.
Yeah, you don't get very many of each resource. But you get resources at 3rd level. You get resources at 7th level. You get each of these runes.
You actually get 2 resources at 3rd level.
Yeah.
Oh.
Giant might and the God. What a
Yeah, I wasn't
level
counting the
power
runes.
spike.
Yeah. 10th
That's 7th
level.
level, but you're right.
The magic of your runes permanently alters you. When you gain this feature, roll 3d4. You grow a number of inches equal to the height equal to the roll.
SS tier.
Additionally, the extra damage you deal with your Giant's Might feature increases to 1d8. Okay, so it does
What's
scale.
D do?
All right. We finally found a trash ability in this.
Yeah. At 15th level, you can invoke each rune you know from your rune cover feature twice rather than once, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a
Ooh,
short
2
or long
rages.
rest. Oh. This
It's
is like
As a fighter,
This
2
is a big
rages?
bump.
Fucking, that's amazing.
That is actually
this
amazing.
is a big bump because these you know.
Sorry.
What?
Can you read 18th?
Yes. You
Oh
at
my.
18th level, the extra damage dealt with Giant's Might increases to 1d10, and when you use the feature, your size can increase to huge. And while you are that size, your reach increases by 5 feet.
Wait, that's amazing.
Okay, this is an S tier class just based on flavor alone. I'm calling it
You just
now.
take up so much space.
Oh my god, you can literally become the god of grappling.
You know what I realized? Becoming that big while having resistance so many enemies are going to be attacking you because you could fit like 15 enemies around your hitbox.
Yeah.
You
And they're just going to be body blocking everyone.
by the way, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're smaller than large, you become large, means you become large. But this one says your size can increase to huge. So my theory is that you can choose, but
But you should always become huge.
yeah, why would you choose?
Yeah.
Once my sorcerer dies, you're making a himbo lesbian Rune Knight. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
God, yes.
How long-
This
so-
this class, I remember it being pretty lackluster last time I read it. It might have been the Unearthed Arcana. They might have buffed it since. This seems really good, actually.
This I think is S tier and more than just.
This is awesome. This class fucks.
Yeah.
Well, I think we found it doesn't have that much DPS, but it has a decent bit of utility, and I think we found a class that's tankier than Eldritch Knight.
Yeah,
I
a lot
think so,
tankier, I
100%.
think. Yeah.
Yeah. And it protects your allies and it buffs your allies.
And it
You're
draws
huge.
attention in a way that is like this is one of those soft mechanics where it's really hard to draw aggro unless you're fucking huge.
It's true.
It's better. I think it's better than that. You know what draws aggro more than being huge is growing huge.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
amazing.
I love this.
I do think from 3rd level to 6th level, it's not particularly strong.
I don't know. 3rd level is pretty good.
I think that is maybe true. I think that
I mean,
the
at 3rd
fire
level, you
rune
get 2
is
runes.
potentially
so
very
you're
good.
basically you're like an Arcane Archer. You get to use a decently cool ability twice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think the abilities are generally better than Arcane Archers.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they're generally better, and they scale in a way that the
I think the
Arcane Archer
fire
doesn't.
rune is basically like that archer shot that did grapply stuff, whatever it
Yeah, I
was.
mean,
That's
fire rune
true.
obviously doesn't scale, but
Wait, scroll down to the other
Fire-
level of it.
Fire
Cloud
Rune
Rune.
doesn't scale because it doesn't have to, because restrained is always
restraint
good.
is a good.
The cloud
condition.
rune effectively removes a hit on your ally and adds it to an enemy, so it's damage plus defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If I read it correctly.
that's how I interpret it too.
Yeah, fire rune is actually really just very good, even with just a restraint. You're completely correct, because like if you just pop it at the beginning of your turn, you just make all your attacks with advantage.
Yeah,
But I do think this is pretty similar power level to Arcane Archer up until 7th level. A little better, actually.
That's
I
fair.
think I agree.
and that keeps in mind that we were actually sort of okay with Arcane Archer in the early levels.
I
They are,
think-
yeah. Arcane
Yeah.
Archer's
Yeah,
better
in
levels.
general, Arcane Archer is pretty compelling at lower levels. This, I feel like it does feel a little restrictive until you get to 7th level. At 7th level, you really hit a power spike though.
It's just I am gonna be a little annoyed that I have to grow one turn, and then they're all gonna hit me while I'm not resistant to damage. And then the next turn I enrage.
No, you're enraging turn 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be
No, yeah, you grow big on turn 2
Right.
after you've enraged and gone
yeah,
into them,
exactly.
and then you shunt them.
Oh, you shunt them all.
Yeah, that's it. Oh my god, there's so many uses for this too. Also, you can just like block an entire cave entrance with your body.
Yeah.
You can become big a lot of times. You could do it like 3 times at 5th level. You can only ever rage once until 15th level, and you can do it twice. So your rage thing is something that you kind of save for that important fight.
But also, you come out of a short rest.
Yeah. So you don't. If I was playing this, I would use it every fight.
Okay, but
I mean, I wouldn't use it on a fight that has like
I don't know if
5
that's the correct
kobolds.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not a.
There's seven
Yeah, but
goblins
your
trying to
DM isn't going to
escape
give you a fight that has 5
rage.
kobolds when you're like this.
They might.
But also, listen, if you're playing this class, you can use your brain. You can
Yeah.
know when you're gonna want to use this, and if you're gonna like run into an encounter afterwards, like everyone's gonna be low on resources. It's okay.
It's
Yeah.
not like a barbarian where you literally just rage every single fight. Because why the fuck not?
It's not like Frenzy Barbarian where you have to carefully consider, is this your last fight?
But
Basically,
one
this-
rage per short rest is enough.
Well, I was
Because
gonna say one
It
one
is,
rage for short
absolutely.
rest is very similar to the way that warlocks get all their spell slots back on a short rest. In terms of like generalized relative impact. Like, yeah, I think in general, like, there's never you're not gonna get baited into using this super often.
Yeah, it's completely enough because you can't drop that rage.
I would say that this
It's guaranteed for the fight.
I think for me is hovering somewhere between it's obviously no lower than A.
This is solid S for me.
I gotta give it S because
Yeah.
a barbarian, a resistance to all damage is too powerful.
Well, almost all.
It's just a shitty stone skin spell, Dan. Get over it.
No, it's also magical damage.
You get
It's true. It's a better stone skin.
Wow.
Damn, that's
Stone
it.
skin is the best.
All right, let's just pop that in S
Our
tier and move
average
on.
rating is A tier. We fucked up.
Might just have good subclasses.
Okay.
Oh, no, Samurai.
No. The disparity between the good subclasses and champion is so gargantuan that everything
Yes.
is way up.
Exactly.
Do you want a double F? Do you want a champion tier?
God, just champion is so far below everything else.
I questioned Champion F a couple times, and I no longer question it.
I think the thing also is that champion is like not only is it numerically not that good, it's like boring as sin on top of that. At least Brute is numerically very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Rune Knight's 1d6 damage once per turn heavily out DPS's champion. Heavily.
That's so sad.
It's not even close.
Oh no.
Oh my god. I will say, Dan, and I hope you'll forgive me for this, but like Brute is not looking as appealing looking at these other S tiers, man.
Maybe.
But I don't want to touch that. I actually want to go move on to the next one.
I almost want to make a
All right,
champion
Samurai
here
S
and
tier,
then move
move
everything
on.
else down one.
God.
So you get one proficiency of your choice from history, insight, performance, or persuasion, or you can learn one language. It's fine. Fighting Spirit, this is the signature ability. As a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on all weapon attack rolls until the end of the current turn. When you do so, you gain 5 temporary HP. The number of hit points increases when you reach certain levels in this class.
So
increasing to
nuts.
10 and 15 at 15th level. You can use this feature 3 times. You regain all expended uses of it when you finish a long rest. This is very anomalous as a fighter in terms of resources because they give you a very powerful resource. They only give you 3 of them, and they come back on a long rest. But this
10th
fighter is
level
still
feature.
super good.
Oh, incredible.
You can just casually give yourself advantage on all weapon
So-
attack rolls until the end of the current turn.
Yeah.
And you get
I can
positive.
tell you, at 11th level, you can action surge and attack 6 times with Fighting Spirit. That's basically like you just use six maneuvers from like many of these other
Yeah.
subclasses
Mhm.
instantly.
This is a super good ability. It super scales with all the rest of your fighter abilities. Yeah, I don't know. Advance is good. Like it's not like an ability where it's like, okay, you get 2d10 damage to every single one of your weapon attacks, but it means that you're just like not gonna miss.
Reckless Hoomst?
Yeah, pretty much. Like honestly, and the thing is that like obviously we're not really ranking with feats in mind, but this is completely broken with any feat that is take a -5 for +10 damage. It's just so busted.
So elegant courtier?
Elegant courtier. Whenever you make a charisma persuasion check, you gain a bonus equal to your wisdom modifier. You gain proficiency in wisdom saving throws. Actually,
That one's good.
That's so good.
if you
That's
you
amazing.
already have this proficiency, you instead gain proficiency in intelligence or charisma saving throws. Your choice. I mean,
No, you want wisdom.
you want wisdom. At 10th level, when you roll initiative and have no uses of fighting spirit remaining, you regain 1 use. Actually, super good. Like not like game breaking, but this I would
I
say
think this is one of those shitty features that I hate. That this is one of the few ones that might actually come up.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think that this is a class where because nothing comes back on a short rest, this is one situation which you actually want this, especially because 1/3 of your fighting spirits back on a powerful resource at the start of combat, very good.
And it's a 10th level, which is the earliest we've seen any of these ever before.
That's
So,
true.
yeah,
They keep shoving them at 15, and you're like, why?
yeah, no, that's
What about like second wind, action surge? Are those all long rest?
short rest.
Short rest.
Okay, interesting.
So almost everything in fighters and most fighter subclasses is short rest. A few are long rest. This is one of them.
This is a ridiculous. This is one of the strongest features we've seen. If like
Singularly, it's the
power
strongest
level
third level
of,
feature, I think.
This fighting spirit is, if not the best feature, it might be the second best behind the barbarian rage one of the Rune Knight.
Yeah.
What Rune
So-
ever?
So rapid strike.
Okay, rapid strikes. If you take the attack action on your turn and have advantage on an attack roll against one of the targets, you can forego the advantage for that roll to make an additional weapon attack against that target as part of the same action. You can do so no more than once per turn. This is basically a free attack because the second attack is going to have advantage.
Well, it's true.
Like, yeah, like if you're fighting spirited, right?
Yeah.
If you're
If you're
if
not
you
fighting
just have
spirited, it's
normal
still efficient to do
advantage,
it.
then yes. But like, yeah, if you're fighting spirited, the second attack is gonna have advantage, which is extremely. It's a free attack.
Yeah.
No matter what, if you have the ability to use rapid strike, you should, unless a monster you know is going to die in one hit. Like, and it's the final enemy, and you're like, I just have to hit this one hit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Isn't it wind up being the same mathematically? So you should still do it?
Yeah, I think you should still do it.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think
it does.
that's really funny.
So no matter what,
cool.
you should always do it. It's always a benefit.
Yeah, you should always get an extra attack.
So at 15th, the extra attack good?
Oh, 15th, you get extra attack.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then at 18th level, you get Strength Before Death. If you take damage that reduces you to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to delay falling unconscious and immediately take an extra turn. While you have 0 hit points during that extra turn, taking damage causes death saving throw failures as normal. 3 death saving throws can still kill you. When the extra turn ends, you fall unconscious if you still have 0 hit points, and you have to take a long rest before you can use it again.
Well, okay.
This is good.
So
like,
if you are about to die, due to on someone else's turn, you can just be like suddenly like,
you
oh
literally
no, I
just
have a
get to
turn
take
now.
your turn. Yeah.
I mean, how often do you die on your turn? I think the only time I've
No,
seen it
never.
happen is Brendan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. So this basically just gives you a free turn, and as a frontliner, that gains temporary hit points and advantage in attacks. So you're probably frontlining. Like this is good. It's gonna come up like every now and again, and it's never going to be bad. Free damage is free damage. It's time to study the blade. Yeah. When you take a when you look at action economy and when you get to break action economy, always good.
All right, where do we rate this?
S tier.
Well, I think
That was easy.
Yeah.
I think it's S because I honestly think it is on par, if not better, than stuff like Battlemaster, Cavalier, etc., up until 11th level, in which it surges past them. It gets more and more efficient the more attacks you have. So and once you hit 11th level,
true.
you have 3 attacks, and Samurai just becomes outclassed. I mean, it outclasses them.
Yeah, 20th level Samurai is disgusting.
It really is.
All right, and Steven just posted a picture, so I swear to fuck.
All right, okay. Unearthed Arcana number 23, Fighter. The Sharpshooter is a master of ranged combat. Let's see. As a bonus action, you can take careful aim. Let's see. Of a creature you can see within range of a ranged weapon you're wielding. Until the end of this turn, your ranged attacks with the weapon gain 2 benefits against the target. Attacks ignore half and 3/4 cover, and on each hit, the weapon deals additional damage to the target equal to 2 plus half your fighter level. You can use this feature 3 times and regain all expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. Ooh.
That's pretty good.
7th level, you can take the search action as a bonus action. You gain proficiency in perception, investigation, or survival, your choice. At 10th level, you learn to handle yourself in close combat. Making a ranged attack within 5 feet doesn't impose disadvantage. If you hit a creature within 5 feet of you with a ranged attack on your turn, that creature can't take reactions until the end of this turn. So that means you can scurry away. 15th level, you get Rapid Strike. If you have advantage on a weapon attack against a target on your turn, you can forego that advantage to immediately make an additional weapon attack against the same target as a bonus action. So it's worse than the Samurai one.
Yeah.
And at 18th level, you are ever ready to spring into action. If you take the attack action on your first turn of combat, you can make one additional ranged weapon attack as part of that action. This is pretty good. This is really good.
Wait,
what?
Is it? It's just one more attack amidst like 4 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
On
no,
one
wait, never
turn.
mind. Your first turn.
It's only on the first turn. It's not that good.
Yeah.
It's not just extra.
No, it is good. It is good. It's good. Because you, if you action surge, that's still your turn, right? You just get to take an additional action. So you get to take, you essentially, at 18th level, you get your extra attack front loaded. And then at 20th level, you get to make 10 attacks the first turn.
Okay, that's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Going from 8 to 10.
It is an 18th level feature, so
It's an 18th level feature,
Yeah.
but like it's just a flat like attack.
it lets you
bone
open up
number
for some
bonus.
pretty good damage. That's good.
And like, combat very front loaded, first 3 rounds of combat. Like that's 1/3 of your turns that you're just
That's
doing
true.
an extra like what is an 8 to 10 damage 8 to 10 attack increase percentage
Okay,
wise.
you're just assuming everyone is like you and uses action surge on their first turn.
I think most people dump action
I
surge
would.
on their first turn. Okay. At 18th level, you're
Yeah.
100% dumping action surge on the
Because
first
you have
turn
2 of
because
them.
you have another one.
Yeah, I think it's funny though.
Do you have another one, or
But
do you have
it's
3?
2 attacks. So if you for some reason you just had a longbow, that's each of those attacks is 9.5 damage plus times 2. That's 20 damage. And now you'll probably have a magic weapon. Let's say a +2 weapon. So you're doing like 25 extra damage with this feature at the start of each turn. Not bad. That's pretty good.
Open combat with just a little extra bursty. It's not.
Yeah, I think it's solid.
It's not the most interesting one, but it specializes you for ranged attacks, which
It also feels good to do that many attacks.
oh my god, I'm sure it does. Just go pra, 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 pra.
Especially because you'll use your bonus action to steady aim, and each of those 10 attacks will do an additional 2 plus half your fighter. Another 11 damage per attack.
Wait, that's actually
Oh, up there,
really
yeah.
really gross.
So that's 110 damage
Oh.
for 10 attacks plus the 12 damage per. It's like
Wait, no wonder they
you're
never
doing
printed
200
this.
You're doing like 200 damage. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I can see why they never printed this. That's
I mean,
disgusting.
To be fair, fighter.
It's-
Fighter, you're
Fighter,
assuming-
yeah.
But like, does any
Um,
fighter get like the sheer amount of extra damage at high levels that this does? I don't think so. I don't think any of them do really.
That steady aim scales really well.
It does, yeah.
It super scales.
By the time you're 20th level, that's 12 damage. That's basically like 2d12 per hit.
How does it fare at lower levels? Let's say 1 to 3 to 10 when we
Okay, 3
usually.
to 10.
That's
That's
3
still
damage.
that's
I
still
feel
like
like it's pretty
5
good.
damage
I can tell
At
you.
3rd level, it adds 4 damage per
3
shot.
and,
per
at
shot.
3 and 4 damage for as long as you have steady aim up, it is slightly more damage than brute.
So
Yeah. It's considered it's 2.5 versus 4. and it's 4 guaranteed.
So it's
Not guaranteed. 4 consistent.
No, Tyler, it's rounded down. So at 3, it's 3, and 4, it's 4.
No, because it's 2. Oh, yeah. No, never mind. I can't do math.
It's fine.
It's been a long night.
It's been a long night.
I'm gonna have us look at this list and order some of those A's and S tiers, and we might have to.
So I have a proposal. After we rank this, or maybe before we rank this, I feel like we should make a champion tier and then take almost everything and move it down 1 tier, and then pick a few S tiers.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Because everything feels out of scale. It's so heavily top loaded.
It is, but that's why I'm suggesting we just look at the list and like see those S tiers, right? I think you could, for instance, probably recognize that the Brute's probably the weakest among those.
Yeah.
And,
Brute's
still
and
good,
order
though.
them. Like, which of those S tiers is the best? Probably Renegade, honestly.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Renegade is definitely the most like giga busted. I think Samurai and Echo Knight. Probably.
No,
Samurai?
I think Echo Knight's,
Rune-
Echo Knight's the second worst.
Second worst.
I would put Rune Knight second.
I think.
Is Rune
I would
better
go
than
Renegade,
Samurai?
Rune
I
Knight,
think so,
Samurai.
yeah.
Agreed.
And Echo Knight and Brute are actually the ones that are debatably A tier.
Yeah. Echo Knight was good though. It might just be Brute.
Yeah, but
it might
Echo Knight is also
literally-
the only one that has like real utility.
And the way I'm thinking about this is it might end up being things like Battlemaster and stuff are much closer to, should be much closer to average, because that's what they ended up being. There's
I think that's probably true. I think
Yeah.
Battlemaster ended up being our like benchmark.
You're
I think
at-
Battlemaster is above average, but it's pretty close. And I think Scout is actually below average. Scout and
I
Arcane.
think you're probably.
So
Yeah.
like something like Scout should actually be C because it's below average,
with
and Battlemaster
B.
should actually be B.
Okay.
Mhm.
But, okay, what about the A tiers? Can we order the A tiers based on which one's best and worst?
Eldritch Knight has one ability basically that makes it like decent, and then also at a very high level, it gets an AOE, which is nice. I think Cavalier might be.
I think that's
Is
highest
Is
A.
Cavalier the best A tier?
I think because we were considering. Oh my god, that's a spider. We were considering S tier. Ooh, that's a big spider.
I think Monster Hunter's on the low end of A tier.
I think you're generally right about that. I feel like I would be okay with this ordering, where Cavalier is the best, Eldritch Knight, Psi Warrior, Psychic Warrior kind of grouped over here. Do you think Eldritch Knight is better or worse than the Psi Warrior, Psychic Warrior set? I feel like those are very comparable.
The Psi Warriors are better deep. I actually think the Eldritch Knight's worse. I think it's worse for too long because those ones have their shield equivalents. Eldritch Knight just has shield.
Just as shield, yeah.
I think Monster.
These
I
also
think
do.
Monster.
These do way more damage. Like obviously, we acknowledge that Eldritch Knight doesn't really do damage, but
It doesn't. I think Eldritch Knight and Monster Hunter should be down at Battlemaster.
do you think
above
they should
average
be
tier
in the above average tier? I would be completely okay with that. Where do you think Sharpshooter falls?
Sorry.
It's really good.
I think it's super good.
We had a minus spider situation. We had to delay. We're back though.
I think.
I was thinking A tier.
I think Sharpshooter is
Really
S
think
tier,
it might be S tier.
but I do think Echo Knight and Brute go down to A tier.
I think Brute for sure. Unfortunately, Echo Knight maybe, although it provides unique utility. But like, yeah, you might be right. Hold on.
It's more on the power level of a Cavalier with its unique utility.
Yeah, and the Psi Warriors. Yeah, no, I think you're correct.
So like
The Eldritch Knight was good though.
I mean, but
Was
it
it?
takes so long for it to become good.
Yeah.
I mean, not that long.
Okay, but here's the thing: is like, is the ability to cast shield a couple of times per day equivalent to anything above it?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I
because
don't really
obviously
know.
it loses. Each of those beats it in DPS. That's without a doubt.
Yeah.
It wins in AoE slightly, but its AoE.
Comes
Eldritch
online
Knight's
so
AoE
late.
is so weak. All it does is damage a whole bunch of enemies.
How does it compare to Sharpshooter?
Sharpshooter is way better than Eldritch Knight.
I mean, the DPS, absolutely.
No. Hold on. What I mean is the DPS of Sharpshooter definitely, for me, outweighs the utility of having +5 AC a lot of the time.
What do you get?
Compare Eldritch Knight to Battlemaster. Eldritch Knight is better at defense. Battlemaster is better at offense. Battlemaster offers additional utility. Battlemaster actually offers more utility than Eldritch Knight is, which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
But
Like,
hear me
Eldritch-
out. Hear me out. Fireball.
I know.
No, I'm kidding. I actually like it in B. In fact, that's sort of where I thought it was initially, and then I accidentally argued you guys into higher.
It's just like for like 12 levels. Imagine being an Eldritch Knight compared to like a Brute or an
I would
Echo
be
Knight.
very happy being an Eldritch Knight right up until a level like 5-ish. At which point I would just be a little disappointed.
Isn't that around when your Eldritch Knight died?
Correct. And you know what? Maybe it's a good thing that he died.
But like also like literally Eldritch Knight level 5 and Eldritch Knight level 6, you're just an auto attacker that is scared and defends themselves, but you can't defend your allies. You don't have any sort of combat utility. You don't have any mobility. You just slowly walk at the enemies and cast shield if you get
Your
scared.
spell list is just like so restrictive. I think
You
that's
are
part of the
hard to
problem.
kill. You are very hard to kill.
It's not that restrictive. You get what at the or is it 8th level where you get your second?
8th level is like the last real level people reach.
Yeah.
And like what are you taking at 8th level that is going to be super useful at 8th level?
Misty Step maybe as your special spell, so you can actually reach combat.
Tasha's hideous laughter earlier.
Yeah. I got that on my rogue.
But if you take Tasha's, now you have a spell that requires you to pump up points into int, and now you're
I
Man,
know.
taking
Yeah.
Tasha's as an Eldritch Knight is just like so sad compared to when your Bard casts Hypnotic Pattern and trivializes an encounter.
That's why something like Magic
Yeah,
Missile
okay.
is not bad in Eldritch Knight because it doesn't require int.
Yeah. It's just guaranteed damage. It's
It's just, but then you might as well just be attacking with your sword.
I think I'm generally in agreement that I think Eldritch Knight is like the problem with being super tanky is you need something to do while you're tanky, and it doesn't give you any tools to really do anything while you're tanky. Not getting hit is pretty cool, but not getting hit is like not actually as good if you're not really doing that much in addition to it.
I mean, you are a fighter.
Yeah, you are a fighter, but so is everyone else on this list. So
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, but like just adding tankiness to an already strong base class is enough to make it really strong. I mean, yeah, maybe I am kind of getting moved down to A tier in your opinion with that, but yeah,
it's still fine. But,
See,
but
to
I am
me-
looking at the rest of these, and I'm like,
it's
a little.
to me, I agree with Dan's assessment that C is slightly below average and B is slightly above average, and I feel like Eldritch Knight is an above average fighter, but it doesn't do anything like well enough really to like be more than just above average, right? It's
Let's
not like
put it in like let's put it in a fair arena, and like over the course of an entire fight, which fighter will end up having more health by the end of it, the Rune Knight or the Eldritch Knight, if they both get hit the same amount of times?
You mean if they
or
both get attacked the same amount of
The
time?
same number of times, yes. Will shield end up making them tankier, or will resistance to all damage make them tankier?
that's a good question.
hard question.
Now the Rune Knight offers things besides that and has damage, but
Yeah.
Rune Knight is objectively better than Echo Knight, yeah.
I like-
Or than yeah.
but is shield as good as resistance?
I don't know, but I liked your comparison to Battlemaster, where just random utility is good, and they have that, and just like the Battlemaster, they deserve to be above average on there. And like in terms of raw tankiness, maybe not, depends on the scenario. But
The
you need
Battlemaster
more
has a
than-
lot more utility than the Eldritch Knight, though.
sort of yes and no, but the Eldritch Knight has a different utility, and then also is tankier. So like that's why I like them both on the same tier.
Wait, but
What was the monster?
honest question: what different utility?
Mostly AoE at later levels and earlier levels, and tankiness.
I guess I didn't consider that utility. Sorry.
That counts as utility. And then the it's not damage. Everything not damage is utility. And not
The AoE is damage. What are you
I
talking
would say
about?
okay. I would say that Eldritch Knight, just on the basis of it being a caster, is somewhat of a caster, is somewhat unique in that you're not really it fulfills something that most fighters can't really do, which is AoE. And it does so well at low levels, but really
Is it that
falls
well
off.
though?
I have a better argument for utility, which is, do you want to go down the wizard spell list and list out the utility from each individual spell?
Yeah.
Because the Eldritch Knight can take any of them occasionally
Once.
within the first few ones, but you can take any of them once, which
And then
means you
8th
have
level you get
any of
another
that,
one.
and you get another one, which means you have any of that utility. Now we could go through all of the spells and judge their utility individually and say this is utility that this Eldritch Knight may or may not have depending on where you do it, or we can accept that because they're a fucking spellcaster that can cast wizard spells, they have utility. God damn it!
No. But a counter argument is a wizard can swap out their spells. An Eldritch Knight picks one and stuck with it forever.
Also,
No. You can swap it when you level.
Really?
Yeah, I've done that multiple times on my rogue.
I would also
Have you finally gotten rid of Shadowblade?
I
would also say
I
this.
haven't picked which one to do for 12th level yet.
I will also say this. It takes so
Have you swapped out Green Flame Blade?
one of your spells can be
work on it.
a wizard utility spell, right? Which is very hard because even though wizard spells give you raw utility, the fact is like utility is kind of like niche, where the reason that wizards are useful is because of how many spells they get from that list. It's not just that they get access to those spells at all. Getting access to one spell and changing it out once per level is still very restrictive. And
Like I guess you could take like Web or Grease.
until 7th level, you will have one wizard spell.
Well, no, you have 3.
No. You will have one utility wizard spell, and you will have
Yeah.
two wizard spells on top of that, right? At 7th level, you can swap it out for a 2nd level wizard spell. It might still be vaguely relevant at that level. You know, stuff like Web is good.
There are a couple. Good, like you could take Blur, which is a good illusion concentration spell at 2nd level.
Like Blur, Misty Step is always pretty decent. That kind of stuff.
Now you only get one of them.
Yeah, and then at 8th level you can have 2. So,
But even 1 is like that's something that nothing else gets access to, and it can be used to great effect.
Yeah, you know what? Most of these subclasses don't get access to guns that explode.
Well, that's
Okay, no.
a good thing.
but consider something like the fact that like an Echo Knight can just teleport into the sky. I don't know. It's just
So where do you think you think Eldritch Knight should be an A, Tyler? And
I think it's an A tier.
what about you, Sean?
Sean just left.
What about you, Josh?
Me personally, I'm generally of the opinion that it's B tier.
I think it's hard because it offers so much. I think it offers something entirely different than the things it's competing with. Do you?
Yeah, it does.
I think that's true. It's just to
So
me
it's
that
hard
it
to
takes
compare.
like Eldritch Knight is like weird because it's like really good at very specific levels and not as good at other ones. And it's gonna like it peaks and valleys, but even those peaks aren't like that high, I would say, overall.
I think saying that underestimates the value that Shield has as a frontliner.
Okay, but
Spell Shield.
But in terms of utility, the Eldritch Knight gets one wizard spell as a utility spell for a while. You know what other subclass gets 2 wizard spells as utility for a while? Monster Hunter. They get detect magic, and they get to spam it as much as they want, and they get protection from good and evil. They get 2 utility spells.
Yeah, but they don't get to choose them.
But they're good ones.
They're good utility
They're
spells.
fine ones.
Okay, no, here's the thing is that like utility spells are inherently kind of niche.
Yeah,
And
they're all just gonna fit their own scenario.
The fact that you can take one utility spell, period, for a very long amount of time does not a utility character make.
Yeah, because then you're gonna find a scenario where you wish you had a different utility spell, or this utility spell is useless, and it's like,
Well, I would never build an Eldritch Knight as trying to be a utility spellcaster. That sounds like a
build a
terrible
utility spellcaster.
That's true.
Well, just in general, it seems like a terrible idea to. You're a fighter playing an Eldritch Knight. Ah, yes, utility spellcaster. No, you're using that to augment what you already have.
Okay, but
Well,
imagine
how
if you
does-
could take utility spells. Wouldn't that be better?
I mean, you can. You just only not a lot, and why?
Well,
like that's not
I
your
think we have to
purpose in the
value it.
party.
I think we have to value it not as its potential. We have to value if it took the best spells possible. How strong is it?
I think it's pretty damn strong.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Like if okay, imagine if you had a fighter whose ability was 3 times per long rest you get +5 AC for a turn.
That's pretty good.
But that was like
It's pretty good.
yeah.
And that's one of your many options.
And which you're always going to take, obviously.
Yeah, it's one of the best of your many options.
But you also have the resistance to a fireball or something, which other fighters don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even be I like we're debating and stuff, but like I wouldn't even be opposed to what you're saying, Tyler. Like I could definitely see it, and I would not be unhappy if it was an A tier. I'm curious what Sean's gonna say.
I think Sean's just given up.
Sean, I could hear Sean was like, "I want to."
There's Sean. Yeah, he did.
Sean, you're the tiebreaker. A or B tier for Eldritch Knight.
Are you shitting me? You guys are still talking about Eldritch Knight? I fucking left you food in the meantime.
Well,
We
we were
needed you.
waiting for you.
Oh, you fools. It's B tier. Easy B tier.
Tyler. Well, you didn't hear any of Tyler's arguments, and Tyler's making a lot of good arguments.
What? I can't be a tiebreaker then. There's 4 of you. No, you've already made it. Hold on, never mind. We're good. I'll
No. Josh made the B decision. Dan is in between.
I initially agree with B, but I'm kind of leaning towards Tyler because and Josh might put it in a good way. Like, is a fighter that just 3 times per short rest or long rest you get +5 AC for a round. Is that a very strong feature? I think it is a very strong feature.
And that's
In some cases,
one
it's
of a list of things that you have
You
access
say
to.
a list. It's 3. You have 3.
No. You have the whole wizard spell list, and you have
No,
to
you don't.
choose 3. Well, okay,
Choose one from the
you
whole
have to choose 1 from the whole list, and then 2 from a slightly smaller list. Well,
There
And
you
then
go.
a
you're
smaller-
locked into those for a level.
yeah, and
Okay, but I think we can say realistically, Tyler, that every Eldritch Knight is going to have one less choice, and then Shield is going to magically appear on their list.
Yep. If you're not
So-
taking Shield as an Eldritch Knight, you're not playing optimally.
yeah, but yeah. So, but I think that's ridiculously strong. I think saying that it has peaks and valleys is underestimating
But Tyler,
the
what
value
is
of Shield.
Name a first level spell that from any wizard school that you think is a strong choice, and we can evaluate it.
Let me find my spell list.
Yeah, well, what did your rogue take as their special spell?
It's a good question.
Shield, I bet.
Yeah, it was Shield.
I mean, you took Shield.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but what would the Eldritch Knight take?
I regret returning.
Hey, you can't escape. You're not off the hook yet.
I
You can't.
almost did. I thought about not coming
You
back.
fucking dipped.
I had a bite of the pasta. It's out there right now. It's quite good.
Listen, I got my own pasta on my desk right now.
This is pasta all'assassina?
Yeah, Al Assassina.
Assassin's pasta or something like that.
So have you found a spell?
So, Oh no, my push to talk key is the back key on the.
I think it's B tier still. I'm sorry. I miss your argument. You might have a compelling case, and we could bump it up if need be. But I still think it's comparable to Battlemaster rather than the ones on the level above it.
The spicy burnt pasta? Yes, that pasta exactly, actually.
Yes, exactly.
Also, we hydrate. Yeah, no, I hear your argument. It's my only real response.
If I had to say what my opinion is the best, the most powerful, you're trying to go full sweat mode, the best spell you could take at first level for a Eldritch Knight is Find Familiar. And that's pretty good. Is that outstanding? No, not really. It might give you advantage on your booming blade. It might
So
help you scout and stuff. Do some role playing.
My current spell list as the rogue, which is not what it was way back at level 5 or whatever, but it's Disguise Self, Shield, Absorb Elements, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, the Mirror Image, Shadow Blade, Blur, Invisibility.
Okay, Disguise Self is a good one.
And then you also get cantrips.
Disguise Self is...
I will say this about Disguise Self, though. Disguise Self is good. I feel like Disguise Self is better on a rogue.
It is. Yeah. The thing about cantrips, though, is I made this point earlier. As an Eldritch Knight, you basically get 2 cantrips, and one of them you're almost forced into fucking making it like a green flame blade or booming blade.
Yeah.
But that's bonus damage. That's nice.
Yeah, but it's not. I did the math, and
it's not
the only period where it's actually beneficial is from level 7 through 10.
Oh wait, does Green Flame Blade not work with extra attack?
It does not.
Why would it?
I was just thinking about how it's just if it ever hits, it's straight damage increase for me, but I only have 1 attack.
You only have 1 attack, yeah. Like that's
why
that's
it's
the
so
thing,
good
right? Is that
it's
like
amazing for rogues.
So you're approaching this from the perspective of an arcane trickster. You're looking at it a lot like an arcane trickster.
I'm looking at it from my own experience.
And
with
I don't think that's the right way of doing it.
Just a lot of rogues guides like recommend Arcane Trickster because it lets you take Green Flame Blade or Boom Blade, but it's not that good.
I was gonna say
those
those kinds of things are very impactful on a rogue that only gets 1 attack. Much less impactful on a fighter that really wants to be attacking. And I feel like in general the utility spells that you get as an Arcane Trickster are going to be better and feel better than as a fighter in general.
And I can tell now that it would feel bad to play an Eldritch Knight because in the sense that you have no DPS increases, so you will run up to the front lines and you will do some noodle damage and be hard to kill, but you won't really impact the field very much. And if there's any enemies that are worth AoEing, your AoEs aren't actually strong enough to damage them too much.
Until you get Fireball. But
Until you get Fireball. At 13th level, oh boy, you're suddenly a god amongst fighters, and they all bow to your
That's
power.
true. All the fighters look at Eldritch Knight like, oh damn, how come you get Fireball?
But that's 12 levels of you being above average.
Unless you're Renegade,
really
which is
not
that
far above
18th level
average.
gets a free Fireball, basically.
I forgot about the Fireball. It's A tier, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
S tier, even. I'm so out of this. Where did we land?
We've been talking.
It's hard to say. I honestly still think it's like, okay.
Dan, where did you land?
It might be the best B tier.
Unquestionably the best B tier if it's B.
I actually agree. It's unquestionably the best B tier.
Maybe the lowest
tier. I really
just
if our A tier is ordered correctly, what I'm having a hard time doing is putting Eldritch Knight on the same tier as a Psychic Warrior or Psychic Warrior where they get those they just pump out damage.
So like this is the thing. This is the thing, right? Is that if your class is not interesting, it has to have, you know, the mechanical chops like Brute, and it feels like +5 AC good and is like all right, especially as a frontliner. You know, you're gonna be taking attacks, but still, really like it feels very lackluster overall. Even if you're reducing the amount of damage you're taking and you're still more or less unimpeded as a fighter, it just kind of feels like the amount that you're affecting things is like so not on the same level as like Psi Warrior or Psychic Warrior.
Yeah, I just think Psychic Warrior and Psi Warrior are just a decent bit better.
Not gonna lie to you, it also like consider the fact that AC is better in longer combat, whereas damage basically makes combat shorter. You know what I mean? It almost feels like damage is better than survivability.
Glass cannon mode.
Yeah.
There was one other thing I thought. Do we think Gunslinger belongs in with Scout and Arcane Archer?
Oh, I think it might be a I think it might be a D tier class rather.
Well, the thing is, I think Gunslinger is actually
That might be
significantly
D-tier.
better than Banneret because Gunslinger lets you get a few advantages and like a few, attacks with advantage. And Scout has the advantage of I get to turn a few attacks into misses into hits,
Oh, I
and
guess
it also has
they're
some
pretty
defense.
comparable.
I do think Gunslinger's a fair bit worse than Scout and a fair bit worse than Arcane Archer, but I don't know if it's worse enough for another tier below.
Yeah, is it worse enough? Is it close enough to Banneret? Is Banneret at the low end of D tier and Gunslinger at the high end, or is Gunslinger at the low end of C tier?
Gunslinger also has those downsides.
Yeah,
the breaking and the...
very few other classes really have downsides that a Gunslinger does objectively have.
But the Banneret's so bad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the Banneret has a nothing 7th level feature, and its 3rd level feature is a stupid heal. Its 10th level feature is when you action surge, you can give someone near you 1 attack, which is basically a nothing feature.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's
it's been so long I
feature,
forgot
really.
how bad this class is.
Like, I think there's no way Gunslinger is on the same tier as Banneret. Like,
No,
So is
you're
Banner
correct.
F tier?
maybe Banneret is F tier. I think it might
Shit.
be.
Is it?
I think Gunslinger
okay
is
with
D
that.
tier and Banneret is F tier in my opinion.
No, I'm completely on. I'm completely.
What do you think,
willing
Sean?
Sean is not here again.
Oh, fucking motherfucker.
Oh, there he
Oh,
is.
Sean's back.
We're thinking about moving Banneret down to F tier.
I'd be down for it.
It's pretty bad.
It's really bad.
So I just ate dinner.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that.
Yeah, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it was really good. Tyler, you're gonna want to have some milk. I'm game for Banneret down to F tier, by the way. It really does
would it
suck.
look something like this then?
Yeah.
I would be okay with this.
I have one more. I hate that I'm
Yeah?
bringing this up this late.
I'm sorry.
I think that Sharpshooter is an A tier class until level 18, and I think that's too late to move it up to S tier.
Is it though?
The pasta's really
I
good.
disagree. If you let's look
Because,
at its
like, I'm pretty
DPS
sure
at
it does-
11th level.
I'm pretty sure at like what level does it start to just outstrip Brute?
Immediately.
Okay,
Is it?
that's what I thought.
I thought it was.
Brute outpaces it once the combat goes longer than 3 turns.
Which is
So maybe I think on the 5th turn, Brute will pass it.
but the number of combats that it reaches 5 is pretty slim. Sharpshooter, I think, well,
And Sharpshooter. Let's look at Sharpshooter at 11th level versus Brute at 11th level.
yeah.
Let's compare the damage. Let me open up. I need to actually open them now. Again.
Yeah, the 18th
Because-
level. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Sharpshooter at 11th level, let's say you'll action surge on your first turn. So that's 6 attacks and they each do 7 additional damage. So 6 times 7, that's 42 additional damage on your first attack. And then on your next 2 turns, you do another 42 damage. So that's in your first 3 turns, Sharpshooter gives you an additional 84 damage over those first 3 turns.
Mhm.
Brute, let's say you're attacking 4 times because you're dual wielding and you're doing your shenanigans. On your first turn, you're attacking 7 times, and then 4, so that's 15 attacks, 1d6 times 15 for the Brute. 3.5 times 15. 3.5 times 15. 52.5 damage
Versus 80 something.
versus 84. But the Sharpshooter stops after that. So the Brute, every turn after that, adds an additional 14. 14 6 plus 14. On the 6th turn of combat, Brute passes Sharpshooter at tournament level.
Oh, okay. That is a lot of damage.
So that's why Sharpshooter's so fucking good.
Yeah.
I mean, it scales with your fighter level, or have you?
If it's skilled similar to Brute, then, but yeah, that is a lot more actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but Brute will eventually pass it.
Eventually, yeah. But this is pretty disgusting. That implies that you aren't dead by the 6th round of combat.
Yeah.
Which, if you're a brute, you might not be.
It's true.
But
Have we done it?
I think this is it.
We might have done it.
That looks solid.
Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, it's on, I see it. Let's see.
Bask in the glory of the
I
5.5 hour.
like this.
Oh, I swear to fucking God, Dan. I mean, you're not keeping me from eating. I already ate, but you're keeping them from eating.
Yeah, no. We need champion in S tier.
Steven's out there all lonely. You know, he's beating up his sourdough in anger.
I think it all came together.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's still very high loaded. A lot of good subclasses.
I mean, I think fighters are pretty easy to make good subclasses for, honestly speaking. Like, if you attach any damage number, if you attach any damage number to a fighter, it's just gonna shoot way up because of how many attacks you make.
Yeah.
Champion is better. Crit is the best subclass for level dips. You know what? Honestly, would champion be better if?
No. Shut up. All right. Great stream, everyone.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
Sean, you could leave.
Yeah.
You're done here. Get out.
I've left twice already.
This is another opportunity to talk about how awful champion is.
That's fair. I do greatly appreciate
You know
that.
what?
That's a very valuable. Enjoy.
I think. Oh, there he goes. I think any class that crit fishes is pretty bad.
Do you want me to? Hey, do you want me to show you the? Oh, I had the math. I did the math on a champion with Flame Tongue, which is its best case scenario,
Okay.
and a champion with Flame Tongue over 20 turns, and it's hitting half its attacks, will do 7.1% more DPS than a champion without a subclass.
Wow.
That is 1/3
That's abysmal.
of the damage of Brute's 1d4.
And that's everything it does.
Would champion be better if it got something like brutal critical, like barbarians did?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, okay, yes, it would be better. Would it be good?
I mean, no,
It's kind of what I was thinking.
it wouldn't.
Yeah.
The sad reality of crits is they take the amount. Your crit damage is too small a portion of your overall damage.
Oh, that's true. That makes a lot of
Now,
sense.
critting is fun. It's just mathematically, it's not that good.
Okay. I see.
A 3 level dip into Battlemaster will increase your DPS way higher.
You should just take a 3-level dip into Samurai. I don't care what you're doing.
Oh my god, 3 level dip into Samurai is fucking broken.
It's disgusting.
Advantage on. Oh my god.
I should build a character that just does a 3-level dip into every martial class into the best subclass of every martial class.
I back in the day did a 17 Warlock 3 fighter, and I think the fighter I chose might have been champion.
Wow.
And I don't quite I don't quite remember, but I mean a lot of these classes were not out then.
I've also done a Samurai melee Warlock.
Yeah, I would absolutely take Samurai if I was gonna do a melee Warlock nowadays. All right. Well, thanks for coming. That was a pretty chunky one. There's a lot of fighters, and some of them ended up being way longer than why? I thought this would be so easy. It really wasn't. Why was it so hard?
It really was not. I don't know. I think because they were closer than we thought, perhaps. I don't know.
Maybe.
There's so much in each subclass.
I think another reason is because our initial classes we rated too high, which made us we kept putting things in the same category because we're like, it can't be worse than that, and we really we need to be more willing to knock other things down.
Maybe we should just no matter what, every single class starts in B tier.
You know, I actually like that. every single class starts in either C or B.
And then
And
we
then
can
after we get a
adjust
few-
after that, yeah.
And then after we get a few, then we start shunting.
The other alternative is we can take what we assume to be the most average class and just balance around that.
True.
Every
I
tier
do
is
like
chunky
your
one.
idea though of the just shunt things in there in the beginning though.
Like
I like
it's pretty. Yeah, I think even if something seems pretty good, unless it's like on its head broken, like like unless it's like
Samurai?
super super good, like Samurai or Sharpshooter or whatever. Probably it should go no higher than B tier just to start, because we can always easily rearrange later.
I mean, I don't even see a problem. Like, if we see Samurai, we could probably predict this as S tier, but it's not really bad to just throw it into B tier at first because we know it's gonna get shunted up. Although the viewers will probably like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Samurai in B tier.
All right.
The easiest one,
Sorry,
IMO,
Tyler.
I think, was Barbarians, even though it was an hour longer than the Druid one.
All right, I'm gonna take off. I need food.
right, see you.
I've been like many hours without it.
Go unstarve
Okay, yeah,
yourself.
I'm gonna end the stream as well. Thank you so much for coming. Next week we'll be doing what's the next one? Is it monks?
Don't look at me.
Oh shit, you're right. I guess I should look at me.
I don't know what the fuck we're
Let's
doing.
see. It appears that the next class we are ranking next week. Can we do the earlier time next week, Dan?
The what now? Yeah, sure.
The 1 p.m. our time.
I can attempt. My sleep schedule may be fixed by then.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted. It's just very late now.
Well, we thought this would go faster, didn't we?
Yes. Next week is monks, so we'll see you next week. Probably earlier, but maybe not. We'll see. Anyway, thank you.
Bye bye.